Oh shit, it's time. You know what time it is. Look at all of their hands. I feel like I'm hanging with Kim K on a good day. She's ready to spray the cake like hitting all ops, not gonna fly. No LeBron over here. Oh dear, look at that rear. I don't know if I want it near, but I think he's handling.
So there was an explosion in your high energy research lab.
Fuck Ryan.
Wait, was someone chasing? Oh. I tell you what, cut the music for now. Holy God, Jesus! Oh, wow. Okay. Yes, lolcow.
Right, the rivals for once are actually kind of nice people.
That was a good comment, though. And Bouncy gets the best comment of the stream. Let's go. Reach out to the sweep of the stars. The beginnings and endings of lifetimes. You know, better people than me would be flying. But, I don't.
Fight again.
God damn it. Give me the...
Oh, Nitro sailed. Fuck me. Yeah, I'm at the bottom of the leaderboard, motherfucker. I got Nitro
Alright, drive to
sailed.
the Krishna quarter and
I got
run
Nitro sailed and I
down
ran his
some
ass twice.
little
I'm
orange...
mad at myself about it.
I probably don't want to finish that sentence.
Dude, I can never get any kind of political seat with like all my PKA quotes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Okay, guys. Now, guys. So, the stream yesterday, the stream at 5 in the morning that nobody watched, that was the chill stream. That was the positive stream. The chill positive stream with no drama whatsoever. Today, however, we have to break that streak. That one stream streak in which no drama was discussed whatsoever outside of an incredibly minor segment in which my hand was forced by other people to talk about drama. But, hello. Welcome to another swollen _ dingus stream in the evening time. I hope the evening has found you as well as it has found me. Thank you, Carl, the first person here, and Papuku and Pabini, as well as any other dinga, donga, and swollen __1 existing in and out. And of course, all the dingas, dongas, and swollen __1s soon to be existing in the immediate and far-flung future. Hello, Zerglu. I will explain how it's a Kino Casino W. But let me get my bearings here and see what exactly I need to do. So I did the first mission. I did the extra mission too.
Hello, Span Dog. How you doing, dude?
Big ups, OIO. Welcome in. About to do some PR spinning for the casino. No, I also am just gonna watch the interview in full. Because, oh, I had all the booze here? What the fuck? Okay, I'm missing booze there. Thank you for the Mr. Pibb. Whoa, it's Ryan MK. Hello, sir. Carl, you haven't watched it all the way yet? I thought for sure you would have seen all of it by now. Alright, I'm missing some 3 stars. And I'm missing a boo here for some reason. You meant tonight's react? Okay, I haven't seen the whole Craig thing in full yet. I've seen clips and portions. I was watching a bit of Tevin restreaming it, but at a certain point, for me, it got to a point where I had to mute it, and I decided to just react to it on my own. Because I got my own thoughts, and going into this, I was of the impression, I was hyped going in. I had some anticipation, but once it started transitioning to the documentary proper, I wouldn't say I was straying away from it, but I certainly wasn't excited. You know, I wasn't avoiding the documentary, but I wasn't, frothing at the mouth at the opportunity to watch him retract and historically revise all of his previously stated statements and just walk everything back, period. But it's gotten to a point where I think it's time for me to kind of comment on it. Not that anybody really cares. It wasn't too long, but Dave coped for a long time afterwards. That I am aware of. I am aware of that. So I'm gonna grind in Luigi, and I'm just gonna listen to it. And then if we got time afterward, I may tune into his little react. Look, I haven't seen the June documentary, like, the whole way through. Like, maybe less than a minute at most. I had it on in the background earlier in the week, but that was like at 2%. So I can't really say, yes, I was completely paying attention and my mind was focused and honed in. But, so my commentary, if we get to the reacting to his reacting segment, probably won't be as robust as literally anybody else who might be live right now. The part of it that I paid most attention to was, of course, the WWE Champions stuff. And even then, most of my info on that is secondhand from other people talking about it, selling the account and whatnot. But I'm gonna listen to the Craig stuff first, because, I did stream yesterday, but we didn't really talk about it. This shit, the royal we. So, these developments in the past week, you don't really have my on-stream thoughts about them. The last thing I did was annul shit. So I watched a bit of the Keemstar stuff, but that was a nothing burger, so no one's too concerned about that anymore, and it's old news. You got this Craig interview today. He's going to talk to June the King next week. June the King will be on the podcast, so the arc is not yet over. And then this whole documentary stuff, which that would be the stuff there that I would have to, quote-unquote, proverbially catch up on, even if I am somewhat, more or less, clued in on what exactly all that happened. Big ups BR Joe. That's okay, Carl. Fantastic arc so far at Kiss the Ring of the Casino. Going back to the Dalu's re-up. Yes, going back to the Dalu's re-up. 8 months at tier 1 for 11 months. Can't wait for Dingus to get invited to the podcast to get belted on. I don't know about that. I don't think that's happening. But going back to what I said about the start of the arc. So I had some anticipation going in. I think even my most optimistic predictions could not have predicted the predicament that we now find ourselves in, where the arc is. No, Zerglu was asking specifically, how is this a Kino Casino W? You would think in theory that this is like the biggest Kino Casino L ever, because their boy just got felted by Stuttering Craig live on stream, and everybody saw it, and everybody's laughing about it. How on earth is this a Kino Casino W? Well, I'm going to do my best PR spin possible and explain to you just how exactly it is a Kino Casino W. You don't even really need my VR spin, you can just go on PPP's Twitter. Okay, do I need to... I'm on a time trial, too. Whoa! Is BR Joe the re-up at 1-1 for tier 1 for... tier 1 for 4 months with the hype train. You're right, Dingus, we just have to be patient for the good stuff to happen. That's like... I'm sorry, VR Joe, you're gonna hear it for like the 5th time tonight, but that really is the crux of what my my little spiel is gonna be today. It's gonna be like, again, I'm just gonna say it. You had to wait for the chocolate milk. The payoff is here, and I know some people were skeptical. It's fine. It's fine. You know, you could be annoyed by PvP, annoyed by the casino in general. You could be annoyed by Smug Side Phil and all the casino blazing and all that. But, you know, I never lost hope. I knew from the moment they were gonna get involved that the end game was gonna be something special. I could not in a million years have predicted that we would be here. DSP talking to the owner of Kiwi Farms, talking to Stuttering Craig, talking to fucking Keemstar, all his mortal enemies, in a sense. Literally all his mortal enemies. I never in a million years could have foreseen that even with their involvement, that we would be where we are now. So that would be the payoff that I'm referring to. So it's as I said, over the past couple of weeks, all you have to do is wait. Like, just enjoy the ride, hashtag enjoy the ride. And you know, some people can do that, some people can't, and I get it. It's just like, especially when it comes to like, you're just not able to tolerate Phil at his smuggiest. It's okay, it's cool. But, you know, I still had to say what I had to say. Like, I wasn't gonna be quiet about it, you know? Just, all you had to do was be patient, and the chocolate milk would come. And now we're swimming in chocolate milk. And the best thing about it is that it's not even really over. I talk about it now in retrospect as if the arc has concluded. It hasn't. Who knows what'll happen on that June doc? Fucking June might just disavow him next. You're sweeping, why am I surprised? Look, Zerglu, I get it, I get it. If you don't like him giving the money, for me, the money has not been an object. I don't get in a tizzy when I see Phil making 150, 200, 250. And that's not just, I'm not just talking in reference to this arc. Like, usually, I may make like a funny little snide comment about it, but usually when he gets money, like, I don't give a fuck, because it doesn't matter. It's just all gonna go to the same place at the end of the day anyway. So it never affected me. So I know for some people the point of contention would be, oh yes, the Kino Casino dents are giving him money. But, I don't know, I'm just not touched by it, sorry. I mean, see it this way. DSP is slowly becoming Kino Casino's puppet. That tweet of Phil talking about Ralph and Steel Toe drama is very suspicious. Last week with Noel and today going toe-to-toe with Craig was better than the entire year of content. True. And thank you, Carl, for the 10 bitch here with the gigantic email. The thing is, right, the whole year has been kind of like this, right? This is kind of like the culmination of everything up to this point. Big ups to Golem. Gotta separate the KC dents from the casino themselves. There are plenty of dent tractors that were acting foolish too. Yeah, and I've made no qualms about that either. There have been dents, proverbial dents, on both sides, and I've made no secret about that. The arc is very Kino in my opinion. Yeah, I've been a fan of the arc so far. It was hard for me at first, but with Kino Casino on vacay, these dents were gonna tip regardless. True. Phil at his smuggiest, so it was really fucking funny and very easy to fuck with. I get that people can't stand it, but I said it before too. It's always the pride before the fall. And right now we're experiencing the fall. So I guess I should start with like people saying like, what did the casino have to do with what happened today, right? Like, wasn't it all Craig? Well, I posit you this. Do you think anything that happened today, or anything that's happened all throughout this week, would any of that have happened if it wasn't for the casino? And I think you'd be hard-pressed to convince me otherwise, because Phil told us what his plan with the documentary was going in. He told us how he was going to react to everything. He told us he was going to fucking felt any segment he didn't like. He told us he was going to skip over this. He was going to talk about WWE Champions. He wasn't going to talk about this or that. He wasn't going to talk about Leanna. And then span just like a week, really. A week or two of people calling him king. It got him to this sense of security and comfort where he was able to he was able to just like get himself in this position where he felt comfortable enough to react to everything without skipping. And I simply, like, you can't convince me that would have happened without the casino stuff going down. Because otherwise he wouldn't have that gassing up to put him in that position. And thank you very much for the hype train, guys. I really appreciate it. Let's be honest, Phil got a copy of the doc days before it actually premiered on YouTube. Do people believe that? Yeah, so like Carl's got the right idea. Like, just think about it. Just positive. If you doubt me, just think about it. He told us what his plans were. He told us what he was gonna do, what he was gonna skip over. He would not have talked to Craig. He would have not talked to Keemstar. He definitely would not have talked to the owner of Kiwi Farms, the fucking website that makes fun of his wife and all that, right? And in that regard, yeah, it is the Kino Casino's responsibility. It is the Kino Casino's fault, rather. Yes, maybe it is their responsibility in a way too. It was their influence that got him to be. It allowed him to have so much unearned confidence that he thought he was capable of doing this. He thought he was capable of becoming that heel and maintaining that heel persona and doing these weird little interviews with all his former enemies, because that's really what it is. He's just talking to people who he previously had beef with and then just like clout chasing them off of that on top of that so he can get more viewership. And all of that is it's just a result of the Kino arc. Like, I'm sorry, like I don't really know how to phrase that any better. And, like, I know it's gonna come off as me ball glazing yet again, but it's the truth. It's look at the title of this streak, the Kino Kulmination. It is the culmination of everything, ever since this shit was starting out back in, what, was it July or August? A big ups to D-Side. Big reveal about WWE Champions account last night right before. Oh shit! I neglected to bring that into my sweeping. Yes, the WWE Champions stuff. We would not have had any. You cannot convince me that we would have been in a timeline where DSP would just outright admit to being down from the rafters in his own special little autistic way. Again, without Casino being involved and getting him that unearned confidence to where he feels comfortable enough doing that. Same with getting rid of Darish. Just would not have been a thing without him. So now that their role is done, because I know people, they're like, okay, they're on vacation now, so what's next? Well, honestly, my opinion on that is they don't really need to do anything else. They could just, and I think personally when they come back, they should either disassociate from Phil or just heel turn on him right then and there. I think the days of playing chain together with Phil and having fun and being positive with them, you can't. I don't think you can really go back to that without some more questions being raised about why they're not going after him for everything that's happening to him now. But they have him in this position now where he's got all this. He's boisterous. He's a braggart. He's smug side Phil, and now that they have him in that position, they don't have to do anything else with him. Like, you saw PPP's tweet. My work here is done. His work here is done. He doesn't have to do anything else. He can just leave it be and just move on to the next thing. And I think that's what he should do. Yeah, getting rid of in quotes. Well, I'm just... Okay, there is a possibility that, yes, he emailed Darish. I know people have their own theories. He emailed Darish behind the scenes and told him, yes, Darish, you must come back on a sock account. And my response to that has been consistent too. I don't think Darish has the mental capabilities to masquerade as a different chatter. It's just impossible. He doesn't have that ability. So eventually Darish is going to out himself. And when he does, I think people should hold Phil to account and ban anyone that even remotely types like Darish, behaves like Darish, is named Darish. It should be a full Darish Watois. Every fucking Derek should just be sent to ban world. And there's nothing wrong with that. Because think about it realistically, like, who's gonna go into his chat named Derek, right? Either the real Derek, or people LARPing as Derek. And if you're LARPing and pretending to be Derek, it's pretty safe to say, like, if you can't tell if that's the real Derek or not, well, the motherfucker is supposed to be banned anyway. So just get rid of him, even if it's a troll or LARPer. Like Derek would not be able to pretend he's not Derek. Yeah, for Saber. Craig didn't do a good job with the interview, TBH. He said, like, sorry like 3 to 4 times to Phil. Totally played out and humiliated. At the end, Craig lost for telling Phil to go fuck himself. Craig was letting Phil take full control of the situation, and he got tricked. It was a successful plan. That's a very unique take on the situation, Brian. I would actually say that for the segments that I watched, Craig did an alright job. It's an interesting take. I don't think you're saying Phil won, though. But we'll get my full take on it in a moment. But I just wanted to get that out ahead of the game. Is that my overall take is just going to be unchanged. Like I'm sorry if it comes off as Kino sweeping, but it kind of is. You do have to give him that little credit there for putting him in a position where now he's kind of like left to his own devices, because now they're just off doing their own thing. They could just not do anything else further with them, and it'd be all right. Their job is done. Now Phil has to deal with the ramifications of his actions, of trying to be like his new Canadian friends. And he has no one but himself to blame for that, because again, he didn't have to entertain their chicanery from the start. And yet he did, because he wanted to impress them, even though he didn't have to, because they already liked them from the beginning. My opinion is kind of biased, TBH, because I never liked Craig. That's the thing. That's the thing. I think Phil was banking on that too. So I was talking about that with other people, and I was thinking, well, why would he be comfortable talking to Craig by himself without, you know, the conduit of being on another channel? And I think it is genuinely because he saw how some detractors weren't fond of his monetize the haters shit. So I think maybe he thought that, okay, so they don't like me, right? But they definitely don't like Craig either, right? So maybe I can come out as the victor here. Pick up easy money. Back from my work trip. Will you be adding to the slaughtered pig to your jambalaya? I'll consider it. The whole situation last year with Monetize the Hate and actually planning a Detractor Con. I forgot all about Detractor Con. Where Review Tech and Duty was really top tier cringe. Yeah, see, I think he knew about that and was just kind of hoping that, well, they don't like me, but they don't like Craig either, so hopefully, in the end, their hatred of Craig kind of wins out and makes it so that they're not constantly, you know, backing up Craig. But I thought Craig was competent enough, about as well as he could have been for the parts I saw. Craig had to placate Dave to make sure he didn't just pull the plug earlier than he did. Yeah, there is that too. You gotta keep that in mind. Phil is Phil had full control over the control panel for the call there, unlike whenever he was on Kino Casino. So you do have to kind of come at him with a level of respect, just as Keemstar did. Because Phil could have ended the call with that little bitch made, go fuck yourself. Like, he could have done that at any time. And just the fact that he did end the call that way shows that he at least, he was planning to end the call just like that. Phil acted like a child throughout the interview and Wade, no normal person that could watch that could come to the conclusion that Phil looked good after that. I was talking about it with Ann, and he said literally the same thing. There's no way you can watch that and just walk away thinking that Phil was in the right, or Phil sounded even normal. Because that's a benefit with Craig, which I know people don't like him or think, you know, he's got his own kind of troubles. But he does have the benefit of just coming across as a completely normal person, a normal guy, if you will, the guy. And that does help him when it comes to shit like this. Dave Drama stuff isn't fun for me. Well, I'm about to rewatch it, so... this might not be the stream for you, Golem. Not tonight. And in the meantime, I'll be grinding missions here. He didn't have the deep throat fill to stay on. He didn't at least... Look, he didn't have to deep throat him, but he didn't have to, like, be hostile to him either. And he wasn't hostile. But you do have to... I think if Phil is the one with the remote control, then you do have to... Like, you're not gonna come... You're not gonna be able to come on and just call him a slur and expect to stay on. That's basically what I'm saying. I also really hate the DSP drama, but I can't stop watching it. It's a car crash you can't look away from. You're just here for the fun, man. And again, that goes back to my ultimate point, which I'm gonna continue to drive home. Team, hashtag, enjoy the ride, always wins. Big ups, Goon. What slur were people saying to DSP? No one was saying a slur. That was just my stupid example. Hypothetically, if you did say a slur to DSP, would you expect to stay on the call? Probably not. He would just like emergency exit. Hateful slurs.
Yellow.
Okay, that was a horrible time. Because I got distracted by explaining my perspective on the situation.
I did it.
But overall, from what I saw, it was an alright conversation. Yeah, that's a 2-star. God damn it. So I need more treasure, I gotta lose less health, and I think 11 ghosts is the maximum I can capture. Yeah, let me find it here. I think there was a Hate Army upload version. I could just do raw fill, but I don't think it's going to be the best quality. I think people were saying his quality wasn't the best as of late. Let's see if I can pull it up here. I know people are going to say, oh, Dingus, why don't you have this prepped up ahead of time? It's because I'm a bad streamer. You guys hate me. You missed out on the chill stream yesterday. We were doing Super Mario and the Rainbow Stars. I was able to beat the demo. It was a very good game. For more slower pace than your average Mario side-scroller, but there's nothing wrong with that. I was aiming for something new, something different. So mixing the Mario RPGs with Mario platformers, a little bit of 3D Mario. I highly recommend the demo if you've not played it already. I think a lot of hate Kino gets from them interrupting the depression arc because Dave really looked miserable for a little while there. I have that Corrin statue. Big up Sakwa Saber. I'm looking at it right now. But I brought up the depression arc and everything involved with that. I think on the last Splatoon stream. Why can't I fucking talk? Yeah, I brought up my thoughts on that. The depression arc is still kind of ongoing. It didn't go away. He's still ranting and whining every day on pre-stream. That didn't change. More mad with the fake bullshit they're doing to have all this, and also them undoing the hang up the king moniker. But doesn't that also serve to highlight his hypocrisy, Zerglu? Because he's walking back everything. Yes, it is going back on his commitment to hanging up the king moniker. But if he was so easily sold on like going back to it, does that not highlight his hypocrisy and show like how much of a schmutz he is? And again, it's not because it's something that really he wants. It's more to just impress his new friends. It shows you how susceptible he is. He's a massive hypocrite, doesn't need to be goaded into it. There is that part where it's like, okay, they didn't need to hold his hand that much, but they're not holding his hand anymore. Their last communication was a null stream. Everything after that is now, it's all on Phil. Bill is once again his own man. So all of this now, the stuff to do with Craig, WWE Champions, all this other nonsense with the documentary and reacting to it. That's all him. All his excuses and shit. That's all him. The casino has let go of him. The training wheels are off. And he's left to his own devices now. They're leaving him the self-immolate and they're not throwing an inner tube. He doesn't deserve one. I like how they just think, you know, Casino Sisters at the SPV, if the meme was still ongoing. Just, all you have to do is just look at his Twitter. Just look at the man's Twitter. Why can't they not do that? He's telling you what he thinks. Why? There's no masking. The mask isn't on. The mask is now off. He's telling you he's hyped. I see people going, Casino felt it, Casino L. But no, he's having the time of his life over there. Now, I'm not going to glaze him too hard and act like that was all planned from day one, but I do think at a certain point, probably when they were thinking about, okay, we want to do something different with Phil here, with the content that we could do with Phil, what could we possibly do? Maybe around that point when they were thinking seriously about what could they probably do with them, who they could have him on with. I think they had a general idea of, you know, the certain point where they would just stop and just leave him be. I think we're now at that segment. Big ups, Mr. Bun. A chocolate milk reaction. You know what I'm trying to say. Cap for the Kino Casino sending pay pics to fill the king's coffers. Well, I don't care about the money. I guess that would be like the net negative of it, but the money never really affected me. Like I don't see when he makes like $250. I don't see when he gets to tier 3 or he puts on the vest. Might make a snide comment about it, but like I'm not crying overnight because of it. So it'd be kind of out of character for me to all of a sudden just be shaking my fist. Oh, the fucking Kino dents are sending thousands of dollars to Phil. It just, like, it's not how I am. Go ahead and say everyone is seething. I didn't say everyone was seething. I'm just telling you my perspective on it. The Kino people are doing it of their own free will and eventually will stop. Yeah. You're coping and Phil's a king. Yes, he always was a king. I'm coping now. Desperate Phil is better than Smug Phil. I'm fine with either one because deep down he'll always be miserable Phil. Yeah, but I think I've spoken long enough. That's basically the long and short of it. And yeah, I've gone over everything. It's another hearty W for team and just enjoy the ride. Okay, so I think I got the Hate Army upload, so let me go ahead and pull it up.
The Hate Army troll.
It's the Hate Army, bro.
Hate Army.
Shout out to
That guy.
Hate.
Good vibes to the
Shout
Hate
out to
Army.
Hate.
Shout out to Hate.
Shout out
Shout
for
out to
hate.
Shout out to Hate.
Shout out for
Shout out
hate.
for hate.
Okay, now, this is a normal work stream for me. So, if you do support the stream, thank you. My intention is that we keep that king streak going by hitting the tip skull, that I'll be able to shout out all of your contributions and things that you'll be doing during the course of this after Craig, you know, is done and we move on to the decompression session. So, thank you in advance to anyone. Already, I can tell you, I'm already receiving tips. Thank you for that.
Yeah,
but
exactly,
I'm not
Brian.
doing any shout outs or anything like that until after Craig is out of here. And in fact, just to show that
Did
good
the
faith, I'm
backstab
getting
finally
rid of this,
happen?
okay? That doesn't need to be on the screen at all
In
right
the sense
now.
that they're not coming to his beck and call to help him.
And yeah, let's all
I think it would be better when they come back from vacation if they just never talk to him again.
You know.
But knowing the reality of it, they probably will inevitably.
This is a big part of everything going on right now. I think you guys understand really at this point what's been happening in the last month and a half with me.
Big ups UNFW.
You know, last night during my live documentary reacting to the June the King documentary about myself,
Having it be called "Shut Up, Enjoy the Ride" might be a source of some of my animosity. Well, I'm just being silly with titles like that. So I apologize for that. Then if you like, I'm not literally telling you to shut up, but I could understand that. Yeah, and hello, Unit W1. What content? Terrible Keem interview where he sucked him off. Terrible Craig interview where he was begging Craig to apologize for hurt feelings. That was good though. What do you mean? The Keem interview was bad. I won't disagree with that. Well, I shouldn't defend the Craig interview being good since I haven't seen all of it. But the parts I did see were good. But I agree with Brian there. The ramifications of Kino influencing him are now being felt. Now that he's just being... Sorry, I said felt there. But they're now being felt now that he's being left to his own devices. The content is just going to take a different turn now.
I revealed the truth about WWE Champions for the first time ever. Like, literally everything I had said about it up to that point was a lie. It was the first time I had ever spoken truth about the situation. And already I can tell you there's fallout from that. I've had a couple people contact me behind the scenes saying that they're incredibly hurt and crushed that I lied and all this stuff. And, you know, that's what it's about, is you got to face the music or things that you've done wrong. And I did for years lie to my audience about stuff. And that's already over on the DSP Reacts channel. You can check that out right now, if you haven't seen it yet. But that's the whole point is let's get through all of this stuff. Let's finish it, because I am ready to fully move on to the next chapter of my life. I am. I'm ready. And even if that means fessing up and you know, some people are going to be like, nah, I don't forgive you because of this and this. I get it, but this all needs to happen.
Oh, yeah, true. Now we got Ralph.
For me,
now Phil has Ralph's higher, but I don't think that shit's going to go anywhere. So I'm not going to get too excited about it.
For me, I feel like I've been perpetually stuck in this one spot for a very long time, and the only way that I can get out of this spot is to essentially move past the bag.
Yeah, it's weird semantics with the email.
My hair has been sticking up like this for 3 days.
About not checking in 23 hours. We'll get to it, because I didn't see all of that.
This right here, this patch has been sticking up for 3 days and will not go down no matter what I do. And I don't use hair gel. Usually it's not an issue. I don't know, maybe it grew out in a weird direction or something. I don't know. It's stupid. Why do I care about how I look, right? I'm dumb. Anyway,
You're a Casanova king. We all know it.
Okay, hold on. I think I've done it, but hold on. I have to see if, well, I'm on screen. How do I invite him? Hold on.
Okay, I'm not supposed to lose any HP.
Oh, hello, sir. Whoa. Oh, we can.
Is that really how it started? Big ups Benjamin. No way. Is that really how it started?
Can anyone hear Craig? I cannot. Oh, hello, sir.
Oh my god.
Whoa. Oh, we cannot. Can anyone hear Craig?
Yeah, big ups Benjamin. Welcome in.
I cannot hear Craig, so let me see. I got technical issues here.
I'm coping and sneaking and picking up my broom for the casino again.
No. Okay, hold on. Maybe he's muted. Couldn't figure this out. Hold on.
Thank you, Zergaloo. Thanks for showing up. Apologies if we could not agree to disagree. Or did we agree to disagree? As long as I was able to get my perspective out there for you.
You guys can't hear him? I can. Craig, I cannot hear you. We're not sure what's going on. It's not showing anything here. It's very odd because it's not playing audio through Discord either. Like, it's not showing you talking at all, as if your microphone's not working in Discord right now. See, if you were talking in Discord and it was working, the border around you would turn green.
It's my Mr. Pibb.
See how it turns green on me?
I still got a little bit left. Big ups Uber Jill.
Let's try that. Is that better?
There you are.
Ding a cabinet for the casinos like a human centipede where DSP is pooping in the PPP's mouth. And PPP is pooping in a Dinga's mouth. And Dinga's pooping into our mouths.
You probably used it more than me, and I've made a million mistakes with this thing too. So,
I wish I had not read that.
Two boomers, right? Trying to use technology like that.
Boomers.
Oh, look at this. They're pretending to be the best of friends.
All right. So first of all, I think if I can make you a little louder, let's see, because
I'll turn myself up real quick. Is that better on the mixer board? Is that better? Check.
How's he sounding, guys? I can hear him now. Can you guys hear him?
Did I get the pib at? Where did I get the pib at?
Cool.
I think it was Dollar General.
So, I think we're good. We're full screen.
Just like it feels like yesterday, Phil.
Which yesterday?
Very cordial beginning
You know,
here.
we were hanging out like 15, 16 years ago at MagFest.
Glad you're
or
watching this. I haven't seen
yesterday
it
when I was
myself
on your
yet.
podcast.
Hey, big ups.
I mean, we actually have
I saw
history.
portions of it, but not all
A lot
of
of
it.
people don't know the whole history. You know what I mean?
So
Big ups
I mean,
DJ
I
Filthy
guess,
Rich.
but
Million
at the same, like,
pointy
I gotta be honest,
donger
15, 16,
pointerinos.
I don't
What do I do
remember
with them?
I know.
that,
Wait
right?
for me to come up with new,
if
better
you say we were
redeems.
hanging out, then we hung out. So I mean, we probably played a few games.
I'm not even sure why DSP is so mad at the side scrollers because of a monetized the hater stream. Yes, they made money off of his detractors, and he's upset about that. And they did a stream. So, and I'm not gonna cap for this goon, but they did a post stream the day after. And they made money from his detractors, and they basically had a decompression stream the next day. And his contention was that they should not have done that without inviting him, and he felt betrayed. Now, I disagree with him. I disagree with him feeling like they should not have done that, because I think it's pretty idiotic to do a big stream like that where you make lots of money. You know, you had the whole internet's eyes on it, at least for a little bit. At least this sector's part of the internet's eyes on it, and you're just expected to turn on the next stream and just not say anything about it. Not unless you have DSP on. Look, even Capside Dingus over here, I can't cap for that. That's a bit, it's a bit much, Phil. And some imaginary complaint about how they said they were going to play Mario Kart, and then they did not play Mario Kart. It's like, I think their audience is okay. The thing is, he makes the Mario Kart thing, he hyperfixates on that as if that was such a big fucking deal. But I didn't see anyone in their audience, like, no one was crowing in their audience upset the Mario Kart thing didn't happen. It was like a members only for their YouTube members Mario Kart stream. They were just gonna do Mario Kart, they were supposed to chill and not talk about Phil. But because the stream was so big, they ended up having to talk about Phil. And in addition, they also had to read super chats from the previous day. So did Phil just want them to not read the super chats? It's kind of, no, it's stupid. Like, yes, you're gonna have the biggest stream of all time, and you're just not allowed to talk about it after the fact. There's a difference between, I guess you can make a critique that's like, oh, they're milking it. They're milking it. But it's like, you can't just pretend it didn't happen. I think at least one stream, one little post stream after, like the day afterward, to talk about it. I think that's acceptable. Now, once it gets to be like, okay, it's our 10th stream about Darkside Phil, and we're gonna try to get him on to play Street Fighter 6 with us. Okay, that might be a bit much. You might be trying to chase the dragon there. But his complaint is that they did one post stream in which he was not invited, and they read super chats that they had to read. Now, I know Phil doesn't read every contribution he gets, so he wouldn't be familiar with that, but they did that, and they didn't invite him. And they didn't play Mario Kart, but I don't think he really gives a fuck about the Mario Kart part. That's just supposed to add like an emotional tangent to it, where it's like, oh, they betrayed their viewers by not doing what they said they were gonna do. They scheduled something and then didn't do it. Well, bitch, DSP fucking changes his schedule on a whim the day of, and you don't see fucking Craig crying about that, huh? That's what I thought. And of course, just generally how he claims they treated him, because he thought it went well, and then he had to stream after the fact where he had to cope about it with his stream audience, and his stream audience had to be the ones to tell him. His dents told him, actually, guys, DSP, that went terribly, and we hate you now. Well, they didn't say it like that, but they basically told him, Phil, you're delusional, and they fucking snaked you, and that was awful. I don't know why. We don't know why you think that was a good interview. So ever since then, he has just not liked them. I think June's take on their OG interview was one of the best takes. Craig went in peacefully, but once he smelled blood and Dave started backtracking, he went full-on attack. Yeah. And you'll definitely see a bit of that from Craig here. A bit of that. More like a lot of that.
Together, I would imagine, over the years, yeah?
Right. Yeah. And you know, I actually, if you remember, I was a guest at Screw Attack Gaming Convention in 2012,
DSP
2013.
was really trying to change his opinion on the interview. Both the
even was
first
one of
one
the
and
finalists at
today.
the,
They were
Iron
in
Man
there
Gaming
today
competition.
telling him, no, Phil, that was actually,
yes,
Craig was actually pretty cordial
so
to you.
far ahead of its time, while also still being 20 years too late.
People are saying your volume's still a little low. Is there any way you can boost it any more?
Yeah, sure. Let me see what I can do on my end. Let's see. So I don't use Discord very often. So let me kind of go into my settings here and check things out. Output volume. Let's see. How about this? Is that better? Am I volume? Did I boost me at all?
Sounds about the same, I think.
Okay,
Oh
let me
God.
change this up. Here you go. Is this a little?
These
Uh-oh,
poor
now you're muted.
boomers.
I don't even.
Bless
I'm
their
still
hearts.
Now you're unmuted.
Okay. Well, I think this is what's gonna have to do right
messing
here.
with Craig's
There's a picture of
audio
me in your
to make him
background.
quieter
Look at
than
that.
him.
Of course.
To come out on top
Upgraded, sir.
audio
Look at my
wise.
setup now.
Yeah, listen, I'll tell you what. What an upgrade. Great job. Awesome.
Thank you. All right,
Yes.
so let's get started because I want to respect your time. I know that you might have stuff going on today, and just to forewarn everyone, and just to preface the whole conversation we're about to have. Stuttering Craig is on here today, and thank you for your time, Craig, for being on my Level 1 podcast. To have a conversation with me about last year, what happened with the events leading up to, including, and after my appearance on the Side Scrollers podcast, because there's been a lot of stuff said, all right, on my side particularly for sure, and a lot of heated stuff I've said. Craig has responded on his content, and we never.
That is true. Another facet of it I neglected to mention, Goon, is that he is upset about the sheer amount of money that Craig was making on both the first post stream from the last interview and the 42-minute stream that Craig did after this interview during Phil's decompression stream. It's only 42 minutes, but Phil would have you think in the comment that he posted, the pinned comment for this VOD that he uploaded, would have you think that lasted hours. In reality, it was 42 minutes, and Craig could have very well have stretched that out to be multiple hours long, dunking on Phil, and he probably would have been in his right to do that. Monetizing the haters, but no, he just went in there, said his piece, read the super chats that came in, because he was kicked off the show. So I think it's fair for him to just boot up on his own side and kind of conclude and give his concluding statements and what else he had to say, read some super chats, and then clock out. 42 minutes, and Phil would have you think he spent the whole evening just shitting on him.
Really sat down to have a conversation about it publicly. And I feel like this is the best way to do it, is to have a forum where we're just going to be cordial with each other. We're going to talk about it, hash it out, figure out exactly what happened, and figure out how to move forward from here. This is not an attack session on Craig. I've already said this right before Craig showed up, so I'm going to say it again because now we're actually have him on the show.
Foreshadowing is quite the plot device.
Oh, I don't like Craig. Let's all in the chat rally against him and insult him and stuff. This is not, let's all take pot shots on Craig. There is no surprise guests that are going to show up. There is no shocking gotcha
going after him
questions
for
here.
bringing
It's
Keem on,
literally
even
not
though they
about
asked him if he was okay with
anything
having
about Craig's
Keemstar on.
background or nothing. This is about just our interaction last year. That's the point. And I want you to know that up front, because I know you had said that, of course, my detractors have to interject themselves into every piece of anything I'm involved in. And they've been contacting Craig saying, oh, he's going to get you. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. That's not going to happen. All right. But now, go ahead.
And that's great. I was going to say, and to be fair, I mean, I have invited you. I've tried to do this probably 3 or 4 times since the end of that show to kind of have this exact conversation. So I am glad we're actually getting around. Like I said, I said multiple times, I don't care if it was on our show or if it's on your show. I don't care. I think this is great. I'm glad we're able to.
All right, good. Now, that being said, I'd like to introduce Handsome Tom and Perfect Liz to the show. No, I'm just kidding. That's not happening.
Listen, honestly, I would love that. I would honestly love that. Great.
Okay, so I think what we should do to start the conversation is give a little bit of background about Craig, because a lot of people, on my show may not know.
The history
Craig's
segment.
been in this space for a very, very long time. Craig, in my opinion, was one of the innovators of
established
making
a history. Give him the
video game
pre-stream.
content on the internet. I mean,
Craig's
in
like,
the 2000s,
God damn it,
right? You
I
were
made the
making
biggest mistake of my fucking
big
life.
view content on your Screw Attack website. And this was before the era of like YouTube being prominent and everything.
You get
Like,
a
you were
YouTube.
there in the forefront, covering video games, doing countdowns, news stories, going to conventions, doing all kinds of stuff. And you've always been a prominent person in that space. It's not like you've come out of nowhere now with the
look
Side
at
Scroller
Craig.
show in the last
Bro
year.
looks like
You actually
bro
have
looks
a
like
history, a
Worski
big
during the Kino
established history
streams.
of making very prominent content.
He was having
Craig
flashbacks.
is because I used to actually watch the Side Scroller show way back in the day, in the mid 2000s. And I was a fan of the Angry Video Game Nerd, who was associated with Screw Attack at the time. So that's kind of how I got turned on to their content and started watching. over the years, I did have association with Craig and Screw Attack. For example, I went to, which I know Craig says he doesn't remember. I don't blame him. Way before I was even a YouTuber, I went to MagFest, this gaming convention, and we hung out like the whole time. Like I was with these guys and we were playing Street Fighter. We played Call of Duty together at the time. There was a Call of Duty competition, and we even judged a rock band competition together. I don't even know if you remember that.
Did we?
Yes, we did. We were both judges on the panel judging people doing
Did
rock
Phil
band
do his
stuff.
research, or he's the only one that remembers
So
that?
that was like our first
sad.
personal interaction. And then fast forward to years later, I was a YouTuber. I was a big YouTuber in the gaming space. I was like not top, but I was bringing in.
I think it was a setup, and DSP isn't a good liar, because why else would he schedule the interview the day before admit to lying about this WWE Champions crap? It's like planning shit to overshadow the WWE Champions garbage.
Gaming convention. You're bringing it out of retirement, and I said I would love to be there as a guest, and you had me as a guest. And let me tell you, Craig, you were the most gracious dude. Like, I knew that you didn't really remember me from MagFest at the time. You were
God, when did he schedule this? It was last week, right? After the success of the Null stream, and he wanted to start talking to people. No, it was after Keemstar. It was after the Keemstar thing. After the Keemstar interview is when he scheduled it. So you would have to go back to around then, and then ask yourself, at the time of the success, in quotations, I'm saying it from his perspective, his perceived success of the Keemstar interview, was DSP asking himself at that time, yes, do I admit to WWE Champions, and then to kind of soften the blow, have Stuttering Craig on the day after?
The most nice guy to me. You were there, and we had a table, a vendor booth, and there was a little misunderstanding about a vendor booth with someone else, and we hashed all that out. And basically, you were so cool. And so from my history of knowing you, Craig, you were just a really nice guy. You were a good guy in the gamer space, making this content. We hung out at MagFest. You were so personable. You're such a nice guy.
I remember when he went to a convention, the Iron Man one, walked past the Screw Attack booth, and nobody called out to him.
Right.
So what changed? What changed, Phil? When did I become so irrelevant?
Oh, irrelevant? Not irrelevant. That's not, absolutely not. But basically, I want to preface this of how this whole thing came about, why I would even want to be on your show and stuff like that. So I heard,
catching up with this shit.
What was it? It was either late 2022 or early 2023. I heard through the grapevine, hey, Phil, did you hear that Side Scrollers is coming back? And I was like, no, I didn't know that. Let me check it out. So
I didn't know anything about that.
And I saw that you had announced that you were going to bring back Side Scrollers. It was going to be a fun podcast about gaming and, all this stuff. And I got interested because I'm like, wow, that's cool. I used to listen to the show when it was audio only.
I love Side Scrollers, guys.
And it would be cool to see a revival. Now, I didn't know if you were going to have anyone back from the old show or anything, but I'm just curious. So I actually started listening to and watching your show when you revived it. And I just was thinking in the back of my head, now I know at this point, everyone hates me, right? I'm the guy you love to hate on the internet. I'm the guy everyone dumps on as a content creator. But I'm like, man, it would be fascinating if out of nowhere, out of the blue, if Stuttering Craig contacted me and asked me to be on his show. Because that would be wild, because I don't go on shows, right? I don't do interviews, I don't do anything. It would be such a cool thing for a guy from my past who, I have a good relationship with. I mean, it's been 10 years since I talked to the guy, but it would be pretty cool if that happened. And then lo and behold, you actually did. And I never thought in my wildest dreams you would have.
You smelled blood in the water.
So what I'd like to preface is that now we're getting to, talking about what happened last year. What actually happened that you reached out to me like that out of the blue after 10 years of no contact?
Yeah, I think that, when Side Scrollers was starting, the show's evolved, right? Because it's now a decade later. Right? You can't be doing the same thing that you were doing a decade before and expect success. Evolving fine. So, Side Scrollers, the old show used to be once a week, 30, but that was podcast 2006, 2015. Right? It was
Craig, your audio is breaking up a little bit, and I don't know if it's your settings or your mic.
DSP was sabotaging them yet again.
So, the long and short of it was, and
uh-oh. Yeah, Craig, we can't hear you now at all for some reason. I don't know what's going on.
It showing that I'm
Yeah, it's yeah. Still, you're breaking up. People are saying if you talk louder, you get closer to the mic. I don't know. It could be sensitivity settings in Discord as well.
Should I get closer to the microphone?
Actually,
Is it better?
that's actually good.
All right, then I will sit right here the entire
Seriously,
time.
that's like really good.
Okay, and we'll just hold my microphone up right here. Okay, so when side scrollers, when I was like, okay, we got to bring back side scrollers, and the idea behind it was, I left the video game space in its entirety for better part, for about
See,
a
this
year.
guy spit that there's no secret mod Discord. It's a behind the
Firearm.
scenes private Discord.
And
That's none of
when
your
I,
business.
When I left that startup, I looked back at
His
the video
hope
game,
would be like,
and I didn't
not
really have a whole
everyone
lot
in
of
the Discord is a
intentions of ever
mod,
going back.
therefore it's not a secret
But I
mod
look back to
Discord.
the video game industry places, like what happened, and that was the origin story for Sides. So the idea of bringing it back would be like there needs to be show needs to come back, and when we first did the show, the idea was we were going to try to mimic it after the old show, and the internet's not the same as it was 10 years. So naturally, the show had to shift, and the show has shifted, and it's become more of a live. It's not necessarily a podcast. People do listen to the audio version of the show, but it's more about being there in the live experience, right? So
God, it feels like my
there's
video
always
is buffering, or there's
four of us
something wrong
the-
with it, but no, it's just his audio.
Chat always has a voice as well. So I just like back at Screw Attack, I knew that just how you got to know Screw Attack through the Video Game Nerd, or people got to know any of the number of partners that we've had throughout the years through Screw Attack. It's always good to grow through association and the whole rising tides aspect. And that was always something from the start, which was I want there to be a base crew, and we'll have guests every day, and there'll be a rotating cast of characters. And that's where it came down. I did a few interviews beforehand, and the idea was, well, I'll just reach out to everybody that I used to know and see if they're interested. So you were brought up, and I had not heard or talked to you in a decade, as you said. I certainly didn't know any of the lore, and kind of really anything. I didn't know if you'd seen success on YouTube. I didn't know.
Was this
if you'd seen,
is this the
I
fault
certainly
of
didn't know
Craig's
about the
audio
tracker
settings or
stuff.
Phil's Discord
So
settings?
that was, when we announced it, when I reached out to you, and you're like, sure, I was like, okay, cool. And the intention was for you to come on and just be a regular guest on the show.
Right.
Right.
And keep in mind, I think we're like 2 weeks into the show. I think we launched February 5th. And I think I announced you like the 1st of March, maybe like February 12th or whatever. And when I announced you, and I announced several people on that show, it was like, I remember almost immediately getting emails where like, dude, you sure about that? Like, are you sure? Do you know what's going on? I was like, no, I didn't know your entire background. So then the flood of communication comes, and some people are like, you should not have Phil on your show. You should not. And I was like my thing is communication. I like having conversation. Once again, which is why I've reached out to you in the past about like, hey, well, let's just hash this out. And so naturally, people, they reach out, they're like, do you know this about Phil? Do you know this about Phil? No, and it became very obvious that there was a lot of lore to you and a lot of questions about it that people didn't either were assuming or didn't know the which is why I reached out. And I remember saying like, okay, listen,
that's the problem, Craig. You reached out to
on
people.
the show, but it's very obvious. Like, we just have this
Hello, Red
show,
Animator.
do a normal show,
Watching the thing
and
everybody
not
else
address
watched
the
already.
elephant in the
But
room,
now you
which
get
is,
my
the
useless
fact
perspective.
that you haven't been on the show in a decade, that you have all these questions about mobile games and blah 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 and all this stuff. Like, then number one, it's a missed opportunity for you, and I don't want to be the guy who just like ignores all these questions, right? Because it's interesting. So that's how it. I was like, well, then we need to do an interview, and that's how the interview came about, right? And
We got over here.
So we did the
You
interview.
just-
You gave us 5 hours, which very nice. I think you probably would have gone longer had everyone not kind of been tired. I mean, talking 5 hours and doing that for 5 hours was a lot.
Right.
And you told us we were very professional. You really enjoyed the interview.
Yes.
I remember you saying in particular you wanted to do it again. Like,
Right.
okay, cool.
Okay, hold on, because people are making some very positive suggestions. They're saying if there's anything in your settings that's like noise cancellation or stuff like that, because what's happening is you're talking, and as soon as you stop, it's dropping the next word you say, as if noise cancellation is like kicking in on your mic. That seems to be the issue. I don't think it's actually the distance. It's some kind of a noise cancellation filter, or you know what I mean, like a noise gate.
Yeah, this is weird. Good.
Dio says there is a settings gear
Dio.
icon in the lower left of
Not that
Discord. You click on that, there will be a voice and video tab or menu, and then there's an input sensitivity all on the left, and that would fix it.
So if I unclick that, will that be better?
Let's see.
Is that better now?
That sounds
Well,
great,
rechat, by the
actually.
way.
I think we did it. Thank goodness.
Yeah, that was apparently.
Yeah, this video doesn't have that
done.
F you, Discord.
11-minute little pre-stream he did before he had Craig on.
Okay, so that leads us to we do the
I hear you
interview
said that.
and
Well, actually, let me jump in, because I do want to talk a little bit about, you know, my perspective going into this interview and the conversations we had. All right, because we want to be transparent about this, and I want to hear your perspective, and I wanted to give my perspective, because let's be honest, the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. That's what happens in all these situations. Okay, so from my perspective, you contact me out of the blue, and you say, I want you to be guest on the show. And I'm thinking in my head, I've been watching the show, and the show has been pretty entertaining. These guests get to kind of showcase their expertise from where they come from. They talk about the topics you're talking about, so it makes them look personable, it makes them look good. And then they get to kind of talk about their brand or whatever they're working on. And for me, I actually was just launching a new channel.
Dude, what do I have to
called
do
DSP
for 3
Reacts.
stars?
And the idea was that I was going to try to use this appearance as a way to kind of launch this channel. I had all these ideas for things for the channel and everything. And this is a way to get it out
none of
to a
them
new
happened.
audience. Maybe you're not interested in seeing me play games, but maybe you want to see some kind of React style content, right? So originally I was just supposed to be the guest, and then you said, well, there's an elephant in the room. All these people want me to interview. And I was like, well, I knew this was coming because you might not realize this, but the year before, a lot of other prominent YouTubers had been talking about me in a very negative light. Okay, one of them was actually Moist Critical. And he had called me out for my grifting, that I was e-begging too much, and how could I do this to my viewers and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, because you had the scorn situation. You yelled at your fans. It was very funny, but also very horrible.
How I was talking on a particular stream, like, I agree with this guy. Like, I'm being a miserable wretch. I'm being an ungrateful jerk.
I am being negative.
I said, but the thing is, if that's the case, right, why don't you ever interview me? Like, if everyone has a problem with me and the way I conduct myself or whatever, I would just like to be interviewed and treated like a person rather than yelled at across the internet.
What about the part where you had a dream about it? Did he not have a dream about it?
Right? I'm just a little
fucking make that part up.
And I got these giant YouTubers talking about me in a negative way. And I had announced the year before I want to do an interview. Well, of course, who contacts me, who wants to do an interview? All my detractors, all these assholes. And I'm like, you know what? After thinking about it, I don't want to do an interview because they're just going to waste my time. It's just going to be really unfair treatment. So then
he proceeded to do an interview
now all of a sudden
anyway.
you're saying, oh, this is going to be an interview. I'm thinking, dude, I know Craig. Craig is a straight guy, you know? He's a straight
As
shooter.
opposed to a gay
He's
guy.
not going to do anything
Not that
to
there's
screw
anything
me
wrong with
during
that.
this interview. He's going to hit me with hard questions, and I want him to hit me with hard questions. I think I even had told you that previously when we were talking. So you can ask me whatever the heck you want. You might not like the answers.
You said you wanted it to be the definitive DSP interview, right?
God, Phil,
Phil's
Phil's style of interviewing is kind of like giving you to pre-stream and then kind of directing your answers too. So right there, you get a bit of that right there where he's like, oh, you remember that, don't you? Don't you, Craig? Don't you remember that? I was like, oh, I want you to ask me the hard-hitting questions. You kind of, that's gonna repeat throughout the rest of this.
Just to be clear, did I do anything during that interview that was dishonorable, or did I hit you at anything that because like I said, you finished that interview and you thought it was very fair. So
yeah.
did
I would say there were a few times that things were suspect, but at the same time, it was never outright like, oh, disrespectful gotcha moment or something like that. The one thing everyone's going to say is when Keemstar showed up, right? Now, I don't know how that came about. You know what? Let's clear the air about that right now.
Sure.
How on earth did Keemstar end up in my interview? Because obviously that was a shock. And if you remember how it happened, it was really questionable circumstances. Someone DDoS'd me off the internet.
DDoS.
So I couldn't even continue the interview. And as I got DDoS attacked, Keemstar showed up on the show, and everyone's like, what the heck is this? Like, I'm sure this is a coincidence, right? So what actually happened?
Yeah, well, and once again, it's been 18 months, so I'm actually
I
going to
don't
go through
think
and I'm
this
going to look
is
through
this isn't like quite a
DMs
like
right
we didn't
now
need
to make
to
sure
spend
I'm
time on
saying
this. This is
correctly.
no
But
mystery
from
to
what I
this.
recall, he had, like most people at the time,
Who got disconnected either from his own accord or the Comcast person. Again, in the end, it really doesn't matter what was the reason. And then they just had Keemstar on for filler because they didn't know if Bill was going to come back or not.
As best I possibly can to see. Let's see, we did that on what?
FYI, because I don't know if you know this, Craig. I had Keem on the show last week and we hashed everything out. We're good.
Cool. Excellent.
So, there's no issue. There's no bad
we're
blood
friends
between
now.
me and him. So it's not like, oh, you're going to divulge something that he's going to be pissed about. Nah, we even talked about the appearance and everything, why he was on the show. So it's all good. I want to hear from your perspective how it came about.
So you're really like your complete 180 on Keemstar?
The idea of having him on, and I was like, well, if you're watching, then DM me. So he DM'd me.
Just because they hashed it out. It's all good now.
And the idea was like, look, you said beforehand you didn't want to talk with him, right? And I was like, fine, that's fine. Now, you said your internet went out, right? So that was like, okay,
right,
well,
Uber Joe. That's what I'm referencing. They brought him in because they didn't know if he was going to come back.
We got Phil here. Let's take this opportunity to bring Keem in, right? Because he had DM'd me and he was like, let's talk. And if you recall, during that interview, like I was attempting to honor your word there. You said you didn't want to talk to Keem. So I went out of my way to be like, listen, we'll only have Keem on if you're okay with it. And the intention, and I think I said this at the time, was to build a bridge, right? Was to build a bridge. And to think about this, you probably wouldn't have had Keem on last week had we not done that on Side Strollers, had it not opened up the communication between the two, right?
I disagree. I would have had Keem on regardless. I don't think that him being on the interview had anything to do with him being on this show last week.
Really?
That's like totally fair. But
no, Craig should have pushed on that because that was kind of the climax of the little arc between them up to that point. Did he really really? He thinks that had no effect whatsoever. The little quibble they had on Side Strollers. I disagree with that. I think that was a necessary evil for the boring interview between Phil and Keem to happen. I think that's probably him not wanting to give Craig the responsibility there of the W. Not responsibility, but the credit. He doesn't want to credit. He doesn't want to credit Craig with being responsible for that bridge being rekindled, because now it is rekindled, and now it's rekindled. Now they're all friends again. They're buddy. Everything's all hashed out. He doesn't want to give Craig credit there, even though, as I said, him having Keem on that show was like the climax of him arguing, Phil and Keem arguing up to that point.
Like I said, I'm just going off assumptions. I don't know.
That's fine. I want to hear your perspective. So this is good. This is good.
So
why do you?
The idea was to build a bridge, right?
Why does Phil disagree? He doesn't explain himself. Oh, maybe I'm pausing too much, and Phil's surely about to explain why he personally believes that he would have had Keem on regardless of the Side Scroller shit. Maybe I'm just pausing too much. He's going to explain himself right now, I bet.
And whether it worked or not, that's fine. So we had you on, and when your internet came back, it was like, okay, I believe, and like I said, been 18 months. I believe we pulled Keem back, brought you back on, and said, hey, we have Keem here. Are you okay with this? Before Keem came back on.
That's how I remember
it.
And
the way I like to think of it is probably like, it's halftime of a basketball game, right? So you go down to the sideline reporter to talk to the coach, right? Or something along those lines.
It's intermission with little dancing popcorn bags.
Color commentator at the time to provide, hey, how do you think this is going, type of thing, that's the best analogy that I can give, like off the cuff. But
I agree with that.
It wasn't meant to be malicious by any means, and nothing that we've ever done has meant to be malicious towards you. And I've stated that continuously in my communication with you. It's never been meant to be to tear you down or make, as your words, make money off your misery. That's never been an intention at all. So, yeah.
Okay. So I understand what you're saying. I get it. But you have to understand that from an outsider's perspective, okay? Even what you just said, a lot of people didn't know. A lot of people didn't know that I told you beforehand that I didn't want to talk to Keem on this interview. So you've been told ahead of time, I don't want an interaction with this man. Literally, one of my trolls who works at Comcast DDoS's me. I'm serious. This is proven it happened. There's actually evidence now, and the person's been fired. So the troll who works at my ISP DDoS's me to kick me off my own interview. And you bring specifically the guy I told you I don't want any involvement in this interview onto the interview stream. So I think you can understand how that looks, right?
So while you're gone,
again, they asked you if you were okay with it. You could have said no.
With right now, he said, let me pop on so when he comes back, he can respond. right? Because I believe, and once again, 18
Yeah, they
months.
didn't. They had Keem on
I
solo
believe we were
first, and then
talking
asked him
about
if it was
Keemstar
okay
beforehand, right?
to
So
have
he
him on
was-
while
he was
Phil was
broached,
on.
The conversation about him was brought up, right? So I'm of the mindset that if I would rather talk with somebody than about somebody, right? And I've said that many, many times on our show, and I say that right now, which is why, once again, I'd much rather talk
we're
with
chill.
you
It wasn't
than
like a
about
fucking
you.
gotcha. Here's Keemstar.
So I think
no.
that was the situation. He said, let me pop in, so when he comes back, he can respond, right? And the idea that you said something about Keem. Keem then responded. You come back, and you can then respond to what Keem said while still keeping you separate, right? But the opportunity was there. It was like, hey, well, look, once again, Keem, you can talk about DSP. DSP, you can talk about Keem. Why don't you just talk to each other right now and hash all this shit out, and everyone's better for it, right? So, you know, if you
They
saw
were
it
not,
as,
in fact,
like I
all
said,
the better
my
for
goal
it.
ultimately wasn't to, you know, create any distrust or anything. It was more meant to be a positive experience, and hopefully it was.
Okay, so from my perspective, all right, you're
Yes, the
absolutely
dark side
right.
Phil
So I'm getting
perspective.
DDoS attacked. I come back, and you ask me, hey, Keem's on the show already. Is it okay? Can we have him on? You absolutely did that. I can confirm 100%. I mean, it's already recorded, but yes, you did that. That's
Yes,
very
that's
respectful of you
true.
that you did that, and I said yes. In my mind, I'm already desperately trying to get back on the show because if it looks like I cut out of the show, everyone
yeah,
on
it
the
looks
internet is
bad
going to
for
say I'm
ya.
a coward. I ran from the tough questions, so I'm doing everything I can to get back as soon as I can. The moment I get back, he's there, and it's like I've already been grilled, and this is
I'm
probably
being
a
grilled.
very stressful thing going on. I'm sure you could figure out for me, and then to now be presented with the man who I told you specifically I didn't want to talk to on the show. Yeah, it smacked me in the face, and then on top of that, you say, "Well, is it okay?" Now, what if I say no? Again,
Then they wouldn't have
now
had
that
him
makes
on.
me look bad. I
They
look
would
like
not
I'm
have-
the guy who doesn't
Okay,
want to
but
play
they-
ball.
but they would
who
still
isn't willing
acquiesce
to
and not
talk,
have him
Who's
on.
just an obstinate jerk who just wants to,
People
have
would
it his
call you
way.
a bitch,
So
but they were
of
gonna call you a
course I'm
bitch
going
coward
to say
anyway.
yes.
Because again, you got disconnected.
Now, in reality, did anything
And I
come
think
out of
in
that
the end they'd
conversation with
understand
Keem?
because like there was an
No.
agreement
What happened
beforehand
was,
that
we went
people
back
wouldn't be
and forth
brought
for
on.
like 5 minutes. Nothing came of it, and then he plugged his Happy Punch boxing, okay, which is really the reason why he was on the show. Right? That's why he wanted to be on your show, to plug his upcoming content. All right? He did want to talk to me for sure.
was a good bout,
That's
though.
true. But he definitely was on the show to plug his content, and that's
What's wrong with
literally
that?
what you allowed him to do, is do an advertisement. Okay.
So, okay, real quick.
Advertising's
Once
bad
again,
now?
it's been 18 months.
He's
been a
not
year and
allowed
a
to
half.
shill his shit?
My
They let
things are a
DSP
little
shill his
fuzzy,
channel at the
right?
end of that interview.
I'm looking through my email, and I actually don't see any reference to Keemstar at all in that.
Whoa,
So
debunked.
maybe it was mentioned beforehand. I don't know. Maybe I knew there was some sort of beef between you guys or something.
Yeah, we did. We had beef on the internet, and I believe at one point, I don't know if specifically it was like Keemstar, but I know you had said, is there anyone? I said I just want it to be us, right? I don't want to have guests coming on and stuff.
Right,
I want it to be
right.
our conversation, right? That's what it was supposed
Okay,
to be.
okay, so I was right. So
having
there
this
was
guy
like
is shocking
there was
that-
like an agreement, there was like an expectation from both parties beforehand that nobody else would be invited on the show. So people would call him a coward if he did say no to Keemstar coming on. But in the end, I think they would acquiesce and understand if it was made clear that it was just supposed to be between them. But Phil said yes. So they had him on because he said yes.
he's in there. Why is he on this interview, right?
Okay. I get it.
That was this
right?
stream
I get
knock.
it. So,
Okay.
but with that said, we did finish up, and you were totally pleased with things, regardless if Keem appeared or not. You were pleased as punch. Said you want to do a second time. I said I'd like to do a second time, and to be clear, everything was great, and until the next day, right?
That's right. Now, to preface this, we had actually, in our discussions about this interview, the discussion was we were going to do this giant, hard-hitting, harsh interview. And then once we got through it, I can't remember the exact wording you used, but basically it was kind of like, let's get through the tough thing, and then let's do the fun thing.
Okay,
right?
it was the
First, let's
treasure
do
that
the
was
interview,
felting me.
Then let's
Big ups.
have you on as the
Big ups,
guest as you
minion.
were intended to be originally.
Welcome to the team hashtag enjoy the ride cope stream. I'm listening to the Craig stream in full because I only listened to portions of it before.
That was the whole intention of this thing. So So you're absolutely right. After the interview, I jumped on my own personal stream. And
We're
I expressed
enjoying
to my audience,
the
"Listen,
chocolate milk, if
I
you will."
knew it was going to be a rough interview. I knew he was going to ask questions. That I wasn't going to be able to provide evidence of my side of it or whatever. And that's fine. I just wanted to have a place where people can see all of my answers, so they'll stop
There
bugging
we
me
go,
on
big
my
ups.
streams about this stuff, because it really had nothing to do with my content. You know, you're talking about mobile games and expenses and shit. It has nothing to do with the broadcasting I'm doing every day of
For the
gameplay
third
and
time
stuff like
today.
that.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted
I'm
it to be
sorry.
somewhere else.
I know
So
better
actually
people
was
have gone
happy
over this
that we covered all
already.
All right. So by the end of that
I
day,
can't stay away from it. I have to comment on
100%.
it. I can't.
I was
fucking
okay with how
duck
everything
this
had gone
part of
down.
the arc
Even
anymore.
the shocking surprise guest and all that of Kino, you know, whatever. So now, I would like to hear your methodology about what happened the next day on your stream, because what you had publicly said, you could correct me if I'm wrong. You had publicly said on Friday, the day after,
Correct me
you
if
were
I'm
gonna
wrong,
do a
man.
decompression day where you guys were just going to sit around playing Mario Kart, shooting the shit, and having a fun day. That was the original intention.
Right, and then it didn't work out like that because they had super chats to read. And their
Yeah,
viewers
so you're
weren't
right.
too.
I said we're going to do a decompression
weren't
stream,
too
and the intention
depressed
was,
by that
you know,
not happening.
And remember, once again, we're a month into the show, and at the time, we actually did test out like Friday gameplay streams, right? We were trying to test those things out. Now, some more context for you. The last time the audience saw Adam is the last time I saw Adam. So Adam left, he went to go have some dinner. So, and the first time that people saw Adam the next day was when I saw Adam the next day, right? Maybe 60 seconds before we started the show.
Let's clarify. Adam is one of your co-hosts, so people might not know. He's one of your co-hosts on the side.
Oh my God. Yeah, he was. He's doing his own thing now, which is great. And he just had a kid, and like I'm super stoked for him.
Oh, congratulations.
And he's welcome to come on the show anytime. Which, by the way, I do think that you and Adam should hash it out as well, right? Okay, so with that said, so the next day we come in and we do a decompression, and really just for the first time,
If Adam was requesting to come on, he was available to come on.
Talk about what's
Talk to
happening.
Phil on
Usually
this
this would
stream.
happen like you did.
No, it didn't happen.
You know, you left and you went on and did your own decompression stream, right? And
Never gonna happen.
that
Yeah,
was
never gonna
our
happen
first
now.
opportunity to do our decompression stream. Now, Adam thought you were full of shit, right? And he said so in so many words, right? And when, you know, I think that's the thing about the interview, which was really unique, was, you know, I had done a lot of research on you and everything leading up to.
You had
based
some
off
help,
of,
though.
You know what, right or not, what people were saying about you and questions about you.
Well, this is a good point to break off before we get to your Friday stream. So what exact research did you do? Like, who did you talk to? What information were you
who did you
gathering
talk
upon
to?
when you went into this interview? Because I think people want to hear your perspective of what your notions were me going into this thing and how it turned
Which
out.
detractors did you speak with? Was it duty streams?
Well, I mean, I did talk to pretty much anybody and everybody that I could talk to about you. I mean,
He's
let
not
me
naming
see if I can
names.
find my,
You're being
find my
pasta,
Google
Derek.
Docs
You're not
about it.
naming
I can tell you
names.
exactly what my research was. But yeah, I went in and made that. But I do want to finish my point here. And
Okay, go ahead. Yep.
The idea that I had a somewhat of a background. I'd done a couple weeks of research on you, like way more research than you possibly should do for an interview, right? But my thought was, and I said this before,
It was
I'll
all
say this
worth it in the
again,
end, buddy.
I wanted to treat you with respect. I wanted to treat me with respect, and I wanted to treat the audience with respect, right? And I had a pretty good idea of what the audience was going to look like, right, for this. Here we go. I got this doc right here. Potential DSP questions, right? And this is the, you know, it's all various things that we touched on.
Phil
right?
would later claim that
Now, where
Craig
did
was
this
not
come
showing
from? Was
him
this
any
like you
respect
asked people what
whatsoever on
questions
this
you
very
would want
stream
me
that
to
we're
ask
listening to right
DSP,
now.
And you made a compilation. Is that what this document is?
No, I think a lot of this was just through various DMs and communication, things that people had asked and wanted to know about you. Obviously, the WWE Champions thing.
It's
the,
WWE Champions time.
various
He wasn't ready
clips
to admit that he was lying about it yet.
Broader questions, you know, how do you think? Let's see, I'll just go down the list. I've been told not to interview you. Why do you think that is?
I had to call off work today because my kiddo was sick and stayed home from school. Then I think I fractured my foot. Now I might have to call off again for tomorrow. Well, oh man, that's tough to hear. Well, I hope your kid gets better, and I hope your foot gets better too. But hey, look at it this way. Now you can decompress with the rest of us. At least you have some entertainment while you're recovering.
When you stream, who is streaming, Phil or DSP? What have you done to change perception from a production standpoint, right? So, like I said, there's a list of these things.
Right.
And then there's like some of my notes in here, right? Where we talk about, what there's. I remember one point in particular we were talking about. You've been doing this forever, but you don't have a business plan or a financial plan. People were really hung up about your taxes, so wanted to touch about
my
that.
taxes are my business.
How you spend your money, obviously.
Who
with
cares
WWE
about my
Champions,
taxes?
which we can talk
Who cares
about
what I
that in a
spend my
little
money
bit.
on?
So Craig, you have to understand. Literally every question you just asked. I mean, just think about it. Every question you just asked is basically like personal stuff. And it's stuff that my detractor...
Not really. What was the first question on there? When you turn on the stream, are you DSP or are you Phil? That's not a personal question. That doesn't attack your family. That doesn't attack your wife. What the fuck? It's literally the first question. I think that was also the first question he pretty much asked in the interview too, wasn't it? The interview was amazing. Craig really had him cornered. Goon seems to think it was bad content, but hopefully we can prove him wrong.
Actors would want to know, okay? So now I'm just telling you from outside, from your perspective, from an outsider's perspective, or even my perspective, it sounds to me like what
the only outsider perspective I care about is the one that makes this I don't plays.
Did for 2 weeks. You just said, hey, everyone who doesn't like Phil, contact me and talk to me. I mean, you even had a clip from It's a Gundam.
It's a
One
Gundam.
of the most infamous people who rags on me all.
It's a very disingenuous whenever he brings up Gundam, right? Because Gundam isn't a detractor in the sense that he only does content about Phil, right? Like, he kind of takes, like, shots at, like, SJWs and video games and all this other pop culture media shit. And it's like, for dedicated DSP content, he doesn't really do that. Allegedly, he's gonna do something with Phil in a minute, but, to kind of put him on the same tier as, like, a creator that only does Phil content, I would say that's a bit disingenuous. Wow, look at the lawnmower. And they had more. It wasn't just It's a Gundam either. They requested detractors is to just send in any kind of message, like, hey, do you got anything you want to say to Phil? And I think more people had audio clips, but they just didn't get to them. They only got to Gundams, and his was a bit lengthy, so that was the only one they got to listen to. But there were more there that they didn't get to, but I guess he's just gonna... Like Gundam's just a scapegoat for that segment, I guess. I asked Tevin if he would get on the Level 1 podcast. He said, if DSP paid him $50K, that's a good response.
The time as an audio question at the end of the interview. And
Gundam, yeah.
What I would like to ask you right now, and I hope that you'll be honest with me.
Sure, I will.
In your efforts to gather information about me for this interview, did you talk to anyone who actually likes me?
I'll say this. He sure asked. Does anyone remember when Craig was doing his investigation, his research, his homework? He requested for not just the detractors, the haters, and the trolls. He said anyone. Like, if you're a fan of Phil, go ahead and, drop a line. And no one did. But don't worry, Phil has a good excuse for this part. This part I listened to. So don't worry, guys. Phil has an excuse for this segment.
Well, I think I was open to talking to anybody who would, but nobody reached out that said they really liked you. And I don't mean that negatively. I mean, I said I was...
Oh, no, there's a good reason for it, and I'll explain it in a second. But,
he's going to explain. He has a good explanation for why
when
nobody
you
reached
say
out.
You're going to do an interview with somebody
to
and you say, hey, I'm open
witness
to talking to all people. If there are people who go out of their way to like you, they didn't reach out to me, right?
Okay.
So, your theory of, like, I only collected things from detractors at the time, you know what, it may be right, but once again, it wasn't malicious. These are all things that people were curious about. And you have to admit, Phil, when you're essentially radio silent for a decade and people don't go in and they don't have an opportunity to interview you, it's important to flush those pipes out and just get it all out there, right? It goes back to the elephant in the room, right? When you have...
That's another good point too. That I don't think Craig is gonna get to it, but I'm gonna go ahead and bring it up now because I thought of it while he was making his other point here, which is like, because he isolates himself, it's really difficult to have anyone be a character witness for him in the modern era, right? Like in a positive way, because he doesn't interact with anybody. So how are you gonna stick up for him when you don't even really know him, in that sense? Like, you have fans that could have like reached out and talked to Craig, but the fans wouldn't know him in the sense of like a good friend would.
This giant elephant that everyone's staring at, if you don't have an opportunity to talk about those things, whether they're personal or not, right? Then they should be addressed, because that is what the DSP lore is all about.
Right.
So, you know, if you did have a, you know, to use the opposite side of this, the detractor versus the champions for DSP, not a single champion reached out and was like, hey, did you know this? Did you know that Phil donates to charity? Do you know whatever, right?
Well, they didn't reach out because he doesn't donate to charity.
Then we would have. Now, with that said, you know, leading up to this, you also knew what this was going to look like because you prefaced me. I mean, I have our emails pulled up, and you gave me, like sent me ammo saying, hey, this is what I think they're going to ask, and I feel like I've addressed a lot of these things. You sent me videos of you addressing these things, but as you said, you wanted this to be the definitive DSP interview, right?
Right.
So
true, he did say.
To be the definitive
I remember him saying stuff along the lines of, "This is the interview to watch. You watch this interview. If you it's for the definitive, you want all the answers on this. Watch the side scrollers." He said that on the show itself. If you want all the answers, watch the side scrollers episode from March, whatever.
DSP interview. Then naturally I should be listening to everybody who has criticisms of you. And if there is this lore that's attached to it, then I wouldn't be doing my job as the interviewer to do research, good and bad, about the interviewee. Otherwise, it's a fluff piece.
Okay.
It's a good point.
And I accept that answer. But
You
now I'm
accept
going to
the
give you my
answer? It's
response.
not your answer to accept,
You probably
bitch.
don't know this.
Why does he have to
alright?
be like this?
The reason that my fans don't reach out and get involved in this kind of stuff
Why?
is because my detractors,
Because they're dead.
those people who we were talking to get questions to ask me, insist.
He ignored all of that. None of that. Like, in one fucking ear and out the other. He took in none of that. He just goes straight into his next point. It's literally a pre-stream where he talks at Craig. They don't talk to each other. They talk at each other. He just waits for Craig to stop talking so he can proceed on to his next point. I think Craig had a real good point there. And then I feel like Phil is just going to ignore that and then talk about, oh, my real fans can't speak out because they're just going to get made fun of. Yeah, sure, whatever.
Systematically hunt down, harass, dox, and do horrible things to anyone who publicly supports me. Okay? And I'm not just talking like, oh, someone was in the chat and said I like Phil. I mean, they'll try to hunt these people down, find their social media, find where they live, find where they work, call them, harass them, call them pedophiles, do horrible things to them. There's been supporters.
Call them PDF files or do research and look into stuff, because he doesn't want to say Derek, but I will. They call Derek a PDF file because they have evidence to support that claim.
Documented who give me a $100 tip.
Do normal people have playlists of little girls? Innocuous little girls doing innocuous things? Normal people don't have playlists of little girls, Phil.
Do you not remember? Maybe
I know
you
you're
don't
afraid to
remember.
call him a PDF
It was like
file.
a week or two before
I know you're afraid to
the
say his
interview.
name,
They
but I'll
tried
say it
to
for
dox
you.
You remember
Talk
that,
about Derek
right?
then,
And I told
buddy.
you about it. I said, just so you know, they gave your an address on the internet, and I don't think it's real. And you know, they did it to you. So if they're doing it to you, obviously they're not going to. My fans who like me are not going to speak up in a public venue.
True, his friends, his new Kino buddies. I'm glad you brought that up, Cisno. His fucking Kino pals, his Canadian friends called Derek a PDF file. But we're gonna get upset that like the detractors called Derek a PDF file, and it is about Derek because that's the recent thing. Unless DSP has like other fans that are also PDF files, in which case maybe you need to take a look at your fan base, buddy. But they're talking about Derek, obviously. I know he's afraid to say Derek's name, but they're talking about Derek. But Casino also called him a PDF file. In fact, it was the Casino calling him a PDF file that finally got Dave to fucking allegedly ban the guy. Now, I know people again want to say he might be on a sock account. I will believe that when I see it, but either way, I think we should just ban all Derek's. Anyone that types like Derek or is named Derek, just get the ultimate Derek fatwa, just so that no one can say that he's protecting Derek behind the scenes or something. Acid Face. No, I don't think Acid Face was the one being referenced there. He wants to spin every question into a weird victim segment. True. 100% ding it. DSP is not engaging with what is being said, but trying to redirect it to a talking point he had prepared for before. And yeah. So instead, rather than just engage with what Craig had just told him, he's going to talk about how well, in reality, it doesn't even matter because, like, as you can see, Craig, I don't know if you realize, I don't know if you rub two brain cells together, Craig, but in reality, all my fucking real fans get attacked by the trolls anyway, so that's why nobody fucking answered your call. Which is wrong because we have people like K Styles exist and he has no problem engaging with detractors or talking to people like Craig and trying to back you up. But allegedly, according to him, all of his fans know not to interact with these people, even though we have at least one person, K Styles, is out there. He's the last remaining DSP soldier. I'm reporting in the hate army, sir! He's got his fucking, he's got his bayonet out. He's gonna fight the war. Shit, no, this bat. I missed that bat. Likes Kino Casino because they suck the wrinkles out of his nuts. So it's not bullying when Kino Casino does it, but when Craig and It's Against Them does it, it is bullying. Yeah. I won't sweep for that. It is absolutely, like, Kino Casino is absolutely a drama show, and they do absolutely bully people. That's the appeal of it. But because they like Phil, it doesn't count. Alright.
Like that and be like, oh yeah, now I want to talk about Phil. No, they'll watch me, they'll silently support me, as they have done for a very
Phil
long
won't
time.
have anything to say
but they're
about
not
that.
going to put themselves into the line of fire of these already deranged people, okay? And you maybe didn't know that. So I got to give you the benefit of the doubt here that I got to trust you.
Oh my God.
You were doing what you thought was fair. But a lot of people
Yeah,
were going
talking
into
to
that
people.
interview
We didn't want to
thinking,
just fucking
okay,
go
he's
in
gonna
without,
ask tough
only the
questions. But at the
ass
same
kissing
time,
perspective.
Maybe we'll talk a little bit about the positivity about Phil's 16-year history on YouTube. The good old days, or even what's good about what he does today,
history?
how he's improved, stuff like that. Like, there was none of that. It was literally just like negative.
Because ain't nobody want to hear about that anymore.
Negative.
You want to hear about his fucking stupid ass 16-year legacy? Go watch any pre-stream.
I told you I was okay with that.
The appeal was getting to hear questions get asked that don't otherwise get answered.
Situation like Craig just sat around for 2 weeks claiming he did all this research, and all he literally did was talk to the people who hate Phil the most, compiled it into a ball of negativity, and threw it at him. And that's the perception of that interview at this point from those who aren't my detractors, basically.
Only your detractors care about it, though. Which isn't a bad thing. It's not a bad thing for me to say that. Like, only the people who care about DSP in the DSP sphere are concerned with this interview. Correct? Like, it didn't make waves into the greater normie sphere. But Phil wants to act like this ruined his life. This was so negative and toxic. Like, everyone on the internet hates him now, and it's only thanks to the Kino arc that he was able to turn his image around. Revolutionary image change. But it's like, it wasn't even that particularly deep, Phil. It really wasn't. Just an interview that made you look bad, that people on the internet laughed about for a day. Like, maybe extended out to the greater commentary community for a couple of days, but then they just kind of moved on to the next story. I would say, it's pretty fair to say, in the long term, this interview and its ramifications affect literally just this immediate sector.
I was planning on possibly doing a documentary with this year, said to me directly, you realize that side-scroller's interview was just for your detractors, right?
See?
Like, no one else
He even says it
cares.
here, because
no one else watched
even
it
Mike
and said,
Luke told
it
him.
was literally a detractor interview. And it's all it'll ever be. That's why you should do positive content like a documentary, because you need to have parts of your truthful nature, your personable, personality come out. No one saw that in the interview because it was literally detractor question, detractor question, detractor question.
That's the questions people
With
wanted
all
to
due
hear,
respect to
though.
Mike, do you not think he was just puffing up your chest to try to get you to do a documentary with him?
Yes! Yes! Just like Kino Casino. You could even say Kino was learning from Mike. Because I feel like I even said this back then, where I'm pretty sure I said something back then when the doc was still on. I said something to the effect of, Mike is glazing him. I think I said, Mike got on his hands and knees, and as long as you do that, you can get Phil to do whatever you want him to do. And that proved true, because months later, we got the Kino stuff going on.
Of course he was. I mean, let's be honest. Of course he wanted to do a documentary with me.
All right, you're not that stupid.
I mean,
congrats.
From all this nonsense, there's always a little moment of truth, right? And it rings true. That interview, if you watch it back, you don't get to learn anything about me besides all the things people don't like about me.
We learn how much of a snake you are.
That sucks, because that's there forever. That's a video
It's a good
that
pause on Phil right
launched
there, thank you.
you guys into prominence for a while, right? I think you can agree. Can we agree there? Can we just say that interview did give you a launching board to popularity, right?
True, Goon. It was a 5-hour interview, and like they gave Phil all the time in the world. And even by the end, if you go ahead and watch the end of it, Phil said he was still raring to go. Like he said he had energy, was able to go another couple of hours, and, you know, Phil could have brought up the positive shit there. It's not impossible for him to do that because he does that every single pre-stream. So why didn't he bring up the positive shit then? Why was it on Craig and Adam to talk about positive shit and not him? He's the motherfucker with the 16-year legacy. Tell us about the positivity of your 16-year legacy. Are they supposed to do that? They're the interviewers, and they already like talked about the negatives. So would it have been too much to ask for Phil to come in with the positive side? No, maybe so. Probably.
Hey, and I'm not saying that anything that came after is a result of me. I'm not. But was that
I
not
gave
the
you guys
piece of
clout,
content
right?
that launched your show into prominence and people wanted to hear from the side scrollers?
I think that it raised awareness that Side Scrollers was back, but to think that anybody who watched that, like, I would say, we had.
I think I get what Craig's gonna make. What Craig is gonna argue here, that like the people that watched that DSP interview, like it shot on the prominence, yes, but how many of those people were actually frequent watchers of side scrollers that still watched them now, like watch them every week? Probably not a lot, right? Because like every week they're not doing that style of content, correct? It got side scrollers and Craig's name out there so far as the DSP sector is concerned, but suggests that like the people that were watching that now watch, like the majority of those people now watch Craig every day. Oh, is the show a daily show? I don't even know. But yeah, to suggest that was like, oh yes, that's a major contributing factor. That was the big reason their show exploded. Press and exit out.
Still, 2,500 people tuned in live to watch that show, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We had 3,000 watching our show today, right?
That's right.
Of that
I know you stole that
3,000 who
argument
watched
from
our
me.
show today.
But yes.
How many of those of that 2,500
You catch
were
more
there?
flies with honey than vinegar.
Probably zero, because your show today is a different show. It's completely different content.
Well, it's not an interview. It's not about Phil. And I think I recognize that, right? Now, did it raise awareness? Sure. Is it why the show's been successful? No. You know.
Oh, no, I agree with you. Your show is taking off, and I want to say kudos and
Big
congrats
ups.
to you for having a very successful show now. I mean,
Finally
it's blown
listening
up,
to this fucking
and that's
interview in
great.
full.
But people didn't
Apologies
know
if you
about
already
side
listened to
scrollers until
someone
my
else
interview.
watch it.
Is that a fair statement to say?
It raised awareness. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
But just like our interview with the
It sounds like so many of these questions, again, it's not just like Phil jumping from bullet point to bullet point and not really engaging with much of what Craig has to say, but also it's like him fishing for sound bites, and you'll understand how right I am when we get towards the end.
CEO, or us talking about Concord or Dustborn or whatever. Like, once again, the show was changing. We were trying to figure out what the show was, and it took about a year before we figured out what the show was.
Yeah, you remember you were saying on the show, no politics, and now it's like, it's completely flipped. Like, that's mostly what you're talking about these days.
I disagree. I don't think what we talk about is politics at all. I think we talk about the culture of this stuff. Very rarely.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
okay,
that's
not hardcore
debunked.
politics. I agree with you.
Very rarely do we actually talk about
Debunked.
Democrats or Republicans or anything like that. No, we talk about the
That's
culture.
true. I think Craig's got a fair answer here.
Which I think from a video game
Yeah,
perspective
Phil gets it,
is way
but he was
more
trying to be
important
dishonest about it
than
just
whether
now.
a game gets a 7 or an 8 in a score. You know?
Yeah, I muted myself. He wanted another soundbite from Craig there. He wanted Craig to admit that his show went from just being about positive gaming shit to just being about politics, but Craig was too smart for that. I got to give him credit there.
And I think that's what's lended it, because at the end of the
you
day,
slept through it?
you see
Big
a
ups.
number of
Now you can listen to me
reason why
react to
Side
it.
Scrollers is working and our audience is growing is because we know that there are a bunch of, as we say in our chat, our community is called normal men. They're called normal men for a reason, because there's a bunch of normal men who are looking around going like, yo, what the hell's happening? And this isn't right.
No, Craig, that's a racist right-wing dog whistle, obviously. I thought this guy was going to save games from all the evil liberals. What happened to that?
This is not normal. And the thing about Side Scrollers, we do the exact same thing now.
Yeah, I beat the
that we
Mario
did a
demo last
decade
night.
ago. It's
Very
just
good.
in a different package.
It ended with an extremely difficult, like super endgame level, like a challenge level, and I had a difficult time with it. But I did eventually beat it. There was some tricky jumps in that level. I get the impression that every chapter in the final game will have a level like that. Hey, we got the 3-star.
Because a decade ago, we were laughing at all the stupid shit that was happening in the video game space. Now there's just way more stupid shit that happens in the video game space that we can talk about it every day. You know, it's the same premise. It's just in a different package. So, anyways, with that said, like I said, the show was evolving, the show was changing, and you know, we haven't done like an interview on the show in I'd say almost a year, you know, because the interviews were fine, and they were originally supposed to be a regular weekly part of the show. But once again, it takes a while to figure
Just
out.
like DSP reacts. DSP asked it, was it supposed to be like a regular weekly thing? And then the trolls ruined it. And then promptly revived it.
What the show is, and now we have a good idea of what the show is, who our audience is, and we're there. Now, once again, did those interviews help raise awareness? Absolutely, but I can't, you know, I'd say it's a chapter of the side scroller story, and it, just as side scrollers is a chapter of the DSP story.
Sure, I will agree with you on that. The show today has
DSP
nothing
uses
to do
the
with
term
me.
saga.
I'm not trying to take credit for it whatsoever in that regard. You've done good for yourself.
Even he
putting
thinks
it
his
in its
story
new
is like
own
an anime
space,
show.
and it stands out. Okay, so getting back to now, because we did get derailed there, talking about the beforehand. So the interview happens. All of a sudden, all eyes are on you guys because you did this interview with DSP. Friday is supposed to be a decompression stream with Mario Kart, but instead it turns into something else. So now let's get into this. So what actually went down on that
let's get
Friday
into
show?
the thing. Boy, dude, that point was brought up maybe 10 minutes ago, and now we're finally getting back into it. God, DSP, you're just the best interviewer. Though I probably shouldn't talk. When was the last time I interviewed anyone? Back at the old store, maybe?
Yeah, we went in, we talked about things, and
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
We just
Not
we
working
do what
for
we do
you.
every day. We just talked about what's in the news. The difference was that we were the news, and the interview was the news in the sphere, and people wanted to hear our thoughts about it for the first time, and that was the first time we'd got together. So, you know, you
There's a
listen
good
to your
answer
audience,
from Craig.
and
Like,
when the audience says
there was just no way that you just can't avoid talking about it, man. Like, I get it. Phil feels slighted that he wasn't there to defend himself when they had to do their follow-up stream. But you can't do like a big fucking stream like that relative to the sphere that we're all in, that we're all occupying in this blue trapped bubble. You can't do a big stream like that where you make a lot of super chats, everyone likes it, it was a fun time was had by all except for Phil. And you can't just hop on the next day and pretend like it didn't fucking happen, you just play fucking Mario Kart. Like, if that was the case, you probably should just not have streamed at all if you didn't want to talk about it. But no, of course they were going to talk about it. It's delusional to suggest otherwise.
Your thoughts about what happened yesterday, you do that. And for us, it was a Friday, so naturally we're gonna talk about it, and then we're gonna give the weekend to decompress, and then we're gonna resume the show on normal on Monday. It doesn't matter if Mario Kart was played or not. The intention was still the same, was to talk about what just happened the day before for the first time, just like you did the day before with the decompression stream.
No one gave a shit that they were playing Mario Kart.
You wanted to hear? No. But was it honest? Yes.
Their fans didn't
And
cry
honestly,
that they didn't play
that
Mario Kart.
When it comes to the reasons why we were upset was, and specifically Adam was upset, was because he smelt shit, and whenever he
oh yeah, Dave has a scat fetish, don't you know?
It was like talking in circles, and I think that there's like a lot of that stemmed from the WWE Champions thing. That's where a lot of the meat came from, right? So we asked you about that several times. You know, we got the runaround on it. We all knew it was the runaround, right? There were, you know, we talked about you sharing your account, and then, you know,
all these segments of DSP versus the internet. He certainly is fighting the internet right now.
Went out and everything associated with that. And so, you know, we were upset about it, right? Because we smelt the shit. And I think that there's like actually like a lot of irony when it comes to this, in that like just was yesterday, you know, I get sent clips to you all the time, and leading up to this especially, you know, where you talked about WWE Champions, and you said that, you know, you spent you know, forever lying about it, right? So with that said, like, do you think that you know, you admitted to lying about this, right? Do you think that we had a right to be upset because we felt you were lying? We knew you were lying. You admitted to lying.
No, you had to accept Dave's reasoning and just not question it at all.
We have a right to be upset.
You have to suck his cock and glaze it endlessly.
Okay, let me put it into these terms. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
A guest is going to be on a show and is going to be interviewed, and they know there's going to be hard-hitting questions, and that was all previously established. All right, we knew all this.
Well, look at all the money.
That's why I agreed to do the interview, because I felt like this was going to be it, the definitive interview or whatever. Okay. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect that the next day after the interview, you were going to do that. You didn't even tell the public you were going to do that. And now, let's
Well,
be
I mean, it
honest
was-
here. What actually happened on that?
It was the spur of the moment, heat of the moment. That wasn't planned. Like they planned to do Mario Kart, but then it just ended up not being Mario Kart, and it was okay. They had to fucking decompress. Like this motherfucker did his own decompression stream. But okay, he did his own multiple decompression streams. He did a decompression stream right after the interview with his own audience, and he didn't invite fucking Craig over there. He can do like multiple decompression streams anytime he has like a big fucking interview or an event. But the other guy that he's on stream with can't do their own decompression stream unless they have Phil on to defend himself against what and why.
Friday show is you talked to my detractors almost the entire show. You were reading all of their contributions as they rolled in. I think some of them were previously from the interview.
Were they supposed to skip? Were they supposed to skip all the contributions like Phil does all the time? They were just not supposed to fucking respond to their contributions? It's just, like, I get it. They're all from your haters because it's a fucking interview where you're the one in the hot seat. You told all your fans to not interact with these people. So there were no fans there to super chat Craig, right? No, that's me being dishonest there, but I'm using his logic. He told his fans to stay away from this kind of content. You know, back when Darish was quote-unquote still around, he told Darish not to interact with these people. He told Darish to block them. Sure, he's told Jade the same. Anyone else he kind of has under his thumb like that? No, don't interact with these people. These are fucking trolls. They're stalkers. They're gonna fuck with your life and mess with you. Wow, I wonder why they weren't in Craig's chat. I wonder why they weren't super chatting. I wonder why all the super chats were from people that don't like Phil. Huh, it's interesting. I wonder why Phil just would rather they not have read any of them. They just want to scam the super chats like fucking Phil does and not read them. I know Phil's not a big fan of reading all the contributions.
The day before, I want to be fair here. I think there were like leftovers. You hadn't.
Yeah, I need a decompression stream like that too, Minion.
And then there was a ton of contributions that came in that day from my detractors.
Contributions.
So you just sat there reading them. And
were they just
okay?
What?
You're upset with me. You don't believe.
Was he not supposed to? Like that's just like the biggest bitch made move. I would okay. Let me acquiesce. If they were like Amaranth level or something, if they were E-Girl level, maybe they have just way too many super chats from so many detractors. There's no way they can read all of them. Okay, maybe I can understand if they're just getting so many contributions in, they just can't read all of them. But did he really expect them to just not read them? They did him a favor too. If you think about it, they did him a favor by not, because some of those were from that Friday stream, and some of those were from the interview, but they just didn't get to them. So they could have potentially, if they really wanted to fuck with them, they could have read all of those while he was on stream right there. But they didn't. They actually waited. I think it was the nice thing was to just read them when he wasn't around, so he wouldn't get upset by them. They were actually thinking about his feelings there, if you think about it.
Believe me, you smell shit, all right? But there's a difference between saying, well, we just did this big interview, we don't believe him, versus actually, like, actively participating in memes that they have about me.
Hateful
Your
memes.
entire cast laughed, act on the show, Craig, together. As if this was something funny to do to deride Phil.
Your laugh is funny.
I was the guest on your show the day before for 5 hours. I was on your show.
5 whole hour. You didn't have to be there the whole 5 hours.
You didn't have to believe the answer.
You didn't have to be there for the full 5 hours. You could have left at any time. By the end of the interview, I'm glad I said what I said earlier when I was talking to Goon. I'm glad I said what I said earlier. But Phil said he was good to go for another couple hours. Like, at the end of the 5 hour, if you rewind to the end of the interview, he says he's still good. He's good. He can keep talking all fucking evening. He, of course, says he has to clock out at like 6 Central or whatever. But he was good to continue. They could have kept going if they really wanted to. But then, just like with the Mario Kart thing, there's two big things that Phil likes to pretend he has got like, he's got like a contention here with them. One, that they promised to play Mario Kart and they didn't play Mario Kart. He pretends like that's like a big egregious thing, even though none of their fans gave a shit about that or complained about it. So it's like it's a fucking nothing burger anyway. And the other thing is how they reacted given how much time he gave them. 5 hours. Even though he could have left at any point, and if you believe that he disconnected intentionally, then you could argue he did leave, and he could have stayed offline. Even if it was the Comcast guy disconnecting his internet, he could have just not. He didn't have to go back. He's over here, fucking weighing it over their heads. I gave you 5 hours of my time. Well, bitch, you didn't have to. You could have left at any point. We would have called you a coward and a pussy. And you know what? People still do, regardless of the fact that you actually stayed there for the full 5 hours. So, just like Worski said during the Noel interview, it doesn't fucking matter. They're gonna say what they're gonna say about you anyway. You should be able to look above that and be the bigger man, as they say. But you can't. You gotta be concerned about it because you're a fucking crybaby pussy bitch. There you go.
Hold on.
These
Did
doesn't
you
like Mario Kart.
answer
You're right.
Because you
Oh, I did. Oh, indeed, I answered. You just didn't like the answers.
Phil,
Oh
don't-
wait,
don't flip-
this
don't flip
part. This part.
The day before for 5 hours. I was on your show and answered hard-hitting questions. You didn't have to believe the
hold on.
answers.
Hold on. Did you answer because you?
Oh, I did. Oh, indeed, I answered. You just didn't like the answers.
Phil, don't flip that on me because you didn't. You were dishonest with us, and we smelt that.
It's still an answer. It doesn't matter if it's honesty or not. It's still an answer.
Then let me.
Oh, that's so bad. That is so bad. That's so bad. So Phil says, I did answer your questions. I just wasn't honest about it. I lied. And he's like fucking, he's got the smuggest grin on his face. I lied. It's your problem. It's your fault. You didn't like my answers, bitch. What are you gonna do about it? I lied. Yeah. So what? It was an answer. You didn't have to like it. But it's not you can't say that's not an answer. Yeah, JC, it doesn't matter. If you're like Dick Masterson, it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter, Sean. It doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, most people don't like non-answers. Like, it's true. It's just the reality of it. So, okay, because friend check. Let me Dinga's advocate. I'm gonna Dinga's advocate here. And you might not like what I have to say about it, but okay, here's the Dingus sweep. So I think we get what he's trying to say, right? That it's an objective answer to the question. However, it's a lie. It's a dishonest question. But Phil is autistic, so he's looking at this. He's looking at this from the point of view of semantics, because that's like half of Phil's arguments here. Phil doesn't care that it was a lie or that it was a dishonest. Phil is looking he's looking at this black and white, like a binary. Is this an answer or is it not an answer? And Phil says it is an answer. To him, it doesn't matter that it's a lie because it's objectively an answer. And his gotcha moment is that Craig is arguing that it's not an answer from the humanitarian, not all black and white, we're all humans, the human element perspective, the fucking realistic reality person, the perspective of normal people. No, it's not an answer because you fucking lied. You didn't tell the truth, idiot. So that's what Craig is arguing. But Phil is trying to look at it from the perspective of a binary. Objectively, it is an answer, and you're fucking coping because it doesn't matter that it was a lie. And whether I question whether I even believe that Phil believes that. It could just be his excuse for the situation. Now, I've seen the ending, Easy Money.
Let me ask you this, Bill. Will you apologize for lying to us? Because that's where a lot of that came from. It's like we knew you were lying, right? Okay. And I gave you an opportunity multiple times. I remember pleading with you, Phil. Just come.
Yeah, that wouldn't work. It wouldn't work in court.
The opportunity was there.
It's
and
like
had you
a lot of what's to come. So we're getting to the point where I started paying attention a little bit more during the Tevin restream. But we're getting to the point where a lot of Phil's arguments do start to become gotcha moments. And you'll understand what I mean if you saw the Noel interview, or even the Side Scrollers interview, or even when he talked to. God, I'm drawing a blank here. When he was doing the. Did I say Noel? I did say Noel. God, what else am I thinking of? He did it with Noel. He did it with. Oh, he did it with Keemstar. Okay, where you'll see when he puts his hands in the air and says, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa."
Just come clean at that instance. Everybody would move past this. So I do
Josh
think
will cover
that,
this. So Josh featured it on the forums. I know people call Josh a DSP ball washer, but if you keep your ears to the ground and you've been looking at his reactions to not only the Keemstar stuff, but the fallout from the Noel interview, and also especially in particular this, in the documentary reactions too. Noel was not too happy, we should say, with DSP's personality. I put a clip up from his show on Tuesday, but the long and short of it is DSP, Noel called DSP a prick? He said he called him a prick, but with more words, and I can't remember what the rest of the words were. But essentially he said, Phil has never done anything for anyone, and he was kind of comparing it to himself, where now you can disagree, but Noel said, thinking about himself, he can think of things that he has done for other people that if you were to ask other people about Noel, people would be able to say, oh yeah, Noel did this thing for someone one time. Whereas he compared it to Phil, he was unable to think of and I know he doesn't know the full lore about Phil, but I'm sure you guys would agree too. You can't really think of a point in time in which someone said, oh, Phil's such a great guy, he did such and such for so-and-so. You thought Pepperjack featured it? Oh, was it not a Noel feature? Either way, I saw he said he didn't like it. He thought it was a terrible performance. So I do hope he talks about it tomorrow. But I did clip what he said Tuesday, and he thought the documentary went very, very poorly for Phil. And and he also wasn't a fan of the VTuber segment, but that's par for the course for Noel.
Like, once again, why were we upset, Phil? What's the root of all this? We felt and we knew and we smelt a lie. We smelt it, right? So, and you admitted yesterday to lying to us. So that to me stings, because you're not only lying to me, you're lying to your audience, you're lying to my audience, and you're lying to everybody else. So you should apologize to me and Adam and Travis and Blabs and everybody else who watched that show, because they were expecting the definitive DSP interview, and what they got was lies. That's not definitive, Phil. That's the issue I had with this.
Okay, now since we're getting into the nuance of it,
the nuance.
Let's talk, because the lies you're talking about are WWE champions. That's what we're talking about. Let's hone in on.
But will you apologize though? Because that.
Let's hold on. Let's talk. Let's do
well,
this.
All
right.
What do you think that implies there?
Don't demand something from me now. Let's talk like men.
Oh my God! Phil! It's not a demand. It's just you objectively lied. He's asking for an apology, just like the 4 apologies you're gonna demand from him in a moment.
If in that interview, all right, I had been honest with you and completely transparent.
Why is he able to allegedly apologize to his audience? Because I didn't watch the thing yesterday, but from what I'm to understand, he did apologize to the audience yesterday when it came to the Champions. But why can't he do it here with Craig? Because that's where the big lie originated from, was it not? That he didn't fucking play it? I mean, well, sorry, I misspoke. Like, the Champions lie didn't originate from the interview, but that's like where he tried to peddle it there. So how is Craig not owed as much of an apology as Phil's own audience? Why is he able to apologize to his audience, even if you don't think it was a genuine apology? Why is he able to so easily apologize to his audience but not to Craig? Who he lied to, no different than his audience. It just doesn't compute. Well, in reality, we know what it is. He just doesn't like Craig.
And I said, fessed up to everything, right? Immediately you would have said, that's great, prove it, correct? You would have said, prove everything you're saying.
We gave you the opportunity to.
Okay, now let's be real
Had every
about
opportunity in the world to
because
prove it.
I don't want you to lie to the internet about it. I want to be real about this.
I'm not going to lie to the internet. I'm not.
In that interview, all right,
I think that's what it is, Easy Money, is that, again, just like with Derek, he doesn't want the haters to have a W. And in this case, even though, again, I brought it up earlier, Craig's a normal fucking human being, but in this circumstance, he's no different from the fucking detractors, haters, and trolls. He's probably, in his eyes, Craig is probably like the fucking ringleader.
Said to me, show me evidence of what stuff you're saying.
Yeah, dude.
Show me screen.
He was like, he was bad-mouthing side scrollers for weeks leading up to this point, and I don't know if Craig knew about that or not. I would imagine, given the kind of people who keep their ears to the ground on this stuff, maybe he was informed about that leading up to this. So I don't have a guarantee of that. I don't have confirmation.
Screen captures or whatever, and I'm gonna be honest with you. No, I was never going to do that on the fly because I'm the kind of guy I want to make sure if I'm gonna do something like that, I want to make sure everything's safe. I want to make sure it's correct. I'm not going to send you something just to say it wasn't good enough. I want you to show you definitive evidence to prove what I'm saying or whatever, okay? So I'm thinking in my head during the interview, because I didn't know you were going to hit me with that. Honestly, I thought you were just going to ask me questions and I was going to answer. I didn't know you were going to say, this is your opportunity to actually clear this up. I never thought you would do that.
Yeah,
so
he didn't prepare his whole fucking segment on it
yet. How can I do this? How can I do that? I need to get this stuff together for you, right?
Oh, you said
you would let the door open.
You said you had to talk to your wife though. He told us he had to talk to his wife about it. I don't think Kat gets brought up here.
In fact, this is what we're the end of the interview. We were talking about this. if you want to, clarify everything, you can
Whoa,
send it to me after.
whoa. Stop the presses. We got Starman. You're doing a giveaway for Big Ghost Oh my god! Is this Japan only? You better not pull this shit on me, only for it to be Japan only. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is an emergency. Everyone knows I'm a massive Pac-Man fan. Pull this up in the Brave browser. Dude, I love the Brave browser. Sorry, we'll get back to DSP in a minute. But I need to confirm this. Now guys. Is it showing up? Oh my god, I hate Brave. It's not popping up. No. Yeah, I gotta consume. We gotta consume and consume and consume even more. Hey, Pim Pam. Welcome back from your dingus recharge. I streamed last night. Now, sure, it was at 2 in the morning and no one showed up, but I did. We beat the Mario Rainbow Stars demo. Oh, fuck it. Is it really not showing up? Is it because I haven't used Brave in forever? Oh, well. The link's there. You can see it. I gotta keep an eye on that. Wait, where is it? Oh, it's because it's over here. Sorry, guys. There it is. Look at this. It's a Blinky plush. Look how big it is. I can go Mimi with that. Look at this. Look at this shit. Oh, thank you, Elon. Thank you, Elon. Well, Nihongo goes to Pac-Man desu. Bine Pac-Man JP desu. Ban presto desu. Chicky chicky chick. In China, they say. Anyway.
We're done here. We even left the door open for that, correct? You remember that, right?
I'm not canceling it alone. That was a positive stream.
Right, and to be clear, I actually have our emails pulled up.
Thank you for letting me know, Starman.
If you have those pulled up, I think that you can read your part and I can read my part. Just
it
so
looks like that's
so
Japan
everybody
only, though,
is on the same page.
Actually,
and there's
depresses
full
me.
clarity on all this stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I don't need to read them. I know exactly what they say.
Well, I think it's.
Let me rewind. Sorry, because I'm still thinking about these Pac-Man ghosts.
Do this. How can I do that? I need to get this stuff together for you.
Okay,
right?
the stuff together.
And you had left
Talking
the door
to wife.
open. And in fact, this is what near the end of the interview we were talking about this. If you want to, clarify everything, you can send it to me after we're done here. We even left the door open for that, correct? You remember that, right? I'm not making that up. That was correct.
Correct.
Right. And to be clear, I actually have our emails pulled up.
Sure.
If you have those pulled up, I think that you can read your part and I can read my part. Just so everybody is on the same page.
Oh, I think he gets after Craig for this in a minute. Oh, you had your emails ready? You didn't discuss that with me. You didn't say we were gonna have to pull out the emails.
And there's full clarity on all this stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I don't need to read them. I know exactly what they say.
No,
I think it's important.
This is the Captain Paraphrase over there. No, I think it would behoove all involved if you were to actually bring out, if you would actually bring out the emails, please. Why is Craig able to bring out the emails, but DSP isn't able to bring out the emails? Either way, Craig has his responses in there, so he'll be able to, debunk it if DSP says something that Craig doesn't see on the email.
This is us talking, but we'd be ignorant to say that there's not a couple, few thousand people who, once again, this is part of the story of how we got here, right? So I do think it's important because I don't want to leave any context out. So do you mind if I read our emails
look at this big old Blinky.
Just our back and forth that we had after, because I think it does provide context to what we're talking about here.
Sure. This is the email that was sent after I got off the show.
Yeah.
Because I believe there was an email then, and then I emailed you again after
DSP can't show the email to show his family. Again, he has to ask his wife first, dude.
This email box. And that was where we had left it. And then the next day you emailed me something in the morning, correct? That's correct. The chain of events.
Okay, so...
I hate how it is... Goon said he was trying to guide the conversation and direct it, and that's really what he does when he says stuff like correct, right? You remember that, right? Like we were both there, correct? It's a very subtle form of gaslight, in my opinion, because he's trying to get you to to agree with him and not to go against with what he's telling you, even if it goes against your direct recollection of the event in question. Like, Craig could be looking at those emails directly in front of him, but DSP is going to say something else and paraphrase shit or lie by omission and try to get Craig to, like, question himself by saying, right? You remember it the way I remember it, correct? You need the scared ghost so badly? Oh, dude, that one's even better than the blinky one. I hate how they call the blue ghost turn-2-blue. They named it that in Smash Brothers, and I thought that was so fucking lame. Give him a real name. Or just call it, I would prefer you just call it blue blinky, blue pinky, blue inky, and blue Clyde. Oh, speaking of which, I also fixed the slots. The slots are now more fair here in the Dingus stream. Only the Pac-Man ghost will appear now, as opposed to the Garfield emotes and the Birdie emotes. Therefore, it is easier now, more so than ever, to win Ding Coin. Wow. The official name is Izuke. Yeah, that name I liked a little better. I remember seeing that one in Pac-Man Museum Plus when you do the little gacha machine thing. Which was another, the DSP loved that part about that game. But no, I remember that name. But Turn to Blue is just, no.
I haven't, it happened on, I guess we talked March 16th of last year, right?
You gotta put a number amount,
so you emailed me at 8:18.
Slots and then
said,
whatever
hey,
you want to
Craig,
bet.
So I'm interested to hear your thoughts on how the show went. I really hope that it was a big benefit to you guys. If so, this may have been the only time in history that my infamy has actually helped something. I know you'll want to get back to normalcy, but I'm looking forward to hearing from you
the return to
again
normalcy,
about the possible next appearance. My viewers are telling me that they think that you and Adam were too harsh, but I disagree completely, as I told you on the podcast. You are nothing but fair. But there is pretty much 100% consensus that the Keemstar bit was intrusive, gave him free plugs for his own content, and took away about an hour that should have been more on top.
So he's reading what Phil is saying to him there. He said, did you hear that? Phil said there was a 100% consensus that the Keemstar part detracted and derailed from everything. It was like a waste of an hour, and everyone, Phil says in that email that everyone in his chat agreed that that entire segment was a waste of my fucking time. I'll rewind it a little bit so we can get him to read that.
I know you'll want to get back to normalcy, but I'm looking forward to hearing from you again about the possible next appearance. My viewers are telling me that they think that you and Adam were too harsh, but I disagree completely, as I told you on the podcast. You are nothing.
Yeah, the viewers had to get you to get your head checked and realize that was all. Well, it wasn't necessarily a setup, but it didn't make you look good either.
But fair. But there is pretty much 100% consensus that the Keemstar bit was intrusive, gave him free...
Intrusive! And no one was arguing about his stupid free publicity. No, he promoted... Oh, no. Oh, my God. Guys, he promoted his free boxing match between fucking Boogie and Wings. Free boxing match. Yeah, he really benefited from the publicity there.
Plugs for his own content and took away about an hour that should have been more on topic. I didn't mind.
No, I would argue it was still relevant. So Phil is again paraphrasing and lying by omission and being dishonest and what have you, because he's saying the way he phrases it here makes you think that Keemstar invaded and then the whole show just became about Keemstar, when in reality it transitioned it. In my opinion, it was a smooth segue into a broader topic, which was DSP and Keemstar's troubled waters relationship. And that was a hot topic at the time too. So it was relevant. It was drama that DSP was currently undergoing. It wasn't irrelevant at all. Say that was like a waste of time. It's like, no. They wanted to hear about that as much as they wanted to hear about WWE Champions. Well, maybe not as much as Champions, but it was a hot topic is what I'm trying to get across here.
I didn't mind, but that's the vibe my viewers are sharing with me. I would likely be best for a repeat appearance to just be us, to avoid people feeling like it was a quote surprise or trick or shock me. How often do you check this email? I'm still 50-50 on showing you my Champions account at this point, especially because of what Keemstar said. I feel nobody would be able, would believe you even if you vouched for me. But I respect
they wouldn't believe you
and,
either
and
way.
Still considering it, despite the fact I'm incredibly
But you shouldn't let those people
scared
get
my
to you,
info will
ideally.
once again leak and hurt me.
Fortunately,
so that
he
was the
does.
email that you sent me at 8:18.
Okay, which was 5:18 my time. Well, actually, what I don't know what time zone you are, but it was
Central. So 6:18 your time.
Gotcha. So it
Okay?
was right after dinner. Correct. Now I will clarify what was going on. Okay. Now, did you see my show last night where I talked the truth about WWE Champions for the very first time? Have you seen that at all, or
I
did
had
you just hear?
I had a clip sent to me. But
Okay.
I haven't like watched the whole thing. I've watched like 90 seconds of it.
In a nutshell, all right, yeah, the account was mine. I had it for many years, and after years of harassment by my detractors, I sold the account.
So he admits he was dishonest to Craig, ultimately, there.
Okay? So at the time that we're doing this interview, I don't have access to the account. So I can't prove.
Why couldn't... Okay, the explanation he gave last night, I didn't see it the whole way, so I am humbly requesting someone to maybe clue me in here. What was in the explanation he gave yesterday that he could not have provided at the time of the interview? Was there anything at all that he provided to us last night that he could not have provided back then? See, that's why it's so grimy. He did the WWE Champs confession the day before this interview. Thinking who watches this shit all the time didn't even see it. How would Craig have seen it? Yeah, thankfully someone did think to send him a clip, but no, you got a point there. It could have been planned. But again, it would have to have been because he only asked Craig because Keemstar, I think that was one of Keemstar's requests, I believe, from the interview with Keem. So it would have to be some quick planning on there from Phil. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong. I think you might be onto something there. So he did lie? Yeah, he did. But okay, so back to my question though. There's nothing he said last night during his explanation, or whatever night it was when he admitted the champs. He said last night. There was nothing he admitted to last night that he could not have admitted to back then. If that's the case, why didn't he just admit it back then? What was preventing him from saying back then that he sold the account? Okay, there isn't anything he couldn't say. Thank you. So why didn't he? That's my question. What was being hidden? What prevented him from just simply saying that you sold the account? Now, you could say the trolls wouldn't believe me. You know, I was in a negative spot already at that point in the interview, so if I came out with that, if I said I sold the account, nobody would believe me. I was already looking pretty bad. People would just say I'm making an excuse. I guess, but you could just argue the same for any kind of excuse he could have gave other than I'm down from the rafters.
Really anything, right? All I could do is I could show you like a new account, which is the account that I had currently. If you remember,
he's
you would ask
protecting
me
his family.
straight up in
I
the
see.
interview, hey, do you still play WWE Champions? Yes, I do. But it's on this new account. It's not the original account that the detractors knew about and were stalking me for all these years.
Phil, I gotta admit, I don't really care about WWE.
Okay, no fair, but
really
here.
Okay, I didn't hear that part. That's kind of base. Like Phil, I'm gonna be honest. I kind of just don't give a shit. I give a shit about like the stuff that happened between us. Like that has nothing to do with me. That's kind of base. Like no, Craig is 100% in the right for like not giving a shit about like the grand long-term scheme of WWE Champion. It has nothing to do with him. So that's completely fair. I think he cares about it so much as it is the principle of the fact that Phil was just dishonest about it when he was on his show, but the actual semantics of it, which again is what Phil cares about, what Phil's trying to argue, the semantics of why he had to lie, why he didn't provide the answers because this and that and this, that part Craig doesn't really care about. He just cares about the fact that DSP went on his show and then, you know, kind of made a mockery of it by not being honest about it, even though it was supposed to be an interview where Phil comes clean about things and is honest, and it's by his own definition. If you remember, Phil said it was the definitive interview and said during the show that this is the show you want to see if you want the answers about everything, all things Dark Side Phil. So you come out with that promotion, right? That self-promotion going in, and then the interview happens and there are no answers given. There's more questions raised than answers. Isn't it crazy? Whoever he sold it to is only active when DSP isn't streaming. Yeah, I'm not saying I don't believe that shit for a second. It's obviously just like a cope excuse. The reason he didn't bring it up back then, Goon, is because he didn't think of it back then. That's the real reason. He just doesn't want to say he's too embarrassed. He didn't think of that excuse back then. But yeah, that's the next thing in regards to him selling the account, is that the behavior of the account did not change at all. It still logs in at the exact same time as that DSP logged in whenever DSP was playing Champions. It still behaves exactly as it would have if DSP was still using it, and that's because DSP is still using it.
I do, but it's on this new account. It's not the original account that the detractors knew about and were stalking me for all these years.
Phil, I don't really care about WWE.
Okay, no fair, but here, I understand, but you have to understand the situation. So I'm saying to you, I'm 50-50 on sending it, but if you had said to me, yeah, okay, I'm still open to it, I was gonna show you the new account. I was gonna try to explain all this to you and say, this is why I can't just on a whim show you everything. It wouldn't have worked. You easily could have said, oh, you made this up. This is a bullshit new account or whatever. Yeah. It's a convoluted story. It is, okay? So what was your response to me reaching out to you?
It goes against, having a gambling addiction and then saying, oh, I'm too obsessed with this. Oh, the trolls are finding me out. I gotta change for the better. Then you sell the account, right? Just so you sell the account, and then immediately right after that, you just make a new account and you continue spending. So what was the point of selling the account in the first place if you in reality weren't over your addiction to begin with? It was, in reality, the real answer was you just wanted to get away from the trolls.
Saying, hey, I have the information, I'm 50-50 on it. What was your response to that?
Yeah, so, and once again, let's
yeah, exactly,
make sure we have all references.
But he would have
here.
he would have you think it was because, oh, I had this problem, oh, I was spending too much, I was getting obsessed with it. He says it all the time whenever he says, you'll hear it in clips back in the day. He'll say stuff like, oh, I don't play any mobile games majorly. I don't invest any major time in gacha games anymore.
It's you send that March 16th at 18 p.m. So it's evening time for me, right? My morning routine is I wake up and I start prepping for the show, right? So we're live at 11. I'm getting up. I'm getting prepped for everything. I have not checked this email, right? I've not checked this email, and because I told you prior to.
DSP can relate to checking emails.
I don't check this email. I don't check this email very often. Sometimes it'll go weeks before I check the email, right? So this. So so you send me that email. The following day, March 17th, I respond at 7:45. That's the next time we have any sort of correspondence.
Is that AM or PM?
That is PM.
Okay.
So it's been about.
Yeah, the explanation doesn't make sense anyway when you consider what Jay Frosty says, where like DSP can't even sell the shit in his closet. He can't even sell a fucking NES game without fearing that people are going to track him down. But we're supposed to believe that he was able to sell a WWE Champions account that a lot of people were following and tracking down. Even back then, he was able to sell that account without anybody noticing. There are websites where you can sell that shit. There are, this wasn't on a stream, but Saru showed me a website where you can go right now. You can type in, a few people here might have been in the call, but there are websites you can go to right now and look up WWE Champions accounts to purchase. And I'm sure there are many websites like it, but the one we saw, you had your usernames, your location was tracked. So if this was a website that Phil used, you could click on you could in theory, click on the user information, and it was public facing too. It was like a forum, and then as part of the forum account, where you would post a message. When you post a message on a forum, and then your little username and avatar pops up on the left, on this forum had an additional option for clicking the location. And if you click the location, I think it takes you to the general area of where that user is located according to their profile. So imagine if Phil sold it using that forum website, and he got found out that way.
23 hours.
And you've already done your show for Friday. It's already taken place.
It is done. So here's my response to you. I said, and I felt like this was a very fair assessment of things, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. I said, hey Phil, I think the show went okay yesterday. We talked about it at length on today's show as a debrief. I think we all left the interview mentally exhausted and feeling incredibly frustrated as at the end of the day, we want what's best for you, man. The things that were...
This is, I do remember Craig reading this interview last year, so he's not making this part up. Not that he's making any of it up. I think he's being very truthful. But just for Dinga's advocate here, I do remember him reading this email previously.
The things that are laid out about everything, the WWE mobile games, the bank stuff, etc., it just doesn't make sense, man. There's too much evidence saying it's yours, and your only evidence is just saying it's not. I feel like we gave you multiple opportunities to turn this thing around.
He told us.
But you just seem so dug in. Even in the face of insanely detailed evidence, you wouldn't take it. Even with Keemstar coming on, I tried to lay out the similarities you feel towards him and the way people feel about you based off of things that you've said online. It was tough. Honestly, I'm just disappointed, man. Like I said, I and we want what's best for you, man. We very much
thought that was a gaslight.
But you have to want what's best for yourself. When you're ready to take that step, I will gladly help you, man. Help your.
I can imagine Phil seething to this fucking
man
line.
On your journey, you deserve to get to
I can imagine Phil
2.
thinking this was very pedantic and shallow.
I know you can do it, and that's the.
Like I see in my head, I envision in my head Phil reading this and getting very offended because if I was Phil reading this, it would come across to me as like Craig's talking down to me, right? Like he sees himself as superior to me. I can see why Phil might not have liked this email, but it was something he needed to hear, in my opinion.
That's the email that I sent to you, and I think that was very fair. You know, I did not lie to you and be like, "Hey, Phil, it was great. It was spectacular. Can't wait to set up number 2." As I said in the email, we were exhausted from it, and you know, mentally tired from it, physically tired from it, and we talked about that. You know, we talked about that.
Yeah, that too, JC.
The
DSP wants the whole point of this right here, this interview, this talk, is so that DSP can, you know, come out being the bigger man. You tell me if he comes out as the bigger man by the end.
So, you know, had we done that debrief immediately after the show, chances are we would have said the exact same thing. Probably worse, you know? But you can see in that email, we felt lied to. We felt exhausted, right? And the reality is, Phil, we were lied to, right? So...
No, you weren't.
And, you know, self-admittedly, you said we were lied to, and we knew that. So
hey, it's the boo.
Naturally, when somebody lies to you,
I used to be covered in
blubber,
but then I went on a diet.
You're going to be upset, right? So we were upset.
Very funny.
Okay, so I will confirm everything that Craig just said is true. That is correct. Was what was in those emails. I know for a fact that's exactly how it transpired. Okay, so now
good thing you're not claiming he's lying.
He said
he did the bare minimum there.
I didn't say it. He said it. He literally read the emails word for word. No one can say that I made this up. Okay? So we got to follow the order of events. I'm on your interview. 5 hours, hard-hitting questions. I lie to you about WWE Champions. You leave the door open and say, you can send me the information after to clarify all of it. Okay? That was said directly in the interview. You agree to that?
Yeah, good. I think he's going after these easy targets where... okay, so like Noel, people in the DSP sector don't like Noel. People in the DSP sector don't like Keemstar. Like people think Keemstar is an asshole. People didn't like Craig monetizing the haters. People in this sector, you know, have their opinions on duty. Duty streams? So I think the targets he's picking out right now for his little heel arc, they're very deliberate. He's picking people who also have their own people who don't like them, independent of also not liking Dave. So I think he's hoping for you to compare him to whoever he's talking to, and you think DSP is the least worst person.
Right, Craig? You did say that. Mm-hmm. I go on my show, I say, that was a good interview, I'm okay with it. I even email you, say, I'm okay with it. I'm 50-50 about sending you the stuff. Do you check your email? You literally just publicly admitted you don't check your email. Right?
Well, in
a bit of... Holy shit, that's hella dishonest. He just said he didn't check it that morning, or maybe he was gonna check it and just didn't check it in that moment. Why was he just supposed to assume that you would get a response from you that quickly? Wow, 23 hours? Oh, you didn't check your email in 23 hours. It's like it's so forced, man.
Situation, yeah, been a day, yeah.
So you ended an interview, the hottest...
And he has multiple emails too. Probably more than one for business.
...piece of content you had ever made at that point on side-scrollers.
Yeah, guy who ignored Keemstar and gave him the runaround on purpose. On purpose. I didn't watch the Keemstar interview, but I know he said this. He said he gave Keemstar the email runaround on purpose simply because he doesn't like him. But when people give Phil the proverbial runaround, it's not cool.
All eyes were on you. You knew people were looking to see if I was going to follow up with you and send you this information. And you decided not to check your email, but instead to do a show ragging on me the next day. Is that a correct statement?
I would say that in between me ending the show, being done with the internet for the day, going to sleep, and waking up the next day and then doing the show, like Phil, as we said at the time, you had one opportunity to send the stuff. It wasn't there, right? You passed on that.
Whoa. Passed on what?
Oh, there it is. That's what I was talking about earlier. The shit that Phil does this all the time whenever he's in these conversations.
Passed on that.
Whoa.
God, he did that during the first interview, the first Side Scrollers interview. He did that with Keemstar. He did that with no. Now it's now guys. I don't think I have it on my stream, but Tevin has it on his stream. The now guys emo. No, I have this now guys.
Passed on what? You just admitted the door was open to send you
He thought
the
that
information.
gotcha was weaker. Listen to this one.
During the show, Phil, during the interview.
Craig, we're on an interview and a show. Craig. We're in an interview. The idea of the interview is for me to answer your question.
I'm the one.
It's not stop the interview. Let me dig into documents and get you screenshots and things proving it. That's not what the interview was. Never once before the interview did you ever say that's what it was going to be. And like I said, if I'm going to send you something, it has to be sure that it's proving my...
So the interview was about the hard-hitting questions. Because Phil was not informed beforehand that he would have to provide evidence for some of the hard-hitting questions. Therefore, Craig lied. Debunked.
My point. It was a convoluted story. It's not I could just send you a screenshot. I gotta try to prove now that I've got a new account and it's not the old account, that I sold the account. This is complicated. It's not something I can just do during the show. I was literally, to be transparent with you now, as I sent you that email, I had everything ready. I told you I was 50-50. I literally had it all ready to go, and all you had to do was check your email and say, I'm here, Phil, I'll check it, and I would have sent it to you, and you would have had it. And instead of having a Friday show where all you did was beat me up all day, you would have had the Friday show saying the big
your
reveal.
fucking house?
DSP cleared the air. He said he was a liar, but here's the truth.
I don't.
But you didn't check your email.
Bruh.
You told me.
Like, what do you want, dude? Like
see, okay, bro. If you check the email and they actually went through with it, and they got the I sold the account story on that because he checked the email. If we actually got that timeline, does he genuinely think that Craig would have phrased that as Phil cleared the air and debunked all the haters and felt at them?
I'm sorry that I didn't check my email for 23 hours. That's not how people communicate in 2023. And I know that's how you communicated, but I don't.
It's not even how he actually communicates. He admitted to Keemstar he was just bullshitting.
For 23 hours. I apologize.
DSP has no problem communicating through DMs because that's how he did it with his boyfriends at the Kino Casino. Look at me. I'm becoming a casino detractor in real time. But it's true. He did all of the communication with the Kino Casino through DMs because that's how they operate. And in that situation, DSP was the inferior and wanted to impress them. They were superior to DSP, and he wanted to get into their good graces. So to get into their good graces, he had to operate and play by their playbook. But because he sees himself as a superior to Keemstar and Craig, they have to answer him through email. It's a very minor but subtle way of him trying to get them to capitulate and kneel down to him, the king, if you will. Very hilarious.
Apologize for that. Will you apologize for lying?
I apologize for lying, but I don't want your apology that you didn't check your email.
You didn't apologize though. It's the classic shit of saying that you're going to apologize, but then you don't actually apologize, and you're not even specific about it either. I'm gonna apologize. Or are you gonna apologize for lying? No, I'm gonna apologize, but I also want you to apologize for hurting my feelings.
email. I want your apology for being completely disingenuous about everything that happened after the fact, after the interview. That's what I want.
Bro, I almost said a slur. Bro, come on. You're the disingenuous one.
But the thing is, Phil, I don't think we were being disingenuous. Like, I think we were being...
How about Phil apologize to Ralph? Ralph's demanding an apology right now. It's been like almost 3 days, and Phil hasn't given that apology to Ralph. Why not? Phil hurt Ralph's feelings by chuckling very lightly about him at his expense during the first Kino interview. Where's Ralph's apology at?
Completely honest with how we felt. You know, like I said, we spent 5
the king
hours
of apology
talking to you,
fetishes.
getting the runaround, man, and like it was not meant to be like this was.
What did DSP do to Ralph? He laughed at him very lightly during the first stream he did with Kino Casino, and for Ralph that was the last straw, and he cut that promo that he cut on him on Twitter.
Go back to the definitive Dark Side Phil interview, and it wasn't.
And in the promo, Ralph specifically demanded an apology from Phil, and Phil did not respond because Phil is like a king or whatever.
I think we were being completely honest with how we felt. You know, like I said, we spent 5 hours talking to you, getting the runaround, man, and like it was not meant to be like this was. Once again, I go back to the definitive Dark Side Phil interview, and it wasn't. No, I'm disappointed in that because there's things that you're telling us now you lied about. We felt it. We knew it was happening in real time.
You
we felt like we were
it?
getting gaslit. So naturally, yes, I felt exhausted and tired, and honestly, didn't want to deal with you. Which is why in that email I said, "Look, man, we're just disappointed." Like I said, I want what's best for you. We very much do, but you have to want to help yourself.
I gotta do much
Is
better
lying
in this
to us
mission.
on stream helping yourself? No, of course not. You deserve to get to level 2. I know you can do it.
Craig, what you told me in that email you sent me on Friday, basically in other words says we don't actually care what the truth is.
I think it was clips of Ralph masturbating to Nikki Haley, and then the one where Ralph had that disaster stream at Dick Masterson's house after he divorced the second horse. It was basically the Ralph greatest hits. And the thing about it is, that's my explanation for it, but I don't even know if Ralph actually saw that. I think it's probably more just Ralph generally upset that his enemies, the Casino, Warski, and PP, are in fucking Phil's good graces. Like, let's be honest. Do you really think Ralph gives a shit about Phil? He doesn't, and he never did. Even going back to when he... Dude, Ralph was the first person to call Phil a king. Last year, during the Review Tech mini arc he had, where Review Tech was doing a stream on Ralph and then ran away after Ralph scared him, Ralph proceeded to ball glaze for DSP. Ralph was the first person to call DSP a king. But even back then, he didn't really care about Phil himself as a person. He was just using Phil as a cudgel to attack Review Tech. The same way Kino used Phil as a cudgel to attack Review Tech. But I don't think Ralph is really all too concerned by the specifics of what Phil has specifically done to him. I think it's just Ralph is attacking them because he's friends with the Casino. It really just comes all down to that. Ralph doesn't need rocket science to explain the intricacies behind his beefs.
Because I had the truth and was going to send it to you.
But you have to want to help yourself. Is lying to us on stream helping yourself? No, of course not. You deserve to get to level 2. I know you can do it.
Craig, what you told me in that email you sent me on Friday.
It's so unfortunate for Craig here, because you can hear his voice crack there, and I do think he's being genuine. There's a lot of emotion there that I'm feeling, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just unfortunate that he's working with a basket case here.
Hey, basically, in other words, says we don't actually care what the truth is. Because I had the truth and was going to send it to you, and you ignored me.
But you had the truth because you lied first. And it was supposed to be the definitive interview. That's why they're hurt. You lied to them and you won't apologize for it. You said you're going to, but you're not apologizing. You're just saying you're going to apologize, and then you segue to your next non sequitur. I had the truth, but you didn't let me speak the truth. You had your chance, and when you had your chance, you chose to lie.
No, it's not that I ignored you. It's because I didn't check the email. And not
That's called ignoring, because you knew that was our line of communication.
Oh my god. So, again, projecting, as Goon says, he's being dishonest. He's acting like Craig made a conscious decision to not check the email. Like this was a part of his evil plan to not check what is likely one of many business emails that he has, on top of business emails not even being like the main line of communication for content creators in the modern era, right? As I said, when DSP likes you, when DSP's your friend, you can DM him. When he thinks he's superior to you, then you have to go through all these fucking hoops and rings to go talk to him. And we know this because he admitted to it when he was talking to Keepstar. Yeah, I did give you the runaround with the emails. You know why? Because I don't like you. Thank you for the Mr. Pibb.
Asked me to send you the information, I was going to, and you chose not to check it. You actively ignored the way that I could have cleared my name, and then you went on to do a show that made you tons of money.
And he really thinks he has a point to make here.
That's exactly what happened. And there's no way.
I don't think he's being. So he is being an asshole, but I actually think he thinks he's being righteous here, is what I'm trying to say. He thinks he actually has a point to make here. Like he had the big gotcha moment there. He really thinks he laid the smackdown. And that's wild.
You can ever clarify that because it's in black and white. You just admitted it. You read it. You just admitted it publicly that you didn't check the line of communication we had, that I could have cleared the whole situation.
But if you weren't being such a fucking stuck-up prick about it, you could have had an even easier line of communication for him to check regularly. The DMs.
Is this like the gotcha? Like
there's no gotcha. There's no gotcha.
It is a gotcha.
I actually wasn't.
You're framing it as a gotcha.
Phil, I don't apologize for not checking my email for 23 hours. I'm an adult with a family and kids, and honestly, I was tired of it. Right? The fact that I did check my email on Friday night was fascinatingly amazing that I did that. Right? That's a big dub, but I'm sorry that you felt betrayed that I didn't check my email. And once again, there's a big difference between ignoring.
This is such a good phrasing from Craig here. I'm sorry you felt offended. Because that's some shit DSP would do. It's basically using his medicine on him, which I am all for. He deserves it. Yeah, 23 hours isn't even a full day. And like, most of us have gone like a full day without checking email, right? Like, even, yes, for the deepest personal email. If it's like a weekend, like I'm not checking that shit, man. It could go like a full 48 hours before I check my email, and then I check it, and it ain't nothing but work shit, fucking spam email, and other nonsense like a free Domino's pizza, which that's not nonsense. It's actually pretty good. You go weeks, fucking yeah. It's just like, bro, it's not 2004 anymore. I'm sorry. Maybe you live in Japan where they still use the old version of Yahoo. Sorry, I thought I unpaused it as a review tech moment.
Because I didn't know the email was there in the first place. You have to know it was there to actively ignore it. I did not actively ignore your email. I didn't know
true
it
debunk
happened.
from Craig.
So I can't ignore something that I didn't know happened.
Craig, in the interview, we ended it with, the door is open, you can send me the information. So you didn't know it happened. Do you need to have a bomb go off when someone sends you the thing you directly asked for? Would you not even in a moment think, hey, maybe he's gonna come?
But there was, I'm trying not to like, because I know Phil is just he's desperately bullshitting and just shooting at all angles. But it's like so transparent, man. Okay, he says very gently and politely, kind of like as a concluding statement, you know, you can send it to me anytime. There's no indication from that alone that he was gonna send it that fucking next day, right?
Attacked me today about this, and I should check, you know, because how else am I going to send you these documents anyway, by the way? It has to be an email attachment, right? I can't just call you and give it to you. I didn't have your Discord or anything, right? We were doing it through some other streaming client, so I had to send you an email. All right. Now here's the thing. Here's the thing. We can talk about this for the rest of the show.
Allow me to kind of
one more, and then I want to move on because this is
sure. And that's
Yeah, you just want to fucking take the dump and move on to the next thing so you can fucking end the call on them.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm just looking at how we emailed back and forth leading up to this thing, right?
Bitch.
There's pretty much at least a day between every correspondence that we had, right? Almost
No,
every
don't
single
debunk it.
time there's
No, it's all lies.
There's at least a day between our correspondence. So based off of our track record of corresponding with each other,
it's almost like you're making the argument there that Phil also rarely checks his email, and if anything, only checks it once or twice a day. Huh, interesting. He checks it almost as frequently as Craig does. Huh. It's almost like that's not his main line of communication, despite what he told Craig back then.
I'm not gonna go check. Like I said,
Craig, this is a really bad cope, bro. This is really.
Oh my God. This was coming. I knew this part was coming. He tried this with Josh too. That's what I said earlier. He wants a soundbite. He wants the clip, and he wants a soundbite. I'm sorry, Josh. Josh, I'm sorry. Joshua Connor Moon of the Kiwi Farms. I'm sorry, bro. But that is like a huge cope. It's like a massive cope right there, buddy. You're coping so hard right now. Look at it, then he hits you with his face. This piece of shit. I'm sorry, brother, but that is like a massive fucking cope. And then he tries the exact same thing with Craig because it didn't work out with Null. Because the Null thing very quickly turned into him capping for a literal PDF file. Craig, you're coping so hard right now, Craig. Like, just so you know, everyone's laughing at you. I think they're laughing with Craig, not at Craig, Phil. And they're laughing with Craig at you, Phil.
Bad. You're saying we just ended the interview. You said the door is open. Send me the information, and then you just say, "Well, I'm just not going to check for the information." That's a bad cope.
How is that? He doesn't even use it correctly. How is it a cope? I know. When people usually say, "How is it a cope?" That's just evidence of them actually coping when they say, "I'm not coping," or "How is that a cope?" But in this instance, it really isn't a cope. Like, it's just Phil wanting to use the buzzword for a fucking soundbite. It doesn't. Okay, I'm being ungrateful. I'm not being generous. I'm not being charitable to Phil. I'll have him explain that again one more time for me.
a day between every correspondence that we had, right?
So it's Craig speaking the truth here, according to, because Phil doesn't debunk it, Phil doesn't counteract that, so I'm going to assume that Craig is telling the truth. There was like a day of correspondence between them. From every time they messaged to each other, it was always a day apart. Okay, Phil doesn't argue against that.
Almost every single time
He's looking at the chat, by the way, looking at the chat right here.
There's at least a day between our correspondence. So based off of our track record of corresponding with each other, I'm not gonna go. Like I said,
Craig, this is a really bad cope, bro.
That's all I stated was like a fact. There's only a day between us talking. Every time we talked, there was always a day. It was always a day apart because email is archaic, and neither one of us check it. Even though you want to insist. And even though you want to insist that email is your main form of correspondence, you're fucking lying because you just want me to you just want me to kneel down to you and use your preferred method of communication. In reality, even you don't use email like that because there's only a day apart. There's like a full day apart every time we have correspondence with each other. And it's like, don't engage with any of that. You're just coping, bro. Huh? Yeah, he's in Kino mode again. Thing is, with Kino, whenever they say you're coping, they at least have an argument behind it. This is just nonsense. This is some fucking gobbledygook.
This is really bad. You're saying we just ended the interview. You said the door is open. Send me the information, and then you just say, "Well, I'm just not going to check for the information." That's a bad cope. Previously, our correspondence was never a reason for you to check right away. Now you had a reason, and you didn't. Instead, you actually did the opposite. Instead of giving me the fair shake.
But this implies that like he was actively expecting it, and like actually expecting Phil to send it in, and Phil didn't send it in. That email that Phil sent, he didn't include that shit in. It was more so that email was them beginning the process for Phil to share it. But Phil behaves here as though that email had the evidence and then Craig chose willingly to not look at it in a 23-hour period. When that's not even, like, the email didn't even have it. It was just them beginning to set the process together for Phil to eventually show it.
But see, if I was going to send you stuff, you went on a show.
Yeah, the
defaming
evidence
me
was never
the entire
sent.
next day. That's the worst situation
But
possible.
like Phil posits here as though it was sent and Craig just chose not to not look at it. I still wouldn't agree if the argument was that, but the argument isn't even that. The argument is that Craig didn't check for Phil to, like, he didn't check the negotiation email for them to negotiate Phil releasing the info about his stupid fucking account.
For you, but you didn't care.
Phil, you got me. I didn't check my email. I'm sorry. Hey, with that said, why do you need me? If you want to put this out there, like, you have an X account, you have a Twitter account, you have social media, you have a YouTube community tab. You can post all this stuff available like literally right now. You said you have it pulled up. Like, you had all this stuff available. It's still got to be on your computer somewhere.
Is this your gotcha moment? You're gonna try to get me to post my shit on the internet?
No, Phil.
What? What? But you want the truth out there. You want the whole. The origin of this interview, brother, was you wanted the truth out there. But now you're look at how easily he tries to spin that into, oh, you want me to dox myself is what you're saying. Well, brother, Fraga, the idea was that he would come clean about specifically this. Like, let's be honest, this was like one of the main things that people wanted him to come clean about. And then it's like, well, why do you need me to talk about it? Well, why can't you just do it on your own? Oh, so you want me to dox myself? No, he just wants you to come clean about fucking Champions, which, hey, he ended up doing anyway. He ended up coming clean about Champions fucking anyway, so that he doxed himself yesterday? Did he dox himself yesterday when he said he sold the account? Because remember what the evidence is. You have the evidence thanks to what happened this week. The evidence was that he sold the account. There was nothing preventing him from saying that at the time of the interview. But Phil disingenuously claims here that if he was to do that on his own, then Craig is gaslighting him into doxing himself. ... by saying that he sold the account. Because that was the excuse. And I'm just going to believe that was going to be his excuse here too. Because I don't know what else his answer could have been.
Saying is you don't need me. You never did need me, right?
It
was in you all along.
Because what you don't understand, Craig, because again, you didn't know this, is that anytime.
So, okay. He didn't need Craig to mend the bridge with Keemstar. We started the interview with that part. How he didn't need Craig to do the interview with Keemstar. They were gonna mend the bridge anyway. But he did need Craig to get this information out there that nobody asked for, by the way. But I did ask for the raid from Shroom to Keem. The party of 15. Hello, Shroom. I'm reacting to the thing that everybody else already watched. But now you get my spin on it. Pick up the Star Wars nerd. Am I playing Astrobot? Yes or no? I am, but maybe not day one. So I kind of want to finish everything else I'm playing right now before. I got too many games in the rotation, as they say.
Hello.
And I try to defend myself.
My fault, really.
The detractors move the goalpost. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be a little innocuous thing that doesn't matter at all. It could be a big, full-blown
You only listened
lie
to it
that
raw
I've been
today.
doing
What are
for
your
years.
thoughts on it?
Whenever I try to do something,
You like it?
all right, they move the goalpost. Right now, I could post all the information up, and they would say, that's fake. That's not true.
They're gonna do it anyway. They're gonna do that regardless. Worski said it best. I remember this from one of Worski's only contributions of note during that Noel interview was that they're just gonna fucking talk shit about him anyway. It doesn't matter if it's fucking a lie from him. It doesn't matter if it's the actual God's honest for once truth from Phil. They're always gonna say you're lying, which is why you shouldn't give a shit. You should just be you. But you give a shit about it, so that you find yourself in these situations where you either have to lie or you have to tell the truth, and then people don't believe you. But who's to blame for these people not believing you, really? Is it them or your pattern of behavior, which causes them not to believe you in the first place? Their audio issues in the beginning almost made me rage quit it. Yeah, it was pretty rough. Fucking boomers. Yeah, Astrobot's been getting good review scores. There was one guy on Twitter trying to talk about how it's inflated. It's not real. He was like, it doesn't have a 95. It's actually a 91. Well, holy shit! You're telling me it's not an amazing game? It's actually an excellent game? Great! I can't wait to put my pre-order in.
It doesn't matter what I post or what I don't. Now, in the case of you, you have presented yourself as a neutral third party. You were going to be someone who was going to do this interview and be fair, and then you were going to judge for yourself, which actually seems like that's what happened, except you didn't actually give me the opportunity to send you the information to clear my name.
They did.
And tell you what really was going on.
They did when you were on with Keemstar and you didn't take the opportunity. Now, his code for that is what he said earlier. Oh, I didn't have it ready yet. You didn't tell me that that was going to be brought up. Well, I didn't think they knew ahead of time that they were going to have Keemstar on either. But you sure were fine with him, them bringing him on. But he acts like they didn't give him a chance they did, and you can cope like, oh, you didn't have it ready. But what was the evidence? We know what the evidence is because he told us this week. The evidence was he sold the account. What did he not have available to show back then that he had this week to show? I just don't understand it. He had the opportunity. He's gonna act like he didn't have the opportunity, but he did. Why is he like this?
Now, whether or not you checked your email or not, it's not a big deal.
I'm sorry I didn't check my email, and I would like to take this moment.
Yeah, it was just
to
his
apologize
word.
to you
I thought he would have showed something that would have supported it. Like if he showed something yesterday that's like he didn't have access to whatever it was he showed yesterday that he didn't have access to it during the interview. Okay, you got an excuse there. But if it was just his word, then he has no excuse. He's the one coping, sir. Brother.
Especially all the detractors for not checking my email for 23 hours. I'm sorry.
Right. Okay, so let's move on from the email because this is...
Yeah, Phil has nothing for that. Phil has nothing for that. Craig just kind of cuts through the bullshit there and cuts to the heart of it, and Phil has nothing to say. Phil feels like he's made his point, so he wants to move on. Even though I bet he feels a little bit embarrassed by just how easily Craig cuts to the heart of it there. But he's saying, at the end of the day, you're salty because I didn't check my email for a day when we had the ability to communicate with DMs, but you wanted to be extra about it.
It'd be so boring if we keep talking about this, and I know that your time is valuable. You said you can only be here for about 90 minutes, right?
It's so boring, guys.
About 20 minutes, yeah.
Fall asleep over here.
The next day you do a show. The entire show you're ragging on me, saying you didn't believe me at all. You laugh.
Were you supposed to kiss your ass?
Which you didn't give us reason to.
Okay.
You admitted to yesterday.
Fair enough.
Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. Debunked already, because he ended up lying. He was, in fact, lying the whole time. So Craig was entirely justified saying he did not believe him. Let's hear that one more time.
Minutes, right? So, Brad,
I got about another 20 minutes, yeah.
Okay. The next day you do a show. The entire show you're ragging on me, saying you didn't believe me at all.
Because he lied.
Okay, go ahead.
Which you didn't give us reason to.
Okay.
You admitted to yesterday.
Fair enough. You laughed with my detractors. You did all the memes. You got a whole bunch of detractor contributions, correct?
No different than the casino.
Sure. Okay. Did you continue to do content based on me after this at all?
Not especially. You know, I think there was a... I don't remember the context of it, but I remember seeing you said something about us, and I was just kind of like done with it. And I think I went live.
I feel like, okay, Phil is, I'm gonna see if I can predict something here. I feel like Phil is gonna act like the hesitation here is Craig trying to be dishonest, but I feel like in reality the hesitation is that Craig is a normal fucking person who probably didn't think about, he hasn't thought about this since the fucking day it happened. The week it happened.
And I did what was called a monetize the hater stream, and but I don't remember the context of it. But I remember being like I was done with it, right? That's the thing, Phil. You got to understand. Like we've done almost 400 episodes of Side Scrollers, right? Your interview was one day, right? Now, once again, was it a chapter of the show? Yes, 100%. Do we appreciate it? Yes, 100%. But like we were done. We've turned the page. Just like I don't watch your stuff on a day-to-day basis. Just like you don't watch our stuff on a day-to-day basis. I have too much going on to worry about what somebody else is doing online, right?
Very reasonable response.
You know, you get brought up occasionally, but it's just part of the side scrollers chapter in our book at this point. Part of the lore, just like side scrollers is a part of yours. So, you know,
good response.
Yeah, I was pissed. So I went live and honestly, I will like to give credit to to my boy Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers for his, you know, monetize the hater thing. So yeah, I think I went live with a monetize the hater thing and just kind of railed for a little bit because I was tired. I don't remember the context of it. I was just tired of hearing you.
I think
talk
he was in
about
his
us.
right to do that. He was literally lied to.
You know, it is
like, is he gonna try to make the argument that Craig wasn't allowed to do that? You lied to him, homie.
It is. Do I regret it? Yeah, kinda. But at the same time, you know, it's.
Hey,
it's
there's a
part of what
3-star.
is.
It was time based.
Okay. All right. I wanted to hear that straight from your mouth that this happened because I wasn't, you know, the truth is, Craig, I don't even know because, like you said, I don't.
Oh, okay. Phil has to humble brag again. Again, Phil has to try to be like the bigger man, like he's not the more obsessed of the duo here.
I don't actually know. I'm just hearing this secondhand from my detractors and my fans. They bring this stuff to me. I don't look into it.
Fucking Ralph's the same way. I don't look into this, man. They sent this shit to me. I didn't dox them. They sent it to me, man.
Watch your content, so I actually don't know the truth of what happens and what doesn't happen. I just hear people saying, are you aware that right now Craig has a stream called Monetize the Haters? He's making money off
trying
your
to get you
detractors. He's saying that he wants to be on your show. I'm like, what? Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, you know, you're right. That's what it was. You were live. That's right. You were live, and I think you were talking shit about us or something along the lines, and you know, talking about how bad we were to you, and I was like, and this was another thing. I was like, look, I will come on your show right now and do exactly what we're doing. And this was, I don't even know how long ago this was. It was just like, let's just get done with this.
Probably like the week
and
after.
As I said at the start of this, like, I reached out to you multiple times to do exactly this, to just get through this shit. And I told you, like, I don't care if it's on our channel or on your channel or some other channel, right? Let's just do it. So I was actually glad that you reached out because, you know, this is, I don't think about you a whole lot, Phil, except for when people bring
that hurt
you
him.
up to me. And,
That hurt him there.
And you know, you're upset that people are like, you know, giving super chats because, well, maybe they enjoy.
Yeah, Cat's
what
playing
we do,
Skyrim. She don't want to be
right?
bothered with any of
And
this shit.
I'm not gonna say like, you know, some people were just excited to see that the interview was done. They were congratulating us for.
Craig, they don't enjoy what you do. They enjoyed that you were bullying me. That's what it was. You were doing a whole stream,
Yeah, it was funny.
Monetize the haters.
You
and
mad,
were making
bro?
money off of making fun of me, which is what everyone else.
What does he say? What does he say?
It's your turn. It's your turn, bro.
Does too.
Phil, why was I live? Because you were talking shit about us.
So, okay, now on my stream, was I sitting?
Okay.
It reminds me of when Ralph was spurging out at Dispatch.
Okay. I have more subs than you right now. Okay.
Well, Craig makes a legitimate point. Well, I was only quote-unquote bullying you because you literally got on first and talked shit about us.
Okay. Anyway, let me segue to my next point.
They're saying, hey, Craig haters, come on the stream and dump on Craig, and let's accept all the donations for everyone who doesn't like Craig. Let's talk about all
You did that
things
right
dirty
after this
laundry
part.
on my stream
You did
today.
that. You did
I
that
ever
in
do
the
that, Craig?
decompression stream.
So I don't know. I don't watch your stuff, but you're telling me.
No,
Belted.
I
Belted.
never did that. Not once. The
Belted.
only gripe I ever had with you was that how
I don't
you
watch your
behaved
stream, Phil.
after the interview. That's literally it. That's the only problem I have with you. I don't have a problem with anything before or during.
Did Phil not? Because I remember playing Mario Kart with Ann. We were having our own decompression session with Ann, and I remember we were gonna play. I can't remember if their canceled Mario Kart session is what inspired us to play Mario Kart, or if we just played Mario Kart independent of that. We were playing Mario Kart, having our own decompression session, and didn't Phil have like kind of an awakening? He had like a realization, and then like he rescheduled his night stream to do a DSP reacts to their fucking podcast. Didn't he monetize the haters then? So he did the same thing that he was accusing Craig of doing here.
During the interview, it was the fact.
So I didn't
you
make
left
that
the door
up.
open for me to.
Because I remember we were playing Mario Kart and then we had to like cancel all of that, or I think we were watching it while playing, and then we were reacting to that live.
back to you. You ignored that line of contact. You did a harmful show.
Didn't ignore.
Because you know what? Now I gotta talk about this publicly. All right? Are you aware that because you didn't give me the chance to?
How was it harmful? How was it a harmful show? Was it harmful because you volunteered the information about the cat having a restraining order that nobody asked for? Was it hurtful that way? I can't think of how they were hurtful to you, but I can think of how you were hurtful in that stream. We didn't need to know that. You volunteered that information. And then what really happened from that information being volunteered? Well, people actually looked into it because you challenged them to look into it, and now we know exactly what happened with the Subaru guy. Now, I didn't look into it specifically because, it's not really pertinent to me. But I from what I heard, there is some funny stuff in there.
Defend myself after the interview. You did a bullying show where you ragged on me and I wasn't there to defend myself against any of that. Do you know how that hurt me and my viewers and my content? You probably don't.
It hurt Jade, I guess.
Let me just.
I won't pretend like Jade wasn't hurt.
Yeah, and by the way, this is something that
Jade for sure is hurt by this art most out of anyone.
That we went live and talked about this, and you were pissed that you weren't there to defend yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But he really wants them to just sweep it up and ignore him.
Literally, immediately after. You did a decompression show about Keemstar last week, and he wasn't there to defend himself. You did the exact same thing that we do, Phil.
Thank you! Dude, I said that earlier in the stream. Yes! Get him, Craig!
Whoa, 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 whoa! You just proved you don't watch my decompression shows.
What? Oh my god. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, David. It doesn't matter. You're being dishonest again. You're so desperate for a gotcha. I'll let him say that one more time.
And he wasn't there to defend himself. You did the exact same thing that we do, Phil.
True.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Gotcha time. At least he didn't put his hands in the air this time.
You just proved you don't watch my decompression shows.
Because he said earlier he didn't. Because Craig said earlier that I don't watch your content. It's a gotcha moment here because Craig knows that DSP did decompression streams in which he did not invite the subject of which he was speaking to. That's the gotcha. In addition to what Phil's going to posit here about his decompression streams actually being positive and not bully streams.
You just proved it. The decompression shows have nothing to do with talking about and ragging on the guest that just appeared.
So you, in fact,
according to how DSP describes it, DSP is the author of said content, so DSP gets to describe how the content is. So DSP tells you it's not a bully stream, therefore it's not a bully stream. Well, if Craig tells DSP that the DSP decompression stream wasn't a bully stream, would DSP have to believe it because it's Craig saying it and Craig's the author of that content? I can accept that Craig doesn't watch Phil's content, so he didn't see all of the decompression stream with Keemstar and whatnot. But did Phil see the entire decompression stream on him? I have to question that. I don't think he did. He did the little react in which he saw part of it, but I know he was skipping around, so he didn't see all of it. So he saw a couple of parts that were negative to him, and then just assumes that it's a bully stream. All of it entirely was a bully stream. Very disingenuous.
Last week with Keem. Last week with Keem, I had a whole stream where I said we are not going to talk bad about this man. Instead, we're just going to talk about the future.
Yeah, because you sucked his balls.
Building bridges and things like that. We didn't say one negative word about Keem. I didn't accept negative contributions. I told my audience, do not contribute and insult Keem. And
so they see. Okay, he says they didn't, but I feel like he got some negative super chats and decided not to read them.
That's wrong. That's
incorrect.
Capitalizing on an already bad situation. Because now I'm going to talk, Craig. Please let me speak. Okay?
Let me talk. Bro, you've been talking the whole fucking show.
Okay? Go Craig. After the interview, I had to cancel a whole fucking show that I had planned that was called DSP Asks It. I had guests lined up to be on the show that I was going to interview.
That's not Craig's
big project that I had lined up for my reaction.
Okay, I didn't hear this part. Is he going to say this is Craig's fault? It's Craig's. It's the response to the side scrollers, whatchamacallit, is the reason this fucking show did not get off the ground. But he told us the reason that show didn't get off the ground is because of trolls. General trolling.
Back channel. I had to cancel it because the guest said, well, after the side scrollers appearance, they really dumped on you. It's not the interview we have issue with, it's the fact that they dumped on you, so now literally everyone who saw your interview thinks you're an asshole. Because of that, we're canceling. So I had to cancel the whole show. My followers came out and said, we didn't mind the interview. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. Let me finish.
This is not Craig's fault.
After the interview, my followers said, we don't care about the interview. We care that they ragged on you after. Now it makes you look like an asshole. Now that makes us look like an asshole. We all
How does it make the audience
wanna be
look
your
like
fans,
assholes?
But how can we do it when the entire interview hates you now? Right? And you don't understand.
I don't see how this is
what
Craig's
you thought
problem.
you were doing was decompression. Let's just be honest. But what you did is you gave more avenue for the people who already hated me to hate more.
They
All
were
you did
gonna
was you gave
hate
a
you more
public,
anyway because it
grandstanding
was the worst
spectacle to my
interview of
detractors.
all
And
time.
the worst part about it,
For
Craig,
you.
you publicly monetized it. You monetized bullying. That's the problem with what you did the day after.
So let's flip that shit over and turn it into a sandwich shop argument. Phil just wants them to go live and just not make any money. Okay.
Picture this. It's like you're in a sandwich shop. All right.
And you clock in and you just work for free. Phil was like, they should just work for free.
You hurt
Don't
my
make
business,
money.
you hurt my followers, you hurt me. You owe me an apology for that. I don't care about you not checking the interview. The email.
Yeah,
I
you
care
do.
about the fact that you not.
If you don't actually care about that, why didn't we spend like 30 minutes on that? Just for us to be like carried over to this part. This is the actual reason. You wanted to get this canned line. You wanted to get these canned lines out to them. This was all just a means to an end to carry us to this point. Oh shit. I wish we just would have been here from the get-go. Complete nonsensical waste. Dare I say, a waste of my fucking time.
Once, but then again later down the line, monetized hate against me. I literally never monetized hate against you ever. Ever.
Doubtful.
Sure about that, Phil? You've never once monetized your hate against us? You never talked poorly about side-scrollers?
Oh, I absolutely talked poorly about you, but I certainly didn't have entire shows.
So you did monetize it. You did monetize it. Now we're gonna play semantics. Oh, it wasn't the whole show. Oh, it wasn't the whole show. And even though you skimmed past their post-show, so you didn't see all of it, at least publicly, you didn't publicly see all of it. I'm gonna be nice, and I'm just gonna assume he didn't see all of it. He's just gonna charitably, very generously assume that their entire show was about bullying him. It was just a big old bully stream, and they made money off of it. You're not supposed to make money off of it. You should have just worked for free. Bro, tell DSP to work for free. See how he responds.
Based around it, inviting all of your detractors, because you want to know something, Craig? They contacted me about this show. They said, here's all the dirt on Craig. And you know what I told them? This is the truth, Craig. I said, fuck you. I said, I'm not going to do that. I'm better than that. I'm not going to talk about Craig's dirty laundry, because that's not what this is about. I could have easily been doing that all along. Everyone has skeletons in the closet. We all know this, but I'm never going to be like that. I want to build bridges. I don't want to burn them. All right? At the end of this conversation today, I don't want to be at your throat. I don't want you to hate me. I just want us to be at peace, even if we never
Please keep this in mind for how DSP ends the conversation.
speak again. I just want us to be at peace. I'm tired of this internet drama bullshit. But you hurt me bad with your behavior after that interview. And I want you to understand how bad it was for me. I had to hide for a year. And now to just show you, Craig, how different it could have been. Did you see my appearance on Kino Casino recently?
Yeah.
And how different that went?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Kino Casino is a show over on Kick.
Womp womp. Oh, he thinks Craig's a detractor, bro, like the rest of them, and just keeps up with all the news. Nope.
How different that went?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Kino Casino is a show over on Kick.
He doesn't
They had
care.
Me on. We joked about everything.
He's gonna care about this as much as he cares about WWE Champions. I'm sorry.
About WWE Champions ever. We made a big laugh about it. But they also treated me like a respectful human.
No, they didn't.
Monetize hate against me. We had
Yes,
fun
they did.
conversation. We watched video clips. We laughed.
Called you a
wanna know what it
king.
was? I was a guest on their show. Like I was supposed to be a guest on your show. But it never happened because we did the...
So they did it backwards. So with side scrollers, it was going to be they have the big interview with them, and then they do content with him. With Kino Casino, they do content with him first, and then they have the big interview, which in this case would be the interview with Noel, where he gets raked over the coals the exact same way he was on side scrollers. So Craig just did it in the wrong order, is what Phil's arguing here.
Interview. You want to know what happened? Public opinion has changed, Craig. You may not realize this. Right
Wrong.
now, People like me.
I can't
for the first
believe
time in
it
ages.
exists.
Right.
That's right. Because they gave me a chance. Because they didn't rag on me. They didn't bully me. They were bullying me. But once I personally talked to them nicely and say, hey, just have me as a guest.
So once you hypnotized them, they left you
So
alone.
everything they say about you is you know.
Once you, I need to reiterate this. He stumbled into their chat randomly, unannounced, and they realized right then and there that they had a golden opportunity at their hands. I was talking with Seru about it. And PvP is an opportunist. Absolutely. If Keemstar is an opportunist, then PvP is like a giga opportunist. But there was no accounting for the fact that Darkside Phil, the guy, was just gonna randomly show up in their stream chat one day just to see what it was about. Phil made the choice to go into their chat. And they didn't prepare for that. They didn't think that was gonna happen. So they decided to have their fun and see what they could do with them. And that's why we're here where we're at now. That's why I still maintain that this right here, what you're looking at, as well as the WWE Champions admission, him not skipping over anything in a documentary, coming clean about all that shit, talking about Leanna and whatnot, him not skipping anything, as well as Big Ups to Blanc. But that stuff, in addition to talking to Keemstar, talking to Null, all of this is ramifications, ripples of the gassing up from Kino. They lulled him into a false sense of security where he feels like he has this redemption arc and he has the big cojones. He's got this unearned confidence that's so powerful. He thinks he could he actually thinks he's winning here, is the crazy part. He actually thinks in this discussion that we're all listening to right now that he's coming out as the bigger man. And that's why I say this is the payoff. This is the I don't even think no, it's not the ending because we still got the June shit coming up and the rest of the documentary, which he might even fucking talk more about. He might even have more reveals in store for us. He might have some more confessions. But you won't be able to convince me that any of this would have happened if it wasn't for the Kino ball glazing that preceded it. Here's the dinger cap. The dog shit payoff. The longer it takes, the less credit Kino Casino would have. This would be some butterfly shit. Yeah, it is. It is. But you can't argue that he would be like this if it wasn't for that. I'm not saying, oh yes, they directly caused this. I'm not saying PPP was behind the strings here. He's on vacation right now. But he would not have talked to Craig. It just wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for the king shit. Oh, Howard selling DSP the arcade board. See, now you're just taking it to extremes. Hold on, let me scroll up. Thank you, DeBlanc. See, I'm trying to see what DeBlanc's saying, but I fucking hate how Twitch auto advances the chat. People like me. Who would say that to another human being? Normal style humans. See, DeBlanc agrees. That's why we like you. But it's not even good content if we give credit to the casino. So you say, I think so far from looking at it as a train wreck, I think this is a good interview that I don't think we would not have gotten otherwise. But you say it's bad content because it's like nothing productive. Like realistically, nothing productive was achieved here. It's them just kind of yelling at each other and not even like talking to each other, but talking at each other. And it's like a pre-stream. He kind of gives them the pre-stream runaround that he gives us every day. I think it's funny because it's so disastrous, but you think it's not good because it's just not good. It's like in the sense it's so bad, but you don't even see it as so bad it's good. Carl says you just hate good content. It was mid at best. ESP doesn't look good here, but it's not like we will watch this a year from now to lol about it. Tevin might. Okay, I'm caught up with the chat. Doing a hell of a job of Dave trying to bury that hatchet. Yeah. I know, he's burying the hatchet, guys. He's not gonna fucking turn on Craig by the end. Surely not. Found the DSP Kino Casino collabs to be boring to the point where it felt like my brain cells were rotting away, but he gained confidence he got from the casino, gave him enough balls to confront other people. Yeah, and that's all I'm saying, in addition to just enjoy the ride, and if you're not enjoying it, then don't enjoy the ride, and don't pay attention to it. The collabs themselves sucked. I liked the first interview, but I know people found that mixed. I didn't see the RTU react. I didn't like watch that the whole way through. I saw Tevin watch it, but I wasn't paying attention to it really. Like it was like a 20% thing. But I hear people didn't like that, and they were kind of rushing through it towards the end. And then the chain collab. See, I can't be too critical of the chain together collab really too much, because I feel like it's really no different than if I had just gotten on a call with fucking Carl and we played Splatoon. Like, it's just fucking motherfuckers playing a game. But because it didn't have any exposés in it, it was bad. But I can't be critical of that, because I feel like, well, that's not that. I really could see myself just being that. Like, that, if I played Chain together with Carl, I would have that same level of commentary. Yeah, not great, but nothing remarkable. Yeah, like Aqua says, it's the same as a Splatfest with me and Ann. Like, it's not despicable, it's not truly awful, but it wasn't remarkable either. Smug Phil equals fun Phil. That's the thing that I saw a lot too, is that people can't stand Phil when he's smug. In my opinion, smug Phil always precedes Phil taking a big L, which I definitely think we did witness today. The collabs were asked, but he's slowly getting to the point where he's starting to not take care of what people think about him, about the shit he spends money on. He'll expose himself in the end. Agreed. What is the hoopla about the new gain confidence? We're just waiting for an actual train wreck. 2 more weeks. Was this not a train wreck? This is the culmination. I think DSP doing the Boren Keemstar interview gave him the confidence to think that he was on the right track with doing this. Because remember, at first, he wasn't doing this shit. This was canceled. This DSP Asks It series was canceled because of the trolls. So it wasn't supposed to happen. Then he gets confidence from Kino. Then he does a semi-successful, from his perspective, interview with Keemstar that's very boring to the rest of us. But they weren't at each other's throats. So Phil considers it successful, and then Keemstar suggests within that interview for him to contact Stuttering Craig. So he feels like he's got the gusto to do that. So he contacts Stuttering Craig, and now we get this train wreck where it's actually revealed the whole time that Phil doesn't have a control. He doesn't have his finger on the pulse for anything. He's not the one in control. Craig ain't going to be the guy for the real train wreck. He comes in neutral. He offers basic pushback to DSP because he's not into DSP like that. Do you think he should talk to the other guy, Goon? Do you think he should talk to Adam? Which now that's not going to happen. But do you think he should have talked to Adam instead? I think there would have been way more pushback if he talked to Adam. But I think the beef would have been less personal. So I think it would have been more yelling. Phil has a past with Craig, however thin, so I think it's more personal between him. I don't think he would have cared to talk to Adam as much. Definitely, Adam would have been an actual hilarious train wreck. He wouldn't talk to Adam. He's definitely not talking to him now. Hey, Gondola. And technically, Adam's not a part of the show anymore either. Though, Adam did volunteer to get on the call if he needed to. If Craig needed backup. Craig needed backup. Fortunately, that did not happen. Spiritual death date for Phil. How much time does Legacy have left? I'd be surprised if he was still doing this at 50, but Boogie's 50. 51, I think. So, I mean, we could really still be watching Phil 8 years from now. Phil could still be on the big screen. Rarely playing games, indulging in the drama he claims to be above, among other such nonsense. 45? Dude, Aqua, that is so generous. 45? That's like 2027? At least half of us are still gonna be here 3 years from now. You think he's gonna throw in the towel at 45? I think you're being too charitable.
Isn't true. Well, not all of it, but The thing is, that
like,
being
that's less
treated
than 3 years. That's
kindly
2.5
instead of being
years.
bullied and being monetizing the bullying led me to a redemption arc where now I'm finally fessing up to all the stuff I've done wrong, and it's all changing for the better, right? That could have happened with your interview, but that's not what you did.
We gave you an opportunity to fess up during the interview, Phil.
Which I couldn't do because I couldn't prove it during the interview. I had to get the information together, and I was going to do that.
You still could have. I don't care what fucking information. Hey, look, it's the boo. I always knew you'd fall for me. Booby trap strikes again. Ooh. But, okay, whatever evidence he thinks he had for that fucking big evidence reveal, it still doesn't prevent him from saying that he sold the account. There was nothing that was preventing him from saying back then that he sold the account. What I think it is, schizo dingus moment, conspiracy dingus moment, I think he didn't sell the account, and he didn't think of that excuse back then. And when he says he had to get the evidence together, what he actually means is that he had to think of what the story would be, and he didn't have the story together back then. So that's why he didn't have the evidence. If he really did sell the account, he could have just easily said, I sold the account. Now, would anyone fucking believe him? Fuck no. He gives no reason for you to believe anything that he says. But that doesn't stop him from saying it. He could say it and just not have evidence for it. Is it gonna make him look bad? Hell yeah! But at least it would have been an answer. Phil wants to talk about how he gives answers. Oh, I give answers, you just didn't like the answer. Motherfucker, they give you an opportunity to give them an answer about what the fuck was going on with that account, and you chose not to talk about it.
You didn't give me the opportunity.
Well, no. Did you have any of that information available when you talked about this yesterday? All you did was you just talked. That's it. So all you needed to do 18 months ago was just talk, just like you did yesterday on your show.
No,
right?
whoa.
No. I know. If he's going whoa, hands in the air for this, I need to hear what he has to say. Because Craig's right. Craig literally just said what I fucking said. What was keeping him from saying that 18 months ago? I need to know.
You're moving the goalpost.
Did you have any of that information available when you talked about this yesterday? All you did was you just talked. That's it. So all you needed to do 18 months ago was just talk, just like you did.
Huh, interesting. So Craig says what I said. All DSP did yesterday was just talk. So what was preventing him from talking 18 months ago? The reality, the truth, which is that he didn't sell the account. It's all fucking made up, and he didn't have the story ready yet 18 months ago. So when he says he needed to prepare shit, what he actually means is he needed to prepare the story. He didn't have the story yet because he didn't think of the story because he's not smart enough to think of the story on the fly. See, if he was a mastermind, if he was crafty, he could have just said in the heat of the moment, I sold the account. But he's not smart enough. He didn't occur to him back then that he could sell WWE Champions accounts. Too bad the story is flawed. It's flawed because he doesn't even want to sell the shit in his closet, let alone sell a fucking Champions account. That's probably easier to track than if he was to just sell like a video game in his closet. Doy.
Did yesterday on your show.
No,
right?
whoa.
When you talked about this yesterday, all you did was you just talked. That's it. So all you needed to do 18 months ago was just talk, just like you did yesterday on your show.
No,
right?
whoa. Now you're moving the goalpost. So first it was, the only way anyone was going to believe you is if you sent me all the documentation during the show. Now you're saying I could have just said whatever.
I'll give you this, but I will give you that, right? Documentation would have helped.
I don't think you should give him that. I don't think you had it right first up. He had the opportunity to talk, and he chose not to use it. What was preventing him from saying, I sold the account, I don't have the evidence yet because I sold the account already, I don't have access to the account, but I promise to get the evidence together to show for part 2. What was preventing him from saying that, other than people weren't going to believe him? But as we have already previously noted, these people are not going to believe him no matter what he says because he doesn't give them any reason to believe him in the first place. But again, at least he would have had an answer. Whether you choose to believe the answer or not is another thing entirely. But at least it is an answer.
Your case, 100%. With that said, Phil, like just you saying, yeah, I played WWE Champions. Yeah, my name was this, whatever it was, right? And just just saying those things, yeah, absolutely. That would have gone so far, right? And I feel like we extended the olive branch many times during that interview, right? And once again, you left that interview feeling good.
You didn't call him king enough.
Your point of contention is that after the show, we spoke honestly about our frustrations. Once again, why were we frustrated, Phil?
They weren't allowed
because
to do
we
that.
Felt lied to.
They were supposed to work for free.
Validated yesterday, literally yesterday. Later on, did I do a monetize the hater stream? 100%. Why? Because you were talking shit about me, right? We've never gone out of our way to go off and say, hey, it's time.
Phil didn't really address, like previously when Craig mentioned this, that the only reason he did monetize the haters was because Phil was talking shit, and he brings it up again here. Now I noticed how Phil does not really respond to Craig mentioning that. I only did the stream because you were talking shit. Phil didn't respond to that the first time, and he's not responding the second time either. Interesting.
Time to dump on Phil because it's fun to dump on Phil, right? We dumped because we were pissed at the time. The result of the interview, we felt lied to, once again, validated, and you were talking shit. So naturally it was like, hey, and the idea of going live there was, let's go on Phil's show and hash it out like we're doing now. So look, Phil, I mean this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you were hurt. I'm sorry that your community was hurt. And I'm sorry that you felt that way for a long time. That's why I'm on this show. I want to help you close the door with this chapter, right? I'm not your enemy. In fact, I've been your biggest champion. I've gone out of your way, as in that email. I want to help you get to level 2, whatever that looks like, right?
Motherfucker doesn't want to go to level 2.
I've said that continuously
Let alone the bonus
in every
level.
single email correspondence we've had. I've said, hey, I want to let you know, let's get together, let's hash this out, let's move forward, right? Every single time, even when it comes to inviting you on the show, our 1-year anniversary. Hey, Phil, come on the show, nothing serious.
Thank you for the Luigi moment.
Come on, it'd be fun, people would have it on. Hey, Phil, you want Street Fighter 6 is coming out. You want to help hash this out? Let's just hash it out, let's talk it out. It'd be a great way to build a bridge.
I was hoping that if this had gone differently, maybe they could have really ended the because Phil said he was gonna do gameplay. Now we know that was a fucking lie from the get-go. But if gameplay actually did happen, I was kind of hoping they would finally have that Street Fighter 6 set.
Once again, that's something that you want to do. I listen. If we're going to go with the build a bridge metaphor, I put down lots of wood over the last 18 months trying to build a bridge, and every single time the email wasn't responded to, or maybe you didn't check your email. I don't know, right?
Oh, I did check the email. It's just there's no way I'm going to be playing Street Fighter with a guy who doesn't play Street Fighter, where I'm not going to bet.
Why can't, okay, if that's the idea, why did you play it with your community? Am I just supposed to assume everyone in your community who has a copy of Street Fighter 6 plays like a pro like you do? It's very stupid, very nonsensical. Why can't you just have fun? Why is he just incapable of like the idea of just like just putting on a game with your pals, with your buddies, and they're not pros at it like you, but you still have fun with it anyway. Like when I play Splatoon with the fellas, like they don't know life it like me, but I don't care. He had the same arguments of Brian when Brian wanted him to play Fortnite and Call of Duty. He was like, nah, I don't want to play that because that's like not relevant right now. It's not pertinent. In reality, it's because it's not on his fucking schedule rotation. No, why would I play that?
Benefit from it whatsoever. You will.
Hey,
Of you're going to get another boost from my appearance on your show playing Street Fighter.
Hey, what's up, man? I'm coping about this stream just like everybody else is, but it's the dingus spin. DSP could do something like Win only doing light punch or Win only doing heavy punch. Yeah, he could nerf it if he really thinks he's a good player, and he is above average. I won't be that mean to him. But he could just give himself disadvantages if he really thinks like Craig is bad at the game. He could just do fun little challenges like that. I think he was even doing that when he was still doing community nights. He was like, okay, I'm only gonna play with this character. Oh, we're not gonna do the serious characters tonight. This is just a fun community night. This isn't the real community night. This isn't the struggle session community night. This is the just for fun community night. Why couldn't he do that with Craig? Why does Craig have to be a pro to play fucking Street Fighter with him? Just so it could be a spectacle? Just so he can monetize it? Like when he played that FGC guy this week, I already forgot his name. I want to call him Notch, but I know his name isn't Notch. Is it Notch? The Minecraft guy. That's the Minecraft guy. Whoever the FGC guy was. You know what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. Noah.
I'm not going to get a boost from that.
Phil, we could have done it on your channel. That's the thing. You didn't even respond. But isn't that the fun of it? The idea that you play Street Fighter 6, you lay into me for fucking 9 matches, you destroy me, you're the definitive champ, and all of a sudden the king is back.
Nobody cares about that, Craig. No one cares about you playing Street Fighter.
But they don't have to care. It just would have been for fun. I have difficulty even believing that he believes in what he's saying here. It kind of like he doesn't know how to respond to that. So like, nobody cares, Craig. But it's like, bro, they're just trying to have fun with. Like, it's just a fun little night of Street Fighter. It ain't nothing but it. No, but nobody cares. Okay. And any askers? It's a collab between you and Craig. The viewers don't have to care. They don't know what they want anyway. It's just so. It's absolutely regarded, and you know it's just an excuse anyway. So it's wasted breath even trying to come at it from an honest angle.
No, nobody cares. You're not a Street Fighter Pro. I can only fight Street Fighter Pros so I can latch off their FGC cred and clout.
Again, it's like the Noah guy. Hey, Cypher.
What are you talking?
Let's hear that again.
Isn't that the fun of it? I don't know, right?
Oh, I did check the email. It's just there's no way I'm going to be playing Street Fighter with a guy who doesn't play Street Fighter, where I'm not going to benefit from it whatsoever. You will, because you're going to get another boost from my appearance on your show playing Street Fighter. I'm not going to get a boost from that.
Phil, we could have done it on your channel. That's the thing. You didn't even respond. But isn't that the fun of it? The idea that you play Street Fighter 6, you lay into me for fucking 9 matches, you destroy me, you're the definitive champ, and all of a sudden the king is back.
Nobody cares about that, Craig. No one cares about you playing Street Fighter. What are you talking about?
But they care about us getting together, and Street Fighter is the conduit to do that.
Look, Craig is such a fighter for continuing to argue it, because that's really what it is about, right? It's not that people care that the king is back and the king felted Craig in Street Fighter. They would care about it for making the little fun little zingers and their one-liners and little fun observations. Oh my god, DSP destroyed Craig. And you know if this had come to pass, DSP would have titled the stream, titled the VOD uploads, he would have titled it DSP destroys Stuttering Craig in massive Street Fighter 6 collab or something along those lines. Just like he did with the Noah person and the other guy from the other day, the other FGC guy he fought, Chris G. Anytime he fights someone with prestige, he makes sure you know about it in the title, he tweets about it, he puts out a clip about it. So what was stopping him from doing it with Craig? Well, Craig has a smaller channel than his, obviously. Smaller following.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares, Craig.
Even though, again, the whole idea is not that Phil destroys Craig in Street Fighter. That's the pretense for the reality, which is Phil and Craig get together and settle the beef with a friendly game of Street Fighter. But because Craig's not like the fucking god, and he's not legend tier in Street Fighter 6, and he doesn't have any clout for Phil to clout chase off of, Phil does not care.
9 matches, you destroy me, you're the definitive champ, and all of a sudden the king is back.
Nobody cares about that, Craig.
You got a
no one
3-star.
cares about you playing Street Fighter. What are you talking about?
But they care about us getting together, and Street Fighter is the conduit.
It's just like as he laughs, I get the impression that he knows I get the impression, I get the sense, if you will, that he knows he's being dishonest, and he just kind of just wants to have his little laugh there. Like he knows what Craig is saying, what Craig is trying to get across there. Oh, they care about us getting together. But he wants to be a little fucking dick about it, so he wants to have his cake and eat it too.
To do that. That's what I'm getting at. Move past the idea of Street Fighter 6.
Look it up. Clip
it's bigger than Street
mode.
Fighter 6. The idea was just get together.
Oh my goodness. All right.
Like,
well,
doesn't respond. Moves on to the next non sequitur point. What an interviewer.
Thing. You just apologized to me because I was hurt. I want you to apologize to me because you did it, because you know it was wrong.
I don't think it was wrong because like I said, yesterday, as you said yesterday,
is it like what, apology number 4?
You lied to us. We felt that lie. We knew it was a lie. Look, was it reactionary?
I think DSP is right. No one would care to see DSP versus Craig in a fighting game. Craig says they would care just because it's Craig and DSP. I agree with that. Craig, no, Phil is right. that Craig has no fighting game prestige, so they wouldn't care about it from the sense that it's like a super serious match between the two of them. Craig doesn't play Street Fighter, so it wouldn't be an exciting match to watch. But the idea is, I think Craig is right when he says the idea is just that they get together and they hash it out with a friendly game. It's no different than when he plays with Brian, except when he plays with Brian, like, Brian is kind of good at Street Fighter. Kind of better than Phil, actually. But I dislike the idea, Goon, that it has to be that he has to be good at Street Fighter for them to be able to play together. Sure, it wouldn't have been exciting, and people would have cared about it less. But I think that would have been offset by the fact that it's Phil and Craig getting together to do stream, and then again, the pretense is just them playing a couple sets of Street Fighter. Yeah, apology fetish in full force. Ryan holds back. I didn't know he held back.
100%. I'll say yes. It was wrong in that it was reactionary with the monetize the hate stream, right? That was a reactionary thing. Am I proud of it? No, right? And you know what, Phil? I'm going to do you one better. Give me a charity of your choice.
Uh-oh.
Give me a charity of your choice. I will donate that day on that stream. We made $633.08. I will donate $633.08 to a charity of your choice.
Craig,
that will help close the book.
If you actually cared about anything that you're saying right now, you already would have donated that money.
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. What would you have said if he actually did it? What would you have said? Well, okay. Riddle me this, Batman. What would he have actually said if he actually did that? Can we go to the timeline where Craig already does that before this interview even happens? What would Phil say then? Would Phil just let it go? Would he let it go? I don't think he would. I think he would just move on to the next fucking point.
So you can do with it however you want, but the fact is you have done absolutely nothing in this appearance to show any kind of responsibility or remorse for the things that you did regarding me, my community, or my reputation after the interview. And you've publicly admitted you didn't check the avenue that you could have gotten actual evidence of what I was going to tell you about the truth.
But you said earlier, in the end, you didn't really care about the email. You just wanted the apology.
So
I did not check the email.
So I don't really know I can help you anymore at this point. You know, it's like I've been saying to everyone recently.
What a gaslight.
What's happened in the last month and a half is pretty remarkable. All right. Basically, everyone.
Look, I'll agree with you there. Again, a couple of Canadians called him king for like a week or two, and now we're here, where he fully adopted the heel persona that was forcibly extracted from him. That, to be fair, was always in there if you go back to his old FGC days, but it was forcibly extracted from him once again. He put on the clown makeup, and it didn't come off, and now we're here, where he thinks he's like, I don't know. He thinks he's on the ropes. He's standing on the ropes and doing this little kayfabe. Can't wait to see what the June, like, this just makes me more curious about the June interview, because I feel like June is in kind of a unique position, because the documentary stops before any of the Kino Casino stuff begins. So it makes me think, I wonder if he's going to revisit it, or do like a part 2, or maybe like an epilogue, or some sort of addendum. I think in my heart of hearts, he's kind of done with it. He's going to move on to the next thing. I think he wants to do a Medicare documentary next, which would be very respectful, given we're kind of, unfortunately, at the end of that tether. I think it would be interesting if he does cover this stuff, but I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't. Hey, Flame. And hello, Almighty_Tevin. We're going over the Dingus reaction to whatever the fuck this was.
Who last like 10 years, who really like messed with me and hit it on me. It's kind of all coming back. Karma, you know? Now, in your case, you're definitely not egregious, okay? I want you to understand something. After today, I have no grudge against you whatsoever, all right? I'm going to act like...
Yeah, keep this in mind for what's coming up.
None of this ever happened. Really, I mean it, too. I'm going to act like none of this ever happened. We're just going to move on with our life. You're going in one direction, I'm going in another direction, all right? But you have to understand that, like, when you have a platform, you have a responsibility to be responsible with that platform. If you were going to have the big, definitive Darkside Phil interview, and even if you thought I had lied the entire interview...
You did. There was no thinking. Even if you thought that at that time, guess what, idiot? He was proven correct. You were literally lying.
I did about WWE Champions. That's what I lied about, okay? you still have a responsibility after the fact to follow up. That's what you didn't do. You actually didn't do the most important part. What you did...
He didn't check his email. And the crux of DSP's entire argument is that Craig willingly did not check his email. His business email that DSP made him use to facilitate their negotiations, even though every other content creator in the world, including DSP when he talks to people he likes, like PPP and Andy Worski, didn't use the conduit of the Twitter DM. He forced him to use email because he didn't like Craig, or he wanted Craig to be subservient to him as part of the negotiations, because it's like I was saying, that's how Phil gets into your head. When Phil is inferior, he'll suck up to how you negotiate. When Phil thinks he is superior, you have to deal with how Phil negotiates, which in this case would be the archaic email that Phil himself doesn't even check all the time. He checks it like once before the stream, the day stream, and then before the night stream, and then after the night stream. Maybe 3 times max. Other than that, he's looking at PayPal. Check PayPal.
It was the equivalent of if, let's say, Barbara Walters was going to interview a big prominent person. I don't know, we're going to make this up. Barbara Walters was interviewing Donald Trump, okay? And she does an interview with Donald Trump, and she hits him with all the hard-hitting questions, and he answers with bluster and everything. And a lot of people don't believe Donald Trump or whatever.
And I think this was before you came in, but earlier Phil was like, did you watch my appearance on the Kino Casino? And because Craig actually, has his own existence and does his own show that isn't actually talking about DSP, surprise, surprise, 24/7, Homeboy's like, no, I didn't watch that. I don't care about that.
The next day, she goes on a public appearance where she literally says, I don't believe a word Donald Trump said. He's an asshole. He's a piece of shit. I don't like his hair. I don't like this.
Well, that's not what they said. An inaccurate comparison. At least mention that Barbara Walters would be counting the super chats. Heck.
And then as she was doing it, all the sponsors of Democratic causes are sending money to the show because, oh, this is great.
At least it's not a sandwich shop thing.
You don't like. That's literally what you did. That's not integrity. That's bullying for profit. All right. And the fact that you can't admit that you did this, you say you're sorry, it hurt me.
Phil's alternative here. I'm not gonna play into his fucking catty, coy, political analogy here from DS Politics. But what Phil is basically asking for here is that they get contributions from the interview and that they don't read them. They don't read them because they're not nice to Phil. To get contributions, money from their supporters, their viewers, whether they're detractors or not, doesn't matter. Get stuff from your supporters, people who support your stream, and just don't read it. Pretend it's not there. Just pocket the money. Because that's how Phil works. That's how Phil as a businessman works. You just pocket the money. Thanks, literally, it all goes back to thanks for the money, dummy.
But you're not sorry you did it? That just, it speaks to your character. I didn't have to do anything. You literally just did it to yourself on the show. And that's the thing, I didn't have to monetize hate against you at all. You did it to yourself. And I'm not going to monetize hate against you ever. It's not going to happen. There's not going to...
Yeah, look, again, Phil completely ignoring everything Craig says and just goes to his fucking canned lines that he prepared beforehand on a piece of fucking notebook paper the day of. And again, what Fenrir cuts to the heart of it too, where Phil talking about integrity as he admits he lied. He lied. And it was a lie he very easily could not have lied about. He could have very easily told the truth. Even if he didn't have the evidence, even if people didn't believe him, because as was pointed out, they're not going to believe him anyway. So why the fuck didn't you just tell the truth? Not a sandwich shop analogy, which makes me believe before he thought up this one up days before Craig's appearance, because the DSP is not mentally, intellectually flexible enough to come up with anything like that on the spot. Oh, I definitely agree with that. That's why I was saying earlier before he came in, Dublock. That's why I think the real reason he didn't bring up the account, the reason the account wasn't brought up during the interview, it wasn't because he sold the account but didn't have the evidence. It was because he didn't actually sell the account, but he didn't have the intellectual capacity at that time in the heat of the moment to think of that. He didn't think of that then, so he didn't have that ready because he didn't think of it. He didn't think that was an excuse that could get him out of that situation. So when he says, I gotta prepare the evidence, you didn't let me prepare the evidence. Preparing the evidence is coming up with that excuse. When he was so adamant about the Craig reading the email, why didn't he contact Lebs or Travis or Adam or even reach out to him on Twitter? Yeah. Doesn't he know there's more than one co-host? He could have talked to Adam. Adam was there too, and he had their shit, I believe. He knew what their Twitters were. Makes you think, huh? The ESP been scheming up how to make Craig look bad, so he actually unironically said he had all the evidence, but Craig wasn't responding to emails fast enough. And now that Craig responded too slow, we can no longer provide the evidence. Or at least, we make you wait 18 months for the evidence, and the evidence is just his word. He has no physical evidence, no screen caps, no receipts, no literal receipts for this sold account. You have his word. His word which he could have given you back then, but he didn't. Because the reality is, he just didn't think of it back then. He wasn't given time to think of the excuse.
Be a decompression stream after this where we shit on you at all, because I don't have anything else to say once you're off this show. It's done. You did it yourself, my friend.
Just to be clear, so
he
when
really
Barbara
thinks
Walters,
like he has it. He thinks this is a
who's
gotcha.
dead, interviews Donald Trump. I think she, whatever. When
She passed away. Rest in peace. She was a great interview.
So she has this interview with Donald Trump.
I don't know if this was intentional by Craig, but I like how Craig's analysis of it is almost the same way DSP would analyze an analogy like that.
So, let me get this straight. You're saying Barbara Walters interviewing Donald Trump. Well, first of all, Barbara Walters is dead, so that wouldn't happen. Anyway...
Yeah, the literal breakdown. That's exactly what DSP would do if you gave that analogy to DSP. He would have said the exact same fucking shit. I love it. I don't know if it was on purpose, but I love it.
Trump. Is she not allowed to talk about it afterwards?
Oh, she could talk about it, but she's not.
Yeah, that's what they did.
She's not allowed to monetize hatred toward the person she just interviewed, and here's why. God,
it was such a big mistake for Craig to say monetize the haters. And I know a lot of detractors gave him shit for that too, but it was such a mistake because it just gives Phil the avenue. Like, pretty much the entire argument that Phil presents here is based almost entirely on that quote, monetize the haters. He has no proof. The King brought no clips. He brought no screen caps from the chat. He brought no tweets. He brought no seats. He brought nothing to actually support that it was a monetize the haters bully stream. But because it was titled Monetize the Haters, and because Craig himself is remorseful of monetize the haters, you know, saying that, coining the hashtag and whatnot. Well, it was his friend who coined it, but you know, him owning it and like for a little bit doing a stream about it. Because he did that, even though he's remorseful about it, DSP's gonna never let him live it down. Yeah, he grabs onto anything he get, just like the Escort Saga.
Why? No, let me clarify why. Because if you're the interviewer, you're supposed to be fair and impartial, correct? During the interview. You were during the interview. Okay. But then, if that interview...
Okay. So, when you interview someone, you're supposed to be fair, alright?
Oh, were we not fair? You were. Anyway, my next point.
Interviewer immediately discredits the person they just interviewed. There's not one fucking person who's going to go back and watch the interview with a fair take and a subjective glance at it and say, okay, so I will judge for myself if he told the truth, okay? No one who watched the interview gave me that shot because you literally after the interview said, he's a bold-faced piece of shit liar. Let's laugh at him with his detractors. Ha 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 ha.
Was he not supposed to have an opinion on it?
Yeah. Okay? So your interview originally was meant to be fair and balanced, and it became a hit piece because of what you did after. And I don't think you've ever really consciously known that, but it is. It's a giant hit piece against me, and it always will be.
Phil, you did it to yourself, man. You had an opportunity with all this. If it's a hit piece, it's your...
No, you can't say that, Craig, because Phil said you did it to yourself first. It's now just... It's them just saying that both of them did whatever it is that happened to themselves. They did it to themselves. Phil said it first. You can't use that line again, Craig. It's gonna make him very upset.
Your words.
I was going to send you everything you asked for.
You had a chance to talk.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. You said, with your own words, you thought it was a very fair interview, right?
Yes.
People look back on that interview, right? And they are upset about the interview. It's because of the response that you gave. Nobody's going back and watching the monetize the hate stream, or no one's going back and watching the decompression stream. What they're watching is the DSP interview. And if they're upset about something that happened, or if they have if they think a certain way about you or me or Adam because of that stream, it's based off of the conversation that we had then, and not based around anything that happened afterwards, right? That's the main point of contact that people are watching. So, look, you can try to put the noose around my neck all you want, right? And that's fine. Go ahead. If that's what makes you feel better, that's fine. But ultimately, Phil, it's your words. It was your lies that you told that led to the ultimate distrust with this stuff, Phil. And look, I'm sorry, man. Like, I hope that you can move past this. I hope that we have an opportunity to work together again in the future. I do. I genuinely do.
Hell
because
no.
I do think, at your core, I do think that you are a good guy who just wants to play games and make positive content.
Nah, you're glazing
and you know
up.
what?
You're
I think that's
blustering.
extremely
You're not on the
admirable.
casino, Craig.
But you can't be upset when we talk about something and somebody super chats about it, right? I'm sorry that happened. And I'm sorry that your detractors gave us money, right?
I'm sorry,
but you know what? It's gonna happen again. It
were
happened
right.
today. Somebody super chatted $2, saying, "Hey, did you hear about this?" Should I give that $1.40 back? Right? Like, I don't know how to handle that, Phil. And I'm not going to apologize for people who gave us money because they felt we either did a good.
Phil should say you should refund that, Craig, just to be a little troll.
Job, or we felt like we missed something, or did you hear about this?
Yes, you should actually refund that back.
I told you I will gladly give that money to a charity, right? And I'll give it to a charity in your name, right? But if you don't want that, that's fine, and that's totally okay.
I'm speechless. You actually think that giving that money to a charity a year and a half later is going to somehow make you look good or something? Like, what are you talking about?
No. I hope that I could care less. What I care about is help.
I want DSP to argue like the money is going to be less because of inflation. Therefore, Craig should donate even more, 900 even.
Helping you move on, because you clearly are clinging on to this, right? And like I said, I'm sorry that this happened, right? But I'm not sorry for the words that you said, right? Once again, if somebody feels a certain way about you, it's based off your actions, right? I'm live 2 hours a day, 5 days a week. People see me, they know me by now.
Okay, but Phil's live for like 8 hours a day, 6 days a week. So you're wrong. All right. Anyway,
right? I've been doing this for almost 20 years.
Phil's been doing it for 16.
Pretty good idea of me and my character, and for you to attack my character, I mean this with all due respect, Phil. Go fuck yourself, because you don't know.
Whoa! This is the big gotcha moment here from Phil. Look, he's gonna start chuckling. I didn't hear this part, so I need to see how he responds to this part. Everyone was talking about this part.
Almost 20 years.
Yeah, I'll rewind.
Clinging on to this, right? And like I said, I'm sorry that this happened, right? But I'm not sorry for the words that you said, right? Once again, if somebody feels a certain way about you, it's based off your actions, right? I'm live 2 hours a day, 5 days a week. People see me, they know me by now, right? I've been doing this for almost 20 years. So people have a pretty good idea of me and my character. And for you to attack my character, I mean this with all due respect, Phil. Go fuck yourself, because you don't know. I've gone out of my way, Phil, to treat you with respect via email the entire time. I've gone out of my way to treat you with respect and be courteous to you continuously. And I'm sorry that you're upset that
I understand Brother Craig's pain here, because it is real difficult. He's just a manipulator. I don't think I'd be able to, like... I know a lot of people have, like, fantasies, right? Where they're like, oh, if it was me in the hot seat talking to Phil, ooh, I know just what I would do to him. I know just what I would say. I would be able to, like, completely destroy and felt dark side Phil. I think the reality of it, though, is that he's just a slime ball. You would just have to outright call him a slur or something. You would have to begin the debate and just call him slurs. And then he would consider that the win because you got mad. I would not be able... I would not be able to have a conversation with Parma, who just raided with the party of 6. No, I'd have all the conversations in the world with Parma. Yeah, exactly. Like Carl, he's just too greasy. Like it's easy to say, yeah, I would destroy Phil in a debate. I would make him pay. I would bring up this and that. I would totally felt him. But then you actually get on a call with him, and then he treats you like this. It's like peak gaslighting. Like it's almost insane. And then he smiles at you. He laughs. He gives you this smug little grin. I completely understand why some of us have gone insane and completely schizophrenic about it. Armor Raid with a simple twist of fate. Hey, big ups, I saw a little bit you were playing Fate. Another one of those games that I know a little bit about, but have not played. You have to come in with the idea that you're dealing with a habitual liar and sleazeball. Craig came in like DSP was going to be nice, dude. But that's the problem. That's the problem, Goon. Is that, like, he doesn't want to talk with you unless you come in with it like he's a nice guy. Like, he just won't even entertain it. You have to grease the machine before he even deigns your existence with a conversation. That's kind of like the most annoying part about it. It's why he was able to talk to Keem, because Keem came at him as the inferior in that conversation. Keem wanted to get him on Lolcow Live, and I think he was setting up for some other shit. And then he thought he was going to be able to get Craig to be subservient here. That ended up not being the case. But it's like, if you come at him like that, he's just not even going to talk to you. Which at that point, yeah, I guess you probably shouldn't talk to him then, because he's a fucking sleazeball. You don't need, you don't need to talk to him to understand that. Just call him a liar, alcohol, gambling addict, and a public masturbator. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do that and then just hang up the call. But then he would just consider that to be a victory. He would say he won because you hung up on the call. Oh, people say I lost because I hung up on Craig. Well, you lost because you hung up on me.
I didn't check my email for 23 hours. I'm sorry for that. And I'm sorry that I was pissed that you were talking shit about me, right? But I hope we can move past this. I really do. And I hope that this helps you turn the page. Will it do it? Probably not. But one thing that I do really hope is I hope that people don't send you super chats in regards to me. But no, I hope people send you lots of money in regards to me.
Ricada moment. I hope you make $1 million.
Well, I'll be the first one talking about myself, and I'll send you a super chat momentarily here in just a few minutes.
I don't want you to send me any super chat, Craig.
But I want to. Well, I can't.
Right? Oh God, big man on campus. I can't stop you from sending me money, but I'm also the bigger man. I don't need your dirty blood money, Craig. Even though I'm on my hands and knees, absolutely begging for it. Let's fill up the king's coffers, bros.
I can't stop you if you really have to do it. I mean, I can't stop you from doing it. I don't want any money from you. I don't want anything from you. Really, at this point. Like, you literally, in a situation here where we were being completely cordial, you just told me to go fuck myself publicly on the stream.
You told me to go fuck myself. You told me to go fuck myself publicly on my public stream. You told us whenever it benefits you that this is your private stream. I forget what the situation is, but didn't Phil get into some hot water with someone? And he was like, wasn't it LTG? I think it was like, who fucking cares what I said on my private stream? But now because he's got to make a point over here to Craig, it's a public stream. So you publicly admitted in public right now, publicly, that you said you wanted me to go fuck myself. That's what you admitted publicly. You're saying that right now. Yeah, and you know what? I'll say it again. Go fuck yourself.
I didn't do it. You did.
Why? Because you attacked my
No, not why. You did it. We were being cordial. I just had
What do you mean why? He's telling you what brought him to that point where he snapped and told you to go fuck yourself. Because you attacked, good pause on Craig, by the way. But he's explaining to you quite thoroughly why it got to that point where he got a little heated and told you to go fuck yourself. For Phil, doesn't matter. Just the fact that you did it at all is the problem. And there's nothing you can say that can change that, and you take the L, and I win.
Tire show with Keen last week, and I have way more gripes with Keen than I have with you, and that never happened.
Did you attack Keem's character?
Thank you for tonight for the 3-string streak.
Of course I did. And he went back at me, and we went back and forth, and we hashed it out. Yeah.
Listen, then Keem should have told you to go fuck yourself.
All right, so there you go.
There you go.
There you have it. There you have it.
There you have it. I win. You lose.
Night and day. I mean, you can't. That's all. I mean, really, honestly.
What is? I'm trying to even look at this from his point of view. Like,
Because not even the dents, and I say dents, but they're all LARPers fucking anyway. They're all fucking LARPers. There's only like 5 true dents out there. But even they were not vibing with this fucking put upon perspective. No one in this chat was agreeing with him. No one. They all thought this went poorly for him. But I'm trying to look at it from his point of view, brother. And I can't even think, like, why? What does he think he has? What does he think he has here? What is he walking away with this with? Other than, I was so obnoxious filibustering Craig, I got him to a point where he said the F word to me. I win. I'm the bigger man because I didn't say a no word.
But we're over. I'm sorry. I'll apologize for 2 things. I'll apologize, number 1, that I did lie to you during the interview. That was wrong.
Thank you. I really think at the end of it, that's all that Craig was looking for. So, massive Craig dub.
Everything we're talking about.
That was wrong. And number 2, I apologize to the public that I lied for so many years, but I already did that last night on my own show. So
okay, do it again, because not everyone watched that. Like me!
You know about that, all right? And I'll apologize to you now because we're taking too much of your time, and I know you got to get going, all right?
So let me close with this.
You close, and then I'll close, and we'll be good. Okay. You close first.
Huh, wow. Carl, why does Phil want the last word? Huh. Yeah, interesting. I can't imagine why.
I want you to really think about your actions here, right? Think about this logically. Please do. Why were we pissed the next day? Why? I'm asking you. Why were we pissed?
Oh, you want me to answer?
Yeah.
Well, it sounds to me like you wanted me to come clean on your show and get a really great piece of content out of it because it was going to be the definitive time when DSP admits to everything that everyone's been saying that he's been doing for so long. And when I didn't do that, you basically had a nothing burger of an interview. 5 hours of a nothing burger of an interview.
Oh my god. Phil promoted it. Phil promoted it in the days leading up to it as it being the definitive Dark Side Phil interview. You watch this interview for the definitive be-all, end-all conclusion to everything Dark Side Phil. Your burning questions will be answered at the Side Scrollers Dark Side Phil interview. And then no questions got answered. So of course he was left with a nothing burger. I wonder who's responsible for that.
But it was good for my detractor. They wanted to crap on me, so it was a good piece for them. But you didn't.
I think this is a good piece for detractors too, right here.
Didn't give you what you were looking for.
Does DSP think this isn't a good piece for detractors?
You were really hoping you were going to get the big confession. That's why you kept putting me on the spot about send me the screenshot, when we had never discussed that before the interview.
Because they didn't know that was gonna. Bro, did he just want the complete interview prep? It just turned out that way. Like, I think Ludwig was saying that the other day, but you can't prep for stuff in like heat of the moment like that. He would have just rather earlier in this video earlier. Craig pulls up that he had questions. He pulls up the questions he had for Phil at the time of that interview. Cause I guess he still had the documents saved. I'm willing to wager Craig didn't get to every question in that document. But again, that's because you can prepare for these kind of things, but you can't really prepare for stuff that happens on the fly. And that was something that happened on the fly, but they had the opportunity to hash it out, just like they had the opportunity to hash things out with Keemstar. That's why they got Keemstar on the air. It didn't work out, but they had that opportunity. So sometimes you just gotta jump at shit, and I just think that Phil just doesn't get that.
Didn't get it, you got upset about it, and that's why you didn't check your email, because you couldn't get the moment anymore in the interview.
Craig said he prepared more than he usually does.
And what you said was, well, now I'm going to get him back for that tomorrow. I'll make that money in this nice destruction show that we'll do on Friday. That's actually what happened.
You're wrong about all that.
Okay, fair enough. But you asked me for my opinion, so that's there you go.
Sure. And that also tells me where your head's at. We were mad because we were lied to. Had you not lied,
maybe, what's he gonna say to that? I lied, but you didn't know I lied, so you should have just thought I was. You should have thought I was telling the truth. Stupid.
None of this would have happened if you were just clear and honest with us.
I
like
was
you've
clear and
been with
honest. There
your-
was no
with
way
like
for you
you
to
were
know that I wasn't
yesterday.
being honest,
Everything,
idiot.
none of this would have happened. We could have moved on. It would have been like, yeah, did we think it was bullshit? That's fine. And would the Friday stream have happened the way it did? Probably not, right? Would the monetize the hater stream have happened? Probably not, because if you just were honest.
I like the implication that the monetize the hater stream still would have fucking happened. Even if he was telling the truth.
From the start, none of this would have happened. So you can point the finger at me all day long, but at the end of the day, Phil, what's the
Oh,
old
don't worry,
saying?
he is.
You still got 3 more pointing back, right? Back at you. So look, I'll take my responsibility. I hope you look within yourself and you take some responsibility in this as well, right? And that's fine. I do hope that we can eventually work together in the future in some way, shape, or form. Maybe you come on Side Scrollers and we do a regular show.
Here it
If you don't want to
comes.
deal with
Here it comes. He was
big
prepping
driven
for
show
this.
That isn't whatever you said, right?
Right.
You were extremely nice with your words, and by nice I'm being sarcastic right now. And when you told us to go fuck ourselves and all that stuff.
Can we talk about like the moment Phil was prepping for this? So you'll notice Aqua says it too. He's looking at the chat, but notice how right about here. Yeah, okay. Goon said it before I could. But yeah,
Regular show.
hold
If
up.
you don't want to deal with us.
So he grabs the mouse right here. I noticed this live as well. I noticed it while live because I was here for this part. I noticed him hover over the button. You see it right there. Look, there it is. There it is. Ah, yes. There it is. Don't spoil it, Carl. But I know that
whatever
part
you
too.
said, right? You were extremely.
I think he notices right there. He hovers away from it. I think he noticed that. Oh shit! They can see that.
Extremely nice with your words, and by nice I'm being sarcastic right now. And when you told us to go fuck ourselves and all that stuff. So I would like to give you a fair shake someday on Side Scrollers if you're open to it. Like I said, I want to make sure that you and everybody else knows that I am open to working with you in some way, shape, or form. But I hope more than anything, I hope you're honest, not just with your audience, but with yourself about the situation. I appreciate your time today, Phil. I got some dad duties I got to get done.
Look at it. Look at how he has to lean over to make. Look, he's hovering over again. Okay, big ups, Coggers. So he has, because of how he has it set up.
The situation.
He has to awkwardly lean over and then make sure he's hovering over the right button.
Hey, Phil, I got some dad duties I got to get done. Thank you guys very much for your time.
All right. Now hold on. Before you go, let me say my piece too. All right.
Oh my God. Okay. Good dude. Craig should have just disconnected right here.
It'll be quick. I promise.
Yeah.
This is it. This is the end. There's no more feud between you and me. Do you agree? That's it. We're done. We can stop going at each other's throats.
Phil, I haven't had a feud with you for 18 months, man.
That's fine. Okay, whatever you say.
I like how he's not even entertaining it from like the yes or no, because Phil wants the quick yes or no to get his setup out of the way, and Craig won't even entertain that much. No, we don't. There is no feud, idiot.
Monetize the haters, but you don't have a feud with me. You want me to play Street Fighter with you. You don't have a feud with me. You want me back as a guest on your anniversary show because you know it's going to bring you hype and attention from my detractors, but you don't have a feud with me. Okay? But okay, fair enough. You don't have a feud, but we're agreeing to this now. It's over, right? We're done.
Yeah,
we're good.
It's over. Yeah.
Okay. So, and you were asking me now, a year and a half later, will I be a guest on your show, which was what originally was agreed to, correct? Like, that's what you're saying. It was originally, that was the
no, I didn't say that.
agreement. We were going to do the interview, and then after that, I was going to have the opportunity to be a regular guest on your show like everyone else had been, correct?
Right.
That was the agreement.
And after the interview, I sent you that email saying like, we were just disappointed, right? And the offer
God, he really wanted like just simple yes or no's from Craig.
wasn't there anymore after the interview because we felt lied to.
Okay, so now
that said, I hope.
God, it's like the one thing Phil prepared for, and it still doesn't work when, again, you're in the hot seat, in the heat of the moment, because humans just don't interact like that.
Past it.
That's what I'm saying. Now that we've hashed it all out, right? We're all good. You're saying you're extending that olive branch, and you're saying that that opportunity is there again, possibly. Not a lock-in, but it's possible that I could be on your show.
Just so much setup for the punchline, and the punchline isn't even that good. It was already fucked from the moment Craig wasn't giving them yes or no answers.
That opportunity is there again, possibly. Not a lock-in, but it's possible that I could be on your show.
Sure.
Okay, I'm not interested. Go fuck yourself.
And he disconnects from the call before Craig could hear.
But I could be on your show.
Sure.
Okay, I'm not interested. Go fuck yourself.
Okay, so you noticed it, but for the people in the back,
it's possible that I could be on your show.
Sure.
Okay, I'm not interested. Go.
He disconnects right there. He gets out, I'm not interested, and then Craig does not hear the rest.
Fuck yourself.
And then promptly leaks that he's in, of course, his super secret mod server, and what appears to me to be some sort of WWE server, but I don't know what it is. And then you see the rest of his DMs, and it's like, oh, what a leak! Oh, he's talking to Jake James Lugo. Those are probably DMs from like a year ago, multiple years ago. I think it was Atlas who pointed it out, but the Jake James Lugo DMs are more recent than the Madara DMs, and Madara's like an active fucking mod that is still in his chat to this day. That's funny.
Okay. All right, guys. So that is the appearance of Stuttering Craig on the Level 1 podcast. I hope that you all enjoyed it very, very much. It was a good one, right? I hope that all right. For those who watched the interview, thank you. I hope you enjoyed it.
Maybe he could have looked a little bit behind just because of the delay between Discord and the stream. In that case, he should have just like immediately disconnected.
And I'm going to be right back live on the stream.
I don't think it's that though.
Okay. Well, let's do that. I'll literally be right back live on the stream with the decompression. All right. I'll be right back, everybody.
Okay. Seeing that in full, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Now, is it like the most productive conversation Phil has ever had ever? Were bridges mended? Are they friends again? No, it was not productive. It was pretty funny. It certainly was entertaining. I can't act like I wasn't entertained by that. Oh, thank you for the shout out. Or Potato? Well, it's one of the rare shout outs from someone who actually has a channel, like actually does streams. Thank you. Oh, look at the comment. No, I saw the comment, but you're right. Hold up. I got this pulled up somewhere. I usually have stuff prepared. No, I don't. But what if I did? Yeah, okay, so we're thinking of the same tweet. Here we go. Thank you to Samarpe, I believe. Probably butchered that pronunciation. Samarpe is the one who provided this image. I easily could have got it myself, but I'm lazy. Please understand. Look at this. Look at this. So, okay, before I show this, but you probably have already seen it anyway. You can just go to his video and look at it for yourself. But when you believe you are the winner, the victor of you, if you will, of a debate, you usually don't have to add any prior supplemental context, right? When you upload the VOD. You don't have to like put anything in the description. You don't have to kind of put like a pinned comment out there, kind of like explaining additional details that might kind of swerve people over to your side. Well, Phil, who believes that he won this debate, proceeded to make a comment on the video when he uploaded it.
Important note. After the interview was ended, Craig went on his own stream for multiple hours, accepting contributions from my detractors, insulting me, and even made the thumbnail preview of his stream my incident face. The interview completely exposed him as he went, quote-unquote, mask off, quote-unquote, after being called out for his actions toward me after the last 1.5 years. It's not even that long. He says 1.5 years because that sounds longer in your head than 18 months. And his actions directly after completely contradicted what he said in this conversation. Does not specify what actions he took that contradicted what he said in this conversation. So, he did a 42-minute stream in which he read contributions because you kicked him off your show. Was not able to have a real amicable farewell. So he did his own stream to explain his side and whatnot. There's no way he wasn't going to do a stream. I think that was kind of inevitable no matter what the outcome was. And then he got some super chats, and he could have very well been within his right to have streamed for another 5 hours, milking it, and maybe he would have then fed into DSP's argument that he was just monetizing the haters. But you know what?
42 minutes, and he called the stream short. He's like, you know what? I'm done with this guy. I'm not gonna do any more content on him. I'm not gonna talk about him anymore. He gave himself 42 minutes because Phil is 42 years old. We'll say that.
Please go watch Craig's video if you want to see people make fun of me.
Yeah, well, why is he even advertising it in the first place? He's only putting this addendum out here. Like, you would not put out an addendum like this if you thought you won. With just the video alone. If you thought the video alone was sufficient for proving that you came out as the victor in that conversation, you would not need to make a comment like this, and yet Phil felt as though he needed to. Therefore, we are here in the now. You think Phil watched it, Carl? He's just gonna assume that maybe the mods told him what was in the stream. Speaking of DSP stuff, it is 1 in the morning, so... Craig interview is a disaster for him!
My own Doc React concludes.
September 5th, 2024. Let's see what this is all about. What's the new message? Good question. Let's check. Okay, Stuttering Craig appears. I assume it's this video. Oh, okay. The edit is, instead of DSP saying multiple hours like I just showed in that image, he edited it to about an hour, which is very... I mean, 42 minutes is like 18 minutes shy of an hour, but about... When you say about an hour, I think like 57 minutes. I don't necessarily think 42 minutes. Seems to be that's all he edited it. Okay, yeah, Water Juice confirms. Okay, let's see what he had to say.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was the third... I forgot the day. September 5th,
yeah, you're cooked, huh?
2024,
you can't even think straight.
Thursday. The final day of a lengthy 6-day
so
streaming
swampy.
week. What a week it was, because not only this week did I do gameplay, but also I did special events such as reacting to my Doom the King documentary literally every
Am I gonna have to watch all of that?
It is done. But also, awesome new stuff about
it only took
interview
4
today
days.
that did not go as planned. I got a brand new controller that I tested out after the fact. That was a really fun part of that stream to kind of decompress from the stress of the rest of the day. Let's just talk about it, shall we? So, today was the big day, my final streaming day of the week. An interview with Stuttering Craig of Side Scrollers. And the whole point of this interview was to try to squash the beat. For me, to basically apologize to him for the fact that I had
Craig
kind of
live and be the bigger
on the
man.
show last year, but for him to apologize for all of the actions that he took afterward that were very, very bullying towards me.
Very, very bullying.
With his streams and other content that he had put out. It lasted an hour and a half. At first, it looked like it was going well.
Yeah, the whole point was get an apology.
It did not go so
Four
well
apologies,
for him.
to be specific.
Basically, during the course of this interview, he decided to read a series of emails that basically showed that he was a snake, that he was a dishonest guy, that he had made offers to me that then he decided not to follow up on.
You corroborated those
emails.
Negative
content about me for profits.
Didn't say he was lying in the emails that he sent. You actually verified that those were correct.
Been like, oh, sorry, but instead, kind of went off the deep end. I mean, I have clips of it, and I'm going to put some of these clips up overnight for you guys to watch. But I mean, the most damning one, within a 2-minute segment, he offers to donate $600 to a charity of my choice for the detractor.
What was this like? Okay, that's like the big gotcha for him in hindsight. Guy who lies, by the way, calling other people snakes.
Stream he did the day after our interview. Then he tells me to go fuck myself. I'm not kidding, that actually happened. Then he tells me he's going to send me a super chat.
Very, very dishonest paraphrasing of what actually happened, but whatever. It don't matter. None of this matters anymore. But look at him. Look at how cheeky he is. Cheeky and sweaty, swampy and greasy and like a bog hog.
You can't make it up. It happened live. You can see the whole stream now. You can see just the interview, or you can wait for the clips that I'm going to upload tonight to show what happened. So basically, by the end, I'm just not talking to the guy ever again. There's no point. There's insane bad blood now, but I don't care. Like, I'm done with him. I'm moving past this part of my life. I don't need this drama anymore. I'm in a good place right now. So I'm done with it all right?
I can't believe
And
he
I
really
apologize to
feels like
anyone
he came
who
out
was
as the
tuning
victor for
in,
that.
Who thought that it was going to be similar to the Keemstar interview last week. It definitely didn't go that way. I thought it would have. And man, did it go a different direction.
Really? You thought he would get on
But
his
you have to
hands and knees and
understand
suck your
that when
cock?
someone is that disingenuous
With a big old
right,
smile.
you don't accept any kind of extended olive branch.
It's 'cause he wasn't
you just
Canadian.
don't trust him. I don't trust Craig at all. By the end of that interview, I didn't believe a word he had said. He made a bunch of very, very disingenuous apologies, but never apologized for what he needed to apologize for.
Because he didn't want to. He didn't think he did. He didn't think he did anything wrong, and he
repeatedly
didn't.
for personal
You wanted him.
profit,
You wanted him to
is
be
exactly
quiet.
what he did.
You wanted him to be quiet. You didn't want him to talk
So
about
it
it
is what
unless
it
you were
is,
there.
okay?
But you're
Watch it
allowed to
all.
talk about them when they're not there to defend themselves. You're allowed to do a decompression stream with Keemstar, with Keemstar not there. But he can't talk about you.
Enjoy. And then tonight on the late stream, it was the conclusion of my reaction
is he
to
doing?
the June the King documentary. Now it's about 12 hours long after doing 2-3 hours a night for the last 4 nights. And this covered the vest streak, which is why I'm wearing the vest right now. The bank leaks. It covered so much. What else did it cover? Shit.
Or you just stopped watching
what
it.
else?
What do you mean you can't remember?
So it covered so much. It covered the side scrollers interview. It covered
Okay.
some weird VTuber stuff that I didn't understand. There were some interviews with some supposed
I bet,
haters, but fans
Ludwig
of
had
mine
fun
as
with that
well.
part.
It covered a lot. But basically, the end was not a big deal. I really feel like the biggest stressful nights were night 2 and night 3. Okay. But
The
now
stuff
we're
with your
past
girlfriend,
it
the
all.
stuff with
If you want to watch
Champions?
it all, it is live in its entirety over on
The stuff you
DSP
said you were gonna
React.
skip
It's in
over.
the playlist. You can
Thank
check
you,
it out
Casino.
right now. I hope that you'll enjoy it. Those streams were not monetized.
You know, you didn't
but
have
there
to
are
give
gonna be
yourself that
ads on them
stress.
on the on-demand
You could've
videos
just
after
skipped
the fact
over
for
it.
the record.
You told us you
Since
were.
probably people who watch them after the fact aren't going to contribute in any way. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, we did it. We hit the tips goal again. 37 straight streams, crushing it and making it big, and basically filling the
This
King's
is a minor complaint, but I hate that he says 37 straight streams makes me want to think in my stupid little head that he means 37 straight days, but what he actually means is 37 straight streams because he does 2 streams every day he streams.
coffers and crushing the detractors and yada yada yada, right? Seriously, forgive me for not having enthusiasm tonight. I'm just really
I didn't see that, Goon, because I haven't been looking at his documentary reactions like that closely. Did he actually say that? It's not a secret mod Discord. It's a private scenes, behind the scenes Discord. What? I think you said that earlier, but I thought that was just you speaking from your goony heart. I didn't think you were quoting him. He said it's not a secret mod Discord. It's a private behind the scenes Discord. Because there are people that aren't mods there? Was that his argument? Because I think there are people that aren't mods there. I think people call it the mod Discord as like a colloquialism. I don't think it's literally called the mod. It's not literally officially called the mod Discord. But there was at least one name there, because I remember taking a look at the leaks that Proper put out from the Anon moderator, and there was one moderator, there was one user in that server who I could not account for, and who nobody else could account for, and to this day I still don't think we know who this person is. Not that it matters much, but the person did not correlate to any one of his known moderators, and there wasn't any new people, like there weren't any new moderators either, so it was like a person that was just there, and the name was not a name that I recognized either. Just like a weird person that was there. That wasn't a contributor, supporter, a viewer, a moderator, or anyone. It could have been a moderator under a different name, but everyone that was known as a moderator at that time was accounted for in the user list. I just thought that was curious, and I don't think it's brought up enough, but at the same time, it doesn't even matter, because that person going off the leaks really talked there anyway. It was what the fuck was her name? I think it was Rigron. Yeah, we'll call him Rigron. Time when the doc was talking about his vest streak, he posed a question to his audience about if they thought the vest streak would last. If they thought this streak would last longer than the vest streak, it will not, and I will eat crow if it does. Notice he moves his lower lip when he's lying. If you go back to his WWE Champions confession, he does it when he starts rambling about the details of his account. Well, I guess that's something I could watch too, because I did not watch all of that.
tired. This has been a really stressful week for me with all this stuff going on. I'm happy when I come back on Saturday that things will be back to normal. They'll be able to do double gameplay. So let's
Wait, no
talk
extra
about
bot
that.
tomorrow?
So enjoy the content.
Oh, that's
Interviews
Saturday.
live. All the other
Sucks.
content's live. Some clips will be going. Highlights will be going live on the channel over the course of the night into tomorrow. And the React is done and live over on DSP Reacts. And watching me unbox and test this controller in Call of Duty is also live on this channel if you're interested in seeing the Microsoft Elite 2 controller being tested live. Okay? I'm off from streaming tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll lead
When I
Angry
return
Crow.
on Saturday,
Ah!
it will be a podcast in the morning, and then it will be the premiere of Astrobot on the PS5. It comes out tomorrow. I'll be playing it.
Oh, the PS5
first stream
finally has a
on
game.
Saturday. I'm very excited to try it out. It looks superb. The game, you know, the mini game that came with the PS5 that boxed in as a free release was super good. I hope it makes good use of that DualSense controller. And I
No,
hope
you
that
don't. You hate the
it ends up
DualSense
being really
controller.
good. Like really good for everyone. You know what I mean? I think it will. So anyway, great stream coming there. And then on Saturday night, I'll be doing more of the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 closed or open beta. It will now be the open beta for
Yeah, exactly,
everyone.
Rencheck. I
For
had
everyone
so
to
much fun with the
participate.
first Astrobot
Okay?
game on the free one.
So I hope you'll come
I know
back
he
and
had
check
games
that
on
out
PS4,
too.
but you know
Saturday
what I mean.
night. We're back to gameplay all day Saturday. Okay,
I will
guys?
pick that one up, but
Thank you
it's
so
not going to
very
be day
much.
one.
I hope you had a great week like I did. Man, but now it's time to get back to some normalcy around here. I got to start getting caught up in games.
I
and
was
life.
waiting for him to
Thank
say
you
it.
guys so much. Have a good night. See you Saturday.
Ah, yes, the return to normalcy. God. As fun as this arc has been, as wild of a ride as it has been, I kind of do just want a day where... we need like a whole day to decompress. I just want a day where he just plays games on both streams. I think we'll finally get that starting Saturday. And then... documentary is done, so really all he has left is this attempted conversation with June the King next week, which could go a number of ways. You know, people thought this shit was gonna be boring, and then it turned into what it turned into. What? Maybe June turns on him next week, then does the epic follow-up where he destroys Darkseid Phil. Probably not likely. But, you know what? Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look-see, look-listen. Yeah, I'll listen to him admitting to WWE Champions. But first, what else do I have here that I wanted to look at? Yeah, we'll have like a mini intermission. Oh, I had some fucking Arlo videos too. You guys don't want to listen to Arlo. It's Arlo complaining about Nintendo's remakes. Why aren't they all priced $20? Whoa, it's Mario and Luigi Brothership. Greetings from Concordia. So they put this trailer out the same day that Concord went down. So all the replies on their tweet for this video was people making fun of Concord. They were asking if it was a deliberate measure on Nintendo's part. Listen to the music! It's so good! I love it. I love it. And they were saying too that this having a blast part, like this was a part of someone, it's like a meme post of someone playing Concord and they said they were having a blast. So they're thinking that's something else that's like they're hinting that this was on purpose. You can see it when they do close-ups, but you can even see it when the camera's far away. I like how it's not like a flat, the colors aren't flat. You can kind of see it right here. Look at how it's not like a flat red on Mario, it's got like a gradient to it, and Luigi's got it too. Was worth it for the music alone, and the fact that it's going to be 60 frames a second. I'm so excited, you guys. I think I had some more videos too of that. Yeah, bigly excited for that game. Hold up. Am I able to pull these up? I can. These are some shorter vids. Got like because they did like a mini website preview, so we had some little mini trailers put up. Here's combat. So look at how they changed the standard attack. It's a regular jump. In the old games, it would be you hit A twice, but now because it's like the whole theme about brothership and bonds and whatever, like Luigi gets to help out too. So instead of it being A twice, it's A, then B, then A. And I'm willing to bet Luigi's is the opposite, BAB. I like what we got going with the hammer there too. And the last one is this, one of the special attacks, which I thought looked amazing. So you got the Koopa shell, which in every single game works like you alternate A and B to kick the shell to hit the enemy, and it usually only strikes one enemy. And then you have the other one that they're about to use. But I would like to direct your attention to the chord block there. That looks like it's going to be a new mechanic. Usually you get like 5 or 6 blocks, and one of the blocks is the gimmick of the game. So in the last one, Paper Mario had like a block, and if you hit it, he would copy himself, and it would double like his attack power at the cost of having less HP. In Bowser's Inside Story, Bowser had a block to like go full Kirby and like start inhaling shit. I don't know what the chord is gonna do, but I am pointing it out. Look at this shit. Okay, so you alternate B and A to power up the Storm Cloud, and you have to end it with X. But you can hit X at any time to end the attack. But obviously the idea is to get the Storm Cloud as powerful as you can, and then hit X before the timer explodes. It's so good! Oh yeah! And we get a sneak peek of the EXP screen there. Day one, 10 out of 10. Game of the year. It might actually end up being my game of the year. Alright, we got one more. This is like the Dingus P catch-up segment. Yeah, the gameplay is robust. Speaking of things that are robust. This lady. Whoa. It's Super Mario Party Jamboree. Pauline joins the party, Nintendo Switch. That's the Westerland board for Mario Party 2. You got mini games with like 8 players? You can slap Mario? You got a giant hand robot? You got the little ninja? This game has everything. It looks like it's gonna be a fun mini game right there. This is that right there. That's Mario's Rainbow Castle from Mario Party 1. This also had a website update, and they were showing a lot of videos off. This is gonna be updated, this board. It has an item shop now. And the idea is it's like a start to finish board with no, like you can't loop around back to the start of the board without finishing, like going in a certain direction, right? All right. And then at the end, you either buy a star from Bowser, not Bowser, you buy a star from Toad, or you get fucked over by Bowser. And every time you land on a green space, it switches the tower around. So let's say it starts off with Toad, land on a green space, and then it switches over to Bowser. If you land on another green space, it switches back to Toad. That was like the gimmick of the board. That gimmick is still here in this newer version. However, now there's an item shop that operates the same way. So you can buy your items from the item shop just like you would in the boards from later games. But now, if you hit the green space, the item shop turns into like an evil item shop that's run by like the Kamek guy from Yoshi's Island. So I wonder how that's going to affect the board gameplay.
We have Pim Pam with the Nintendo factoid. Did you know that this is the first time Pauline is playable in a Mario Party game, but the second time that Ninja has been playable, because he was playable previously in Mario Golf Super Rush, which was also a great game. Oh, that was the end of the video. Mini Mario Party update. You timestamp DSP addressing the mod Discord. Okay. Well, I don't know if, let me get the timestamp for that, because sometimes it doesn't work for me. 4227. Let me copy that. Thank you for that, Goon. Oh, you know what? No, I have a few more videos. This is a great little divergent segment here. We have legendary hero, Shez, dual sword master. His banner's already up, but we're gonna pretend like we're seeing this for the first time. Oh, I remember this music. I'm the one.
This blade comes when I call it. I
I'm
can put
the
it away
guy.
whenever I like, too. Yeah.
Very well.
So he's a red dagger unit. Rare instance of the male character having shitloads of paragraphs. I don't even want to read all that. Oh, he has Shadow Slide. That was his ability from Three Hopes, where it worked the same as Bylif's what the fuck was it called? Divine Pulse, where you could reverse turns. Shadow Slide just lets you teleport all over the map for free. He sniffs out the smell of battle and teleports to ally sides. After combat, he obstructs foes' special activations. Interesting.
Made your peace yet?
That's the current annoying unit to fight right there. That guy. I'm not even gonna bother pronouncing his name.
Not enough training.
Keep me in here.
Off I go.
Did you see that? Hold up.
Off I go.
How is that legal?
Off I go.
He can just do that for free? Homeboy crossed over the whole map. For free?
I must prevail.
I don't see no warp staff on this bitch.
Too bad for you.
Oh, who else is on the banner? Oh, Arvel, obviously. Robin. There does. Prayer. All these characters suck. Alir. Ratatosker. Arlen. Ike. That guy. Yukimura. Lumera. A fallen Lumera. Nurgle. Not grandfather Nurgle. Nurgle. Now this is already running. I'm a bit late on it. We'll probably free roll them and have a laugh about it. We got one more. This is actually a banner that started yesterday. It either started today or it's gonna start tomorrow. But the trailer dropped. Yeah, 8%. It's not like 0.2% like Phil's gotchas. We got like a seasonal situation here. You'll never guess what the theme is. Whoa, it's Felicia!
I can't stop staring at this ice. So blue, so clear. It's beautiful.
Cavalry Axe
That'll
Unit.
liven things up.
Alright, show me the paragraphs. Oh my god! Ew! What is this shit?
I agree, Parma. There's too many women. Is Medius even really a unit that people are concerned about when it comes to the meta these days? I don't think so. Like, they usually have a unit that's like a unit that people have trouble with beating. I really like people have shit to deal with Medius now.
So cold!
But Felicia's alright. She's not my first choice. It's an alright waifu.
My homeland of Ilia is also a very
And we got a
cold and
random
snowy
GBA
place.
Pegasus Knight from
Right there?
Goon's game. She's even worse than Felicia! Not as many good skills as Felicia, though. Increases mobility of flying allies to dominate the battlefield. Allies get triangle attack if they move together.
Time to freeze!
Oh, it's Flora. The other maid.
A festival of snow and ice? How lovely! Of
Colorless
course.
Cavalry. What does she got? Is that it? Dude, it doesn't even scroll. It's actually readable. Her weapon can guarantee follow-ups and blast through sturdy foes. And she can disarm traps and eat the raids. It sounds like a poverty unit to me. But the poverty unit being a waifu is not too common.
The power of ice! Look at it.
Oh, this is the
Everything
Coomer
covered
unit.
in ice. It's beautiful. A scene I am accustomed to.
Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Like, Fallen Veil is a unit right now that people struggle with. So that's what I say when they do these demonstration segments. How long are the skills? Not too bad. Guard against ranged attacks with their special and create thick ice walls with the dual skill. Whoa, that did nothing, you guys.
I'll stamp you out.
Is that another dragon waifu? Veil?
Yeah!
Veil is a dragon, yes.
Freeze and shatter.
Thank you for the bananas. Dude, that already power creeps Brave Robin. What the hell? So Brave Robin has the exact same skill where she can create ice to block the enemy's way, but she doesn't create nearly... So, she creates her crystals in the exact same formation, but she doesn't create nearly as many. So, Neefel and Puyorm puts crystals in all squares, but Robin only puts her crystals out in the same formation, but only like the outline of that shape. That's wild. Robin is still pretty recent. Not even a month old. And that starts... Oh, today. Oh, there you go. Okay, yes, what Goon sent me, which is 4227, just in case it doesn't pull up automatically when I link it. It did not. Alright, but Goon wants me to hear about the mod Discord, and I'm quite curious myself. Phil doxed PW dubs. Phil doxed PW dubs. Phil doxed PW dubs.
I feel docs PW Dubs. He made that the title.
Following this and Anonymous' departure, Phil had to defend his doxing of PW Dubs and his secret Discord.
I didn't dox him.
So his question specifically is, why didn't you ever mention that you had a Discord? We asked you before if you used Discord and you said no. Because it's my moderator Discord. It's none of anyone's business if I have something for my business behind the scenes running to be used for business purposes. The question was, do I have a public Discord? Do I have a Discord people can join and talk to me?
Semantics.
No. I can have a private Discord if I want. I could have 10 private Discords if I want. I could have a fleet of 100 servers.
Same energy he does when he talks about how it's okay that he can make money. Well, it's okay what he spends his money on. That's not really what people were asking, though.
Connected together, all with secret moderator Discords, and it's my prerogative to do that, and it's none of your fucking business. Why are you even care, and why are you asking me dumb questions?
Why did you lie about it?
Because it has nothing to do with anyone watching the stream.
You can admit it exists, but also say it's none of our business.
Anonymous made its way to Reddit, where it was fast to gain traction. Anonymous, in his post, made sure to censor everything the driver's license had on it except the words driver's license. Phil admitted that he shared the license in a small moderator Discord, but used—
Yeah, why can he have a super secret Discord, but the trackers can't? When the trackers have super secret Discords, they're insane and they're autistic and dangerous. We're dangerously autistic.
Small size of the Discord and the fact that PW Dub censored some of it himself in his defense. Then came the argument that Phil did not share the censored version, confusing Anonymous' full censor against PW Dub's partial censor. Even so, it was all a bad look for Phil. And not just Phil, but also Anonymous. In a place like Kiwi Farms, posts range from general observations, to memes, to full vitriol, all of which is typically welcome. To step foot in this space is to realize that everyone is a potential target. All elements of you can be criticized and brought forward for the sake of entertainment. Anonymous was no exception. Nigel UKIP was set on giving Anonymous a proper welcome by making fun of his appearance and his launch of a streaming career. This comes with the perspective some detractors across several communities hold that earning revenue online while existing in proximity to detractors is a sin, as some view Phil and other streamers like Wings of Redemption as chronic e-beggars who are constantly unappreciative of fan support and money, though most won't care and are just there for the entertainment. And when Baby Anonymous' alternative fur baby fetish Twitter was noticed, that's all they got. The contents of this Twitter are highly disturbing and for that reason
know anything about this, Phil?
and should not be shown.
Wow.
Diaper photos. That was a...
Does he say this is wrong? You got anything to say about this specifically? This was your moderator, Phil.
Yeah. That was a crazy situation they had, like, it was... It's like so much stuff in this vortex.
Yeah, we got the 3-star.
Like so many.
With Anonymous' image irrevocably defiled through his own means, he dropped off from the community entirely. As for what happened to Phil, practically nothing. This behavior was already expected from him. Besides, surprises don't come from...
This is hilarious. This behavior was expected from him. You mean the behavior where someone tried to set me up to make it look like I did something far worse than what actually happened? And I reacted very rationally to it and said, this is stupid, it's not a big deal. Yeah, that's,
you're right. Do that.
That's why nothing happened. You're absolutely correct.
Didn't matter if it was a private
nothing
Discord.
Happened. It's fucking stupid. This is only news to people who have the tiniest of fucking IQs and think that this is fucking important shit.
Is he handicapped? I don't know if he is.
Come from everything else.
Oh, look at that. There's
some
like
kind
that
of a
glitch.
southern drawl, man. Uh-oh.
Only Iced Coffee just realized there's a glitch on Twitch. It wasn't a glitch. I remember what this was, but we're going to see it in a second.
Yes.
Dick Jones, thanks for 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate you supporting the community tonight. That's
actually my cousin,
the first
Dick Jones?
memberships of the night, so thank you, Dick. Okay. Everyone's subscriber crowns turned bronze for no reason. What the hell? Apparently, something just...
I'm sorry, Phil, but that is a gigantic cope.
Happened very bad.
Something just happened very bad.
Happened, guys. Apparently something very, very bad just happened. Yeah, I'm not kidding. It literally just happened this moment. The subs are going away. Permanently. Apparently, they kicked me out of the partnership program, and I don't know why.
No one knew it at the time, but Phil's suspension from his Twitch partnership was, according to Phil, because of the massive influx of reports of him using harmful language. Following this was the greatest weapon ever developed against Darkside Phil. Rated by user Piece of Peace, the DSP Tips Tracker spreadsheet is equipped with table after table analyzing Phil's daily earnings from his AM and PM streams.
Oh, is that it? He's already moving on from that? Yeah, so
I mean, did you
if
want
he's
to
moving on from that, FYI, I found out later, and
how
this
much
is
did you
something
want him
that
to spend
I
on
can't
that?
provide evidence of. Okay, I can't. I wish I could.
Yeah, big ups, piece of piece. He spent 2 minutes on that PC thing and he was crying about it like he spent 2 hours.
But this is, some person who was insider in this situation provided me the evidence, and now I know what happened because that was 2021. So over 3 years ago, this happened. Okay, so in 2021, my detractors decided, because they saw how culture was changing. Correct. You know, me when I started on YouTube, culture was very different. Look at the jokes and shit that I was making back then. 2021, everything was changing. Everything was, as people are saying, it went woke, correct? And because of that, what my detractors decided to do was put together a compilation reel package of some of the things that you could say that I said and did back in the past that were very risque.
You could say,
bad.
I like
right?
how he words
we
that.
saw one of them where
You
I got
could
kicked off
say
of
I
Lit
said
TV
these-
for
well,
that
I mean,
Dead Space 2
you on
joke.
video
correct?
saying
But there's
that
many
you-
other examples of that from
Whatever.
back in the day, okay? So literally what they did, they made a compilation of it in videos, in like folders, and they sent it en masse to the reporting places for the things that I was working with. So they sent it to Twitch TV, they sent it to all of the streaming services that I was using to take in contributions during live streams and have pop-ups come up. They sent it to Teespring, my merchandise store, all of this, okay? Now the funny part about all of this is the stuff that they sent to them was ancient. This wasn't like, oh, Phil just did something bad.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You still did it. Like, they don't care about the context of it. You said it, you're done, you're gone. Privacy policy, they're in the right to do that. Terms of service, you lose. Bye-bye. I know it's tough, brother. It's tough when people come at you for things you did a gazillion years ago. It doesn't matter that it's a gazillion years ago because you did it in the first place and whatever. Oh, man. Yet he goes at people for things that they did a gazillion years ago. So what goes around comes around. Like, I say it all the time, Phil's a telltale character. So whenever it comes to, like, whenever it concerns someone else, like an enemy of his, he'll always bring up shit from a gazillion years ago. He does this with game companies too, especially with Nintendo. Ah, yes, Nintendo. Remember the amiibos? He brings out the Wolf Link amiibo. That was like literally a gazillion years ago, but Phil doesn't care. But you should care when it comes to Phil and all the stuff he does, because all the stuff that he does, and he did nothing wrong. Basically, it was all a gazillion years ago, and you should forgive him because he has a lot of trolls or something.
In 2021, and this is what's being reported, it was actually like, you know,
Yeah,
stuff
same with
from,
how he
from the
treats
past.
Atlas.
But some of these companies,
The
for
game
example,
company, not the bookkeeper.
Teespring, was well aware of who I was in the past, the kind of behavior that I had done.
They say they won't let
Teespring
me play their
recruited me to work
games.
with them. I didn't even have any intention of selling merch on Teespring. They contacted me and said, hey, we don't know who you are. We like your content. Let's get you in. They made a store for me. They actually made some of my very first merch ever in the Teespring store. Well knowing who I was in my past and all that.
It's very, like, well knowing. They knew who I was. They knew my past. Did they? Did a human look at that shit? Did they really know everything and everything there possibly was? Did they look at all the lore? I got trouble believing that. Because, like, humans are humans, and they're not gonna, like, sit for, like, 8 hours or something and look at everything there is to know and learn about Darkside Phil. They probably took a cursory glance, probably was an intern that did it, and then they approved of him having the thing existing there, having the partnership with Teespring.
Now all of a sudden in 2021,
Not that deep.
all these companies all collectively decide at once to drop me. It wasn't just Twitch, it was Teespring, it was all these all at once. I'm sure that's a coincidence, right? So eventually, someone finally fessed up. I mean, I don't know if it's 100% true or not, but basically, they contacted me and they said, just so you know, I'm involved with this whole thing on Twitch. I'm one of the people who, like, reviews reporting. And here it is. Like, we got a packet of stuff on you. And this was it. And basically, because all these businesses now are changing their mentalities on who they want
And you
on their
believe this
streams,
person?
on their
Why?
websites or whatever, you know, basically this got referred up the ladder. People looked at it in positions of power and said, oh, this guy he's not for our site anymore. Even though I wasn't doing that kind of behavior on stream at all anymore, they kicked me out for it. And it wasn't just them, it was Teespring and these other streaming services. They all did it at once. It's not some coincidence it was one and one, you know, no, they all happened within like a 1 to 2 month period. They all kicked me out of their businesses for these detractors doing this, okay? So that's what happened there with the Twitch. And after that, I still said, hey, I'll still try to stream on Twitch anyway. I just won't be partnered. And then, since that didn't work, Then my haters, my detractors, mass reported me for saying racial things I never said. Like I was playing, what was Returnal? I was playing Returnal on PS5.
Happened with Metroid Dread as well.
I was like, blah, blah, blah. I said something, you know, and they're like, oh, let's mass report him and say that he said the N-word.
You did.
But I didn't say the N-word.
Well, it sounded like you said
But
it.
they mass reported me anyway, and Twitch is so dumb, they suspended my account. Then I said, I appealed it. I said, are you out of your mind? I never would say that. And then they restored it like hours later, but already I lost my stream, lost revenue. And at that point I was like, so let me get this straight. You're going to de-platform me for things I did over 10 years ago.
It's one stream,
But you knew before you were okay with, but now all of a sudden you're not.
My lost revenue.
You're going to kick my stream offline and suspend
I was going to
me
make
for
it
things I'm
tier
not
2
doing.
if it wasn't for you
guys are unprofessional.
guys.
And I left, and I've never taken a second glance at going back at Twitch.
Yes, you
The
have.
only reason I would ever go back
Yes,
there
you
is if it
have,
was an
you bitch.
emergency. For
You
some reason,
bitch.
I couldn't do content on
Yes.
YouTube. I'd go over there
Yes.
temporarily, but
He
likely
would-
I would
he
go to
would go
another
there.
website, whether it be Kick or who knows. I
Yeah,
don't
you
even know
would
where
go
else
to
you can
Kick. I
stream right
wonder-
now.
I wonder who
but
had a part in
definitely
that.
would be that. Like, I wouldn't want to be treated unprofessionally, you know? And the other funny part about some of this is, like, for example...
Returnal was Stationary Fraga, and then Metroid Dread was Arnold Fills the Beggar, but not that word.
Reaching out to these companies, you'll be like, so why did I get suspended? Well, for
those
violation
were a
of our
couple months
terms.
apart.
Well, what did I do to violate it? Oh, we're not required to tell you.
They don't have to tell
actually
you.
don't have to tell you what you did.
They don't have to tell
we
you.
just kicked you out. Too bad.
Yeah, get
So
felted,
then
idiot.
how would I ever learn from my mistakes if you don't tell me what I did
This
wrong?
ain't a
Well, we
fucking
don't care.
PBS Kids show, bitch.
Oh, Twitch, that's exactly what Twitch said. They have no responsibility to tell me what I did wrong besides
Ace is
harmful
correct.
speech. I think that's what they called it, harmful speech or
No, harmful
hateful
slurs.
speech.
Hateful
speech, I think is what they
slurs.
called it.
Hateful slurs.
And
See,
basically,
I almost
you can apply
forgot
it
it.
for the partner program again in a year if you want. But I don't know what I said that violated your rules, and you won't even tell me. So anyway, that's what that was. He glossed over it, but I wanted to let you know how messed up these things have been for me over the years because of my detractors.
This included what game he...
Okay, I don't want to spoil the rest of that. I think we got to the meat of what Goon wanted me to watch. I do want to see him confessing everything about glubbu gree grampians. But I have a multitude of clips I can pick from here. I got his own raw clip that's 30 minutes long, and a bunch of other people clipped it, but their videos are of varying lengths. Okay, we'll go with this one. Pop's restream was pretty funny. I wonder how he felt when his name, when he got name dropped here.
The hate army troll.
It's the hate army, bro.
Hate army.
Shout out.
DSP covers up his old lies with new lies. Breaking. DSP tries to cover up his WWE Champions lies with new lies.
Hey, good vibes today.
Shout out to
Shout
Hate.
out to Hate.
See?
Shout out to
See, guys?
Shout out to Hate.
Shout out
Nothing
for
I do is good enough for these guys. They're always gonna say I'm lying.
Was it worth enduring a decade of trolls, daily streams, managing lies, and being hated in the only community you know? The answer is yes, because Phil has something almost no one else has.
Look at this, he made a ring and everything. All right, now this is cool. He made an animated ring for this. This is neat. It's WWE Champions time, brothers.
Gotcha.
Come on. Drop the leg. Yeah. Come on.
You really commissioned this? It's pretty impressive. Let's go!
That's amazing that he put that in there like
Phil's
that.
plights were all worth it because of this Candy Crush, gacha-designed phone game themed around the WWE, known as WWE Champions. It is important to note that Phil has refuted investing into this game to the extent people have claimed. Despite a mountain of very strong evidence, he has room to dismiss it because there is no smoking gun. Phil has a history of playing other mobile games themed around the WWE, and was not shy to spend money on microtransactions to get an advantage.
Yep.
However, on WWE Champions, there is an account that has seen some tremendous climbing in leaderboards that would be impossible without microtransactions. This account's name was They Call Me DSP. Phil's Twitter handle is also They Call Me DSP.
Okay, so I'm gonna let this play out. I'm gonna see all the stuff he has to say. I'm gonna play the whole segment. I want to hear it all. I'm not gonna react. You might see me nodding or whatever, reacting. I'm not
Correct.
gonna. I'm just gonna let it play. And when the segment is done, I'm gonna pause and then I'm gonna say what I have to say. Okay?
Phil has a history of using that username in other apps like Pokemon Go.
That's
and
good to
Phil
hear,
in the past
Jill.
has admitted to playing.
WWE Champions is a
I'll
game
see
that
it all
plays
in
a
full
lot
one
like Candy Crush, of all games. Or what's the other one? Bejeweled. It plays like those two games with wrestlers. And honestly, the game cheats and is not very good. But I just play it because it has wrestlers in it.
What detractors seek to prove is
He
that
told
the
us he
account
didn't like
they call
wrestling
DSP is indeed
Oh, that was an old
Dark
clip.
Side Phil. If they can attach this account to Phil, then that alone proves that Phil spent tens of thousands of dollars on this game. This is where TJ Gamebox comes in, a person that plays the same mobile game, who was dragged into this mess through unscrupulous threats.
We're playing WWE Champions, and we're part of a guild called Xena. And the guild, unfortunately, was joined by a person that was named They Call Me DSP. The second that he was in my guild, a lot of people in my guild were threatened to be doxxed by detractors for having him in the guild because they didn't want us to go ahead and give him any prominence in the game.
It was clear that detractors were keeping tabs on the They Call Me DSP account, and they were following
but it
this
wasn't him,
account
he
through
told
various
us.
guilds, threatening guild members in-game. Other guilds, like TJ's guild, would adhere to the detractor demands and remove They Call Me DSP. It is also important to note that besides Phil claiming that he does not own the account, attempts have been made to reach out to the They Call Me DSP account to see if the owner could somehow prove that they were not DSP. The owner was not cooperative, which gives more fuel to the theory. As for TJ, having some prior knowledge of Phil became interested in this investigation.
So I went further into it. I decided to keep track of money, keep track of tabs, keep track of when he's online. When I would find that he was online whenever DSP was offline. And whenever he was online,
coincidence.
Streaming, that account was offline.
The thing is, with higher spenders or those more invested in games, guilds, clans, whatever it may be, drift off their game and use third-party software to communicate with one another. This, in most cases, is Discord, but in other cases it can be apps like WhatsApp, which is primarily used for communication.
Or the
There's also
Line
the
app.
Line app, which serves
yes.
a similar function. And as it so
Line
happens,
app.
one of the guilds They Call Me DSP joined was using the Line app.
When I noticed he joined one of the guilds, there was a part where he could be part of the Line app. It says Line app was used for communication. So I did a little bit of digging and found that if you connected his phone number, because this phone
What
number
is
is
the
public,
Line app?
onto the Line app, it popped up with They Call Me DSP.
This is a strong form of verification. You type in your number, then the app sends a message with a code to that number. This is rather straightforward because though numbers can be duped with outgoing messages, messaging the number back will result in reaching the actual number and not any spoofed one. Forgetting about the need of phone verification, Phil initially dismissed it as a troll with creating a Line account under They Call Me DSP.
Sounds like someone made an account in my name to try to fucking screw me over, just like Discords and everything else that's happened this year. I know nothing about it, but it sounds like you're a conspiracy theorist, doesn't it?
A viewer then informs Phil that
that was
his
during
number is
Butt
tied to the
Snacks.
Line app account, to where Phil changes his tune.
Really big boy, you have to enter a code from an SMS message when you download the app. The troll has access to your text message, and I contact the authorities if I were you.
I think he got a little scared with that.
Seriously, like there's no way to.
I think he misinterpreted what they were telling him.
Just thinking that you were using a phone number that you're not, right? Or there's no possible way that in the 6 years since my cell phone's been doxxed that I changed my number, right? No way possible that I would have possibly done that, right?
Phil claims two things. Firstly, that it may be possible to fool a company through a spoofed number, which it is not. The second is Phil introducing the potential that he changed his number during this time, which was countered by someone calling Phil's number and getting this.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. Phil Burnell.
Not only that, when ranting about John Rambo, he slips
Phil
up.
Burnell.
I have nothing to make amends for with Rambo. I
Oh, no,
never
it's
mistreated
old.
the guy. The guy was always told me that he was happy when we were doing work together and everything. He's the one who cut off contact with me and lied to me saying everything was all right, but then stopped talking to me and then made a negative video about me later. He would have to reach out to me. I am the one who still has the same phone number. Felted, exposed, felted, humbled.
Yeah, I guess
That's
it
right,
is.
It's him. It's the guy. It's him all along. There he is. Ohm. Fucking Ohm. Yes. All right, let's continue. I'm not
This is
gonna say
one way
what
of coping
I
with
had
it.
to react to that. Well, let's continue. I'm the one who, you know what I mean? Like, I'm the guy who's still easily reachable.
What this proves is Phil has a line account, and also another item to stack on the massive pile of Phil's lies. But again, Phil could run with the narrative that just because he has a line account that is also under the Economy DSP, that doesn't prove that he plays WWE Champions. And so the investigation continues and lands on a different third party, Discord.
So I have sources of him joining and being kicked out of my guild.
DJ has
I have
connections,
sources,
you guys.
I with sources of him being in another WWE Champions Discord and me talking to him.
This is significantly more promising than the Line app, because unlike the Line app, the Call Me DSP's Discord is clearly seen interacting with TJ's guild. And while anyone could choose whatever name they please on Discord, all accounts had to have a unique code attached to them. And thanks to a bot archiving the people that left the Discord, that not only shows the name, but also unique Discord ID, which is 4058.
You know, if only I was tech savvy. If only I were tech savvy. Maybe I would have got away with it. All right, let's continue.
At the time,
Yeah,
Phil also had a secret mod Discord, and a rogue mod
Said he was gonna pause it.
just happened to leak Phil's unique Discord ID.
Oh man, so we all knew, but like his only cope was just to pretend he's like a tech boomer and doesn't know what anyone's talking about. That was his only defense this whole time. With the Line app, with how Discord works, with how all that works, his phone number, the SMS text messaging, his only defense, his only recourse was to pretend like he doesn't know about tech stuff.
Which is also 4058.
Is there any added content to Luigi's Mansion 2 on Switch from the DS version? Not that I know of, really. It's just Luigi's Mansion 2 in HD. Some minor graphical changes, but like in form of content, not really. But I haven't played the game in a minute. I still appreciate it. It's not the best Luigi's Mansion by far, but it's still a good game. I just like the mission structure system. I didn't even like it on a 3DS, even though the handheld would be a better suited for a mission structure. I still dislike it. Could have just been like, it should have been just structured like the first and third games.
Though the numbers are clear, what Phil now relies on is trying to state that the evidence itself is illegitimate. Somehow, one way or another, some image is altered, and of course, they never used Discord for those purposes.
The only time I ever used Discord was to chat with people back when I had a partnership with Twitch and stuff like that. I had a contact who I chatted to in Discord. But outside of that, I've never used it for anything else. I don't even know what Line app is. I guess it's just chat. I don't know. Maybe it does do those other things. I have no idea.
At this point, one can reasonably deduce that they call me DSP is Phil. Though Phil claims what should be definitive evidence is false, and relies on his minuscule credibility to sway his audience.
You know, if it weren't for those pesky kids... Really
we get
dog,
it. You got found out and you're owning up to it now. Why didn't you own up to it like 6 years ago?
The freaking bog monster, right? But no. You had to actually use technology to thwart the evil king. How dare you?
Is it like his way of minimizing it?
And so the investigation continues to find something more definitive that Phil cannot excuse as false. This is where the bankruptcy documents come into play.
Not a very kingly ownership of your crimes here, Philip.
Expenses are most pertinent. On page 32 of his bankruptcy petition, these personal expenses are itemized between him and his wife. His monthly expenses...
Hold on, how long? Oh, we're halfway through? Because I'm trying to see how long the segment is. Because remember, I'm going to let the whole segment play.
Come around to $5,100. His mortgage and tax payment plan make up for nearly half of his personal expenses. There's nothing eyebrow-raising here. But then you look on Form 122A.
Yeah, see, fucking Paul, like, what's the matter with it? What's wrong with it?
Here you find something entirely different. On page 4, it shows what Phil's income for the months of July, August, September, October, November.
I'll say Water Juice. The online is still goated. The online is still good. I prefer the online of 2, Luigi's Mansion 2 to Luigi's Mansion 3.
And December of 2019 were. he never made under $8,000, and in just these 6 months made a total of $55,000. But did he really? In this form,
Oh, big up Cerulean. I didn't even see it. Astrobot's getting great reviews. I heard someone coping about it too. It was on Twitter trying to talk about how Metacritic was giving it weighted reviews and how in reality the reviews were all skewed, and the 95 it is currently enjoying is false. In reality, it should have like a 91. Not that it even matters.
Listed his business expenses, which are
No,
separate
online is
from
on too.
personal expenses. Expenses meant to only be related to his content creation job. These expenses
fun as
are
well.
$9,000 for the month of July, $5,400 for August, $3,000.
Yeah, it's like a 4-point difference. He's crying that it's 95 when it should be 91. Does it really? Does 4 points really make that much of a difference? I suppose in the mid to high 90s, I guess. We're talking low 90s to mid 90s.
$100 for September, $4,400 for October, $4,300 for November, and $4,900 for December. In July alone, he claims to have lost $867 from his streaming job somehow. And because these do not have to be itemized, as the only purpose of this forum is to make sure you're not making enough money to reasonably pay off your debts, means Phil does not have to explain how a job with virtually no overhead, where at most his expenses should be limited to purchasing games, is costing thousands of dollars a month. What's more, on his bankruptcy petition on page 14 of 50, he claims to only have $1,500 in business assets. So as the courts would see it, these expenses would have to go into services. It is understood that Phil doesn't pay his mods. On the contrary, his mods pay him. He asks viewers to pay for his games. He doesn't use any services for his business that would charge those thousands of dollars. And so this leaves many to believe this is how Phil hides his WWE Champions transactions, labeling them as business expenses. Which, if Phil can play to the government's ignorance of his content creation job so long as they see it as profitable, then perhaps Phil can also do this on his taxes. And so, what does Phil have in response to these official documents? When I asked him, quote, do you believe it's incorrect / possible that you spent solely that much on your business for those months?
Keep in mind, I'm going to tell you everything, so...
Okay, well, what did you tell June? Can I hear what you told June first?
I don't even remember what I said.
Why are you preempting this? Were you being not trustworthy with June? Were you being untrustworthy with June? Were you not being honest?
It's not just possible, it's true. That's what my attorney submitted, and that's what was reviewed and approved in the bankruptcy case. But specifics I can never talk about because 1, I didn't do those calculations. The attorney did, so I honestly have no idea what they actually included. And number 2, I wouldn't publicly talk about any expenses, personal or business-wise, regardless.
He doesn't address this at all.
It's literally nobody's business besides the bankruptcy court. Unquote. Phil refused to itemize his expenses, citing both his ignorance of them and the privacy around them. There are also clear discrepancies on the filings.
That's the fucking meme Ralph argument. Your Honor, I'm just a fucking big old dummy. I don't know about any of that. My lawyer does, though.
Page 12 of 50 in the bankruptcy petition, the box is checked that he doesn't own any non-farm animals, but he owns his cat, Jasper. There is also speculation on the valuation of his Washington condo, as on page 1150, it states it is valued at $379,000 according to Zillow. These smaller items made people ever more speculative of Phil and the WWE account that vanished. They called me DSP disappeared from the game, but there was an account that had similar stats.
The Gun Show.
DSP, so the Gun Show 87, so now Down from the Rafters, which, by the way, you cannot use the name Down from the Rafters in WWE Champions because the name is too big to use. So that means it was changed by a bot. It was changed by Scrollblade.
Down the Raptors was the last name change.
Did he know?
As the
Did he know
account
that?
stated, this will be the last time they would try to change their name, as it was clear that they could not hide from the trolls that follow them, thinking that they are, quote, some idiot video game streamer that they hate, unquote. By 2020,
that sounds exactly
Phil was
like how
adamant
DSP
that he
types.
had quit all mobile games. Not even just recently, but all the way
It's like
back
DSP
in
pretending he's
2018.
not DSP.
In 2018, I quit all mobile games. I don't play them anymore. I got rid of them. I said I'd rather focus time on important stuff with my family and stuff. I don't waste time.
God, it looks so
I
sweaty
keep telling
here.
you guys this. Mobile games are money sinks. You'll put money into it, you put time into it and money into it, and you don't get anything really out
Not
of it
if you
unless
free roll.
constantly keep playing and sinking more money into it. That's the truth of the matter. But all those mobile games, because they were just pay to win, it got to the point where they're really fun to play at first.
Hey, Banjo
and then you
2.
realize you can't actually
I should
progress
replay that one
drop
these days.
money to get all the new cards.
Far more.
I'm not surprised this is like the longest segment or close to it. Okay.
More captivating at the time was the ongoing bankruptcy proceeding.
The information outlining DSP's supposed sale of WWE Champions is on Twitter. Sure hope he didn't lie again. Is that the... I think you showed that tweet in the call. I think that's what you're referring to. I saw like a glimpse of that. Yeah, he was lying to his wife the whole time. It's okay, she's fucking dented herself. She doesn't know any better. You remember hearing a lot of business owners hiding their microtransactions as business expenses, but I think it's still tax fraud if you do this even as a YouTube content creator that doesn't play the game as part of your business. Yeah, you'd have a stronger argument if you were like a gotcha streamer, right? Because then that's factually a part of your business. Like there are people that only stream Genshin, only stream Honkai or Nikkei. In that case, you probably would have an argument for writing it off as a business expense. I don't know if you would get away with it because I'm not a tax guy, but at least that's not part of your business. Like that is it is what you do as a content creator. But Phil doesn't stream Champions, or at least he didn't when this was a snafu. He does now. You think he's gonna write off all the expenses on his new account? Or at least see if he can get away with it?
Okay, the next matter is Philip Burnell.
This is Rochelle Sheffield for the debtor, and Philip Burnell is with me.
Mr. Burnell?
Is office with you?
Yes.
Hey, Mr. Burnell, you there?
I am present.
Hey, I am present.
That audio was from a 341 meeting. In this meeting, the debtor, Phil Burnell, is accompanied by his trustee. A basic rundown of this meeting is to catch discrepancies within the bankruptcy filings. Creditors are expected to, but often don't attend. This call took place during COVID. Many facilities were closed, and the online space was looked upon as the temporary replacement, a place where Phil's trolls lived.
Nancy?
Yes?
Sorry, there's 60 people on the line for this call, so I think that's the problem.
Okay.
A reason so many were invested in this call, some even live streaming it, was to see if Phil's inexplicable business expenses would be questioned.
What is WWE Network?
Oh, they wanted so bad for her to say Champions there.
WWE. Oh, WWE Network. That is...
He was so relieved. He was so relieved when he found out she only meant WWE Network.
Just an on-demand video service for watching, professional wrestling. That is not business related.
Many, with the opening of that question, thought that was the moment Phil was caught. But it was just a service that was being asked about.
You've provided me a copy of your PayPal account for 1 month. I would like to see the last 6 months of both of your PayPal statements.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. It's gonna happen.
This also turned out to be a false positive. But again, hopes were up when Phil was asked to explain his business expenses.
What do you consider a business expense?
Anything relating, to the business per the instruction of my tax attorney, so it could be...
Pawning it off.
Okay.
God, it's been a while since I listened to this. Even right here, he pawns off the responsibility that he has when, deciding what's a business expense. It's pawned off on his tax attorney. Holy shit. It's crazy.
The cost of a video game, the cost of a subscription for a video game, a microtransaction within a video game, the cost of a piece of new equipment, maintenance on set equipment every month. It could be the internet, cost of internet every month. It could be cost of utilities necessary for the business. Cost of cell phone for the business.
Oh my God.
This was dismissed rather easily, likely through the ignorance of the attendees. But if anything, it did prove that Phil knew how his business expenses were calculated, making people more curious about what they could be now that he couldn't dismiss the expenses as being ignorant of them. And then the meeting was turned to the quote-unquote creditors.
Okay, I have no further questions. Are there creditors on the line?
There were no real creditors on the line, for the record. Okay.
Hello?
Yes, are you a creditor?
There was only one person.
I think it's astounding that there was like 60 people on the line. They just thought that was completely normal, or at least they didn't speak up about that. There's 60 people on the line for this normal pedestrian style guy, and nobody thought that was weird at all. Did they even think, like, in their heads, as like, how the fuck does he have 60? How does he have 60 creditors? Huh? What is he spending his money on? No, they had to be professional.
Willing to confront Phil. It was a troll concealed as a creditor from Citibank who had one burning question.
Reviewing your filing, it looks like you stated here that you have about $5,000 a month in business expenses. Can you itemize that for me?
I was told that he actually purchased a portion of Phil's debt and was allowed to be there. Now that maybe that was the cope, and I may have heard some misinfo, but I was told he actually purchased part of Phil's debt, and then that's how he was allowed to be there. But it's probably not the case. But what if it was?
What followed was a few seconds of silence. Phil was likely in conversation.
If that
with
is
his
true, I
trustee
wonder
and
how
came
he did
back
that.
with this.
Do I go to like the black market and I just purchase people's debts?
Nancy, I'm not sure if this person is for Citibank.
I'm sorry, excuse me?
While the troll continued to masquerade as a representative of Citibank, through his persistence that Phil was attempting to distract from the question, there was issue with his question. With the meeting looking at the Schedule J form, the questions were pertaining to Phil's personal expenses. This is a personal bankruptcy. His business was only glanced over, with the attendees satisfied with Phil's as a solid, esoteric explanations, and so they referred him to his personal expenses, which were already broken down. Not too long after the meeting ended, with just one more outburst from a troll.
Why am I poisoned? Why am I toxic?
His head exploded. His head exploded. That's great.
This meeting, in terms of wanting to expose Phil, was a failure. Phil's bankruptcy case was closed, and he surrendered his Connecticut condo and remained streaming.
Is this the end of the segment? Well, let's see.
So it did show there was an additional consequence of Phil's long-standing internet presence and infamy. The children that may have watched him in 2010 and grew to hate him over time have aged and become adults who are more proficient in all things,
You learn
like
something new every day.
trolling and archiving. Archiving, like creating...
Oh, is that it? Or is he going on to the next segment? Oh no, Vest Streak is next, so let's keep going. He's not done yet.
Graphs meant to keep track of Phil's expenses. This, compared to future archiving methods, made these appear rudimentary. Even so, the visualization of this data makes it clear-cut that Phil's earnings are on the rise. It was long thought that his channel would fade out, but year after year it's been persistent. This is where a different archiving tool helps. PPPayoff is a website that scours Phil's massive catalog.
Oh, so we're in the Vest Streak now? No! We're gonna start talking about what I made during the Vest Streak, I think. I think that's what we're at now. I think so. I think that's it.
No!
Catalog of tens of thousands of videos. The way it works is you put in a phrase. This searches Phil's YouTube transcripts and lists them in order by date. You can also search within a specific date and visualize
What do you
the
have to say
usage of
about
a word
PPPayoff?
through the trend option. And if we type in vest with a space on both sides.
Okay, Vest. All right, he's on to the Vest Streak. So now we're done with that. So now it's time for me to respond to the entire thing, okay? And this will be the end of tonight, actually. I think this will be good to end the stream tonight. And then we'll continue with the Vest Streak tomorrow to finish it, okay? So, here, let's go back. I want to go back to the ring. The ring was epic that he started with.
Of course you thought it was epic, you fucking wrestling fan. Thought it was the best thing ever. And I agree, it was a lot of effort went into that.
Oh, come on. Oh, there we go. Alright. We'll do it from... Oh. I was gonna do... Should I do it from here or should I do full screen?
Oh my god, Phil.
Alright, so here's the deal. I'll just do a full screen. Fuck this, okay? So, here's the thing. I'm about to tell you the actual truth.
Alright,
There's
why'd you
still
hide it
people
from
who
us?
aren't gonna believe it. There's still people who will never be satisfied no matter what I tell you. Alright? They're gonna say I lied. They're gonna say
you lied no
bullshit,
matter what.
right? And so,
Get on
this
with
is
it.
only for those who actually
Stop with the filibustering. I've heard this
capable
before.
Of like rational thought and considering the truth and things like that, okay? Alright. You already know I have a history of spending money on mobile games. I've already admitted it, okay? Everything that I said in that segment on stream was a lie. Literally, every time someone asked me about WWE Champions, I lied. Every single fucking time. Because
Alright,
to
we already
me,
knew that.
my personal spending, things I was doing off stream, was no one's business. Okay? And every time someone brought it up, I'm like, this is so stupid, this is dumb, you know what I'm saying? And I just lied to get it out of the way.
Yeah, that's how people knew. That's how people knew, like, that you were. It was just so blatant. You were just, oh, it's so stupid. It's so fucking nonsensical. That's like that. that fuels it. That makes people look into it even more because it's such a blatant dismissal and hand waving. You're not a good
I
actor.
tried so hard for so long to lie about it, to get people to just forget about it, but I forgot, well, not really forgot, but I definitely underestimated the anal nature of these people who stalk me, all right? A couple things they outright got me on, like, for example, the Discord thing. I had no idea about any of that. I was incredibly ignorant, okay, of all of it. I didn't know any of that shit. So I had no clue that they could like track a Discord versus like numbers on your name and shit like that. So you know, for me,
it's like one of the most basic ass features of the platform. It's how you identify users.
Coming to my stream, and you just want to watch the content and have fun. Do you want to hear about this shit? My fans did not care about me playing WWE Champions. My fans did not care about any of that shit. All right.
You know, Jade didn't really care that you spent an entire day stream talking to Stuttering Craig. No, Jade wanted gameplay. You didn't give that to Jade, did you? So I guess you never changed. You never did.
I was doing a fundraiser for a week to pay taxes. Yeah, that's literally what it was. Yeah, there was some misspeaking and things over time about exactly directly where the money was going, but it was because I was kind of desperate for that week, you know? But the WWE Champions thing, 100%, again, I just always lied about it because I thought it wasn't important. It was just something that my detractors were trying to do. Because again, they tried to get me.
It's not even really cathartic to just hear him casually admit, yeah, I lied. Like, it's like a Pyrrhic victory. I'm not even like, oh yes, finally, he's just out with it. He just said it. It's kind of like admitting it so casually kind of takes away the sting of it. I just don't even, I don't care anymore. Oh, he said it. Yes. Maybe that was his plan the whole time.
Again, over the years, so many times for stupid shit. That wasn't true.
What was the payoff? Eagle, you saw the stream I saw. That was the payoff.
They finally found one stupid little thing that they got me on, right? So I'm gonna tell you the truth now, but again, many of you are not gonna believe it. I can't make you believe it. And I'm gonna open up for the first time about this topic ever right now here tonight. And some of you, if this is
Whoa, impossible. But I'm bewildered all the same. It's an almighty _Tevin raid. Massive raid. Big ups Call Me Kurt Angle. Almighty Tevin himself. Everyone else coming in. What are you gonna do, brother? When a dog expands on you, brother. I'm gonna do what everyone else did and watch the same shit you guys watched, but late. Late and late night. Big ups, thank you for the raid. 103 viewers, wow, I'm starstruck. I'm playing Luigi's Mansion 2, and I'm looking at the WWE Champions confession. I'm behind on this shit. I saw the full Craig thing earlier, so I'm caught up on that. But I didn't see the Champions confession, so I'm going through that right now and giving you my milquetoast takes. Big ups Slaughter Moon. And yeah, I haven't streamed for like a week, so there's a lot I'm missing out on. Like I haven't seen the June documentary in full. This is how I'm kind of getting my taste of it through this segment here. And I haven't been watching him react to his own documentary, so I'm a little bit behind in the arc. But what I do know is that DSP has self-felted himself yet again. He has walked into a massive trap. It was massively amusing, and it wouldn't have happened if he wasn't gassed up beforehand by like 2 Canadians who called him king for like a week. Pretty amusing. Okay, but back to video. Craig got rolled by the king the way you heard him say it. Oh, it was good. It was entertaining. It was a good stream. But by the end, Phil was just getting so... It didn't anger me, but it was kind of a little frustrating. I don't tend to let things get too emotional for me. But it was quite exasperating hearing the desperation in his non-arguments. And I feel like I'm going to hear even more of that in a second.
For you, and you
Apologize
can't take
to me
it,
now.
and you want to leave, and you're not going to come back, I can't stop you. All right? I can't. But for those who've been here through this journey with me, my 16 years as a content creator, this crazy month I just had of resurgence. You know, I would hope that the things that people have been saying to me are true.
Hey, big ups Tweaker for the
You
follow.
don't care
Appreciate
about
it,
my
dude.
past and the shit that I was doing, you know, that was stupid and bad. Because I admit it was stupid and bad, okay? All right, so, are you ready? Admission
Kevin
number
Styles
1.
hiding in the corner.
Yes, they call me DSP account in WWE Champions is my account, okay?
Okay.
That's admission number 1.
We already
It
knew
is.
that, but it's nice to
It
hear it from
always
you.
was, okay? Now, it was very stupid of
Hey,
me to
thank
name
you,
it.
Parma.
They call me DSP. You might say, why was he so dumb to name that account that? Because when I opened it in 2017 when the game launched, I didn't think anyone was going to ever give a fuck about my mobile game spending. I had already played games such as Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle, Supercard,
Street Fighter Duel.
Supercard, and others as well. And
he told us he was
for
playing
me, it was
that.
like,
What happened
who
to that
cares?
game?
Like, who would ever give a shit? I'd already
Normally
publicly
no
posted
one.
and talked about playing those games.
But you beg
spending
for money
on
and
them
then make
shit,
it our
right?
problem and then spend
So
it
I
on
never
mobile
in my
games.
wildest dreams thought that it would ever blow up in the way that it did. Okay?
Fair enough. I don't know if he played the King of Fighters
So,
game.
what ended up happening was the game came out, what, 2017?
He played the Injustice
and I barely
mobile game.
played it that hardcore. Like the first year
Hoping.
or so, I would say. It wasn't until the second year where the game actually got like redesigned to be more serious of a game. And so then it kind of warranted more time.
It's a match 3 puzzler game. It's bejeweled with sweaty men. Not even like ladies, like all these Gooner Coomer gotchas. It's match 3 with sweaty men JPEGs. They're not even animated. I mean, well, they got 3D models, but they're not even really animated. It's just JPEGs, Phil.
More spending, etc. Well, I played it for what? It came out in 2017. So I would say I played it for like 2.5 years. And I think about year 1 or 2, like a year in, 2 years in, it got, you know, to the point where everyone wanted to form guilds and factions because big events were being based on the game around it.
They completely retooled the game. They made it more serious. It was much more competitive. It developed the meta. The fuck does he mean? I'll never know.
I joined my first faction, and I was, you know, playing along with the faction. At the time, I was low. I wasn't, you know, I didn't have a good account or anything.
Yeah, you wanted to climb the ranks.
They were teaching me along the way on how to play the game and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And basically, after like I don't remember.
Were they also sad, penniless 42-year-olds?
I can't tell you times of anything because I don't know because I never tracked it. Eventually, after being with this group for a while, I became one of the leaders of the faction. Okay, so and then I was with them probably a year more.
Hey, Captain and
Okay, and so of course there's going to be like there was Discord, you know, chats and things like that. There never was an issue with any of this, never. And then all of a sudden, somehow, someone had discovered that there was a WWE Champions name of my name. And guess what it is someone who had played the game, knew how the accounts worked or whatever, and they did money and they said, he spent thousands of dollars on the game, right? Based on some calculation that they had made. I'll be honest with you, I don't even know what it is because I don't watch my detractors shit.
So you're
okay?
So how do you
And
know
I'm not
that
here to tell
TJ's
you I didn't
calculations
spend
are
money on the
inaccurate?
game. I absolutely have spent money on WWE Champions. Okay, a good amount of money on WWE Champions
Can you give
over the years.
specifics?
I'm here to fess on
Can you
this,
maybe
right? This
calculate?
is the big moment.
I'm
Correct?
kind of curious.
What ended up happening was, basically, my detractors, seeing that there was these names that said they call me DSP and had spent money in the game, went on this insane stalker spree, basically trying to get me like banned from the game. All right.
They were trying to
What
help
they
you out, Phil.
found
You have a
is that
problem.
Obviously, the makers of the game don't care that I have haters online. They don't give two fucks. So the attempt
Well, they don't
to,
care because you're a whale, bro.
like, get to the company and shit, no one cared, right? So what they ended up doing is...
That's why if he did in fact sell his account, and I don't believe that he did, just like everybody else, but even if we entertain the idea that he did sell his account, that is against TOS, I doubt they'll take action on him because he's one of like 10 people who still spends money on that game. He's a massive whale, dude. They would never get rid of him.
They started actually sending in clandestine people into the servers, like the Discord chat of the clan that I was in, the faction I was in, to join and then start tracking conversations, trying to get all this information. Eventually what happened was, I guess, a detractor literally made shit up they had made a fake Discord conversation between me and the actual guy who had like founded this faction I was in. That it was so weird. I can't even remember what it was, but basically it was like a fake conversation between me and this person, saying that like he had agreed to do all kinds of favors and shit if I kept spending money on the game. Like it was a weird conversation, right?
I actually don't remember this.
They doxed the guy. Like they put it on TV Farm. All right. So because the guy had gotten doxxed, now it had escalated. It's not just, oh, they're trying to talk to the company to get my account, you know, kicked. They're not just having trolls join the server. They had doxxed the leader of the faction I was in. And he confronted me about it. I'm like, dude, I have nothing to do with this. You know, it's messed up that it happened.
Hey,
I'm
Dark.
really sorry, but obviously I can't
The
control
Triple K,
these
Dark.
people
Disavow.
for what they're doing or whatever. And all along, you know, I'm denying to the faction.
Oh, we love everyone on the
purple
platform.
No, I'm not that streamer. That's not me.
Yeah, this
okay?
this explanation is pretty long so far.
Was, even though I had been in that faction for like 1-2 years, I don't remember the time frame again. I don't have that data. They kicked me from the faction.
No, of course, disavow like just generally doxing people to have nothing to do with anything. It's like, why the fuck are we doxing people associated with this faction? It's stuff from a gazillion years ago, so you know.
Okay, they outright just kicked me from the faction and said, "Fuck you, get out." Okay, so. After kicking me from the faction, now I had already invested like 2 years into the game. And I didn't want all that time investment and money investment to go to waste. So I went around looking for other factions. And that's when you can see this TJ Gamebox or whatever, who says that I joined his faction, right? And then all of a sudden my trolls were following me around from faction to faction, joining the faction as well.
Big ups, TJ.
Just to track, you know, information, to see how much money was being spent, to basically dox the other people in the faction, okay? So I probably joined and got kicked out of 2-3 different factions as a result of it.
AB5 Fauna.
Now, basically, after all that happening, I was fed up, and I was like, I wonder.
Yeah, I understand he does eventually say, yes, I am down from the rafters, but it has to be with extra steps.
Is there a way around this? Is there a way that I could just like protect my identity in the game? Well, the game doesn't let you change your name. All right. So I did actually at one point, I reached out to the people who ran the game and I said, is there a way we could change my name so that no one would know that I'm this person? And then they stop harassing everyone around me? Because listen, I want to keep playing your game. I've invested time and money into it, but I can't. Everywhere I go, these people are harassing.
What the fuck is this? Were you negotiating with them?
I want to keep playing and spending money in your game there. You know, I'm a big spender here. You know, I want to flex my money, and I don't want to continue flexing. But, you know, I got a bit of a situation here. Maybe you can help me out.
So people actually spent money to follow him around in WWE Champions. That's some dedication. I think as far as TJ's involvement go, I'm pretty sure TJ is a 100% a free player. Like, that's his point, is to see how much money... How far he can get in the game by playing completely free. I don't know about everybody else that followed him though. Yeah, the high rollers get special treatment. Exactly.
Who owns the game, who makes the game, said, "Yeah, we can see if we can change your name or whatever." Okay, so I can't remember the exact specifics of how it all went down. All right, but to make a long story short. They are so dumb. All right?
Dented, even?
I explained to them, you know, the timing of everything. Like, here's how you do it. What I will do is I will quit a faction that I'm in. All right? You change my name when I'm out of a faction. Now there's no way to track me because no one knows where I am. Then I could join a new faction. Okay? Great. They idiotically changed my name before the time we had agreed to. So everyone saw the name change.
We agree. Why does it always come down to this? Whether it's this game or Keemstar or anything else, it's like
we was not at the agreed upon time, you guys.
I was still in the faction. People were still tracking
Glad I didn't have
account,
to
and they
scroll
saw
for
the name
me.
change. They fucked it up. All right. So at this point now, it's like there's
We
no
agreed.
way at all that I'm going to be able to play this game because everywhere I go and everything I do, these people are going to be tracking it or whatever. So after a series of months kind of laying low, I think like a month or two, I didn't even have a faction. And then I tried to join a couple other factions, and they kept following me around these factions to harass and troll and shit like that. Eventually, I just gave up. And I said, I'm never going to be able to play this game ever again. but I've got a lot of shit invested in this game, okay? Now, I'm going to leave
You might
it
just
at
have to
that
take
for
the
now.
L
We're
on
gonna
it,
get
buddy.
back to it, all right? Some of the things that my detractors have said over the years are outright lies. For example, that whole story about the Line app, okay? That's false. Once I did register for Line app, okay? It had nothing to do with WWE Champions at all. All right, it actually had to do with, and why would I lie?
Why didn't he just leave the faction and then change the name? It doesn't make any sense. I think the name he wanted to change it to was over the character limit, or you always need to contact them to change the name. No, not 100% on it.
Right now, I'm literally already telling you this. So why would I lie about this part? Okay, I never used Line app to play WWE Champions. The Line app
would I
account
lie?
was because I had a
He
potential
says
sponsorship opportunity lined up.
Why would I lie? As he admits to having lied the entire time. I look, guys, he wouldn't lie again.
And basically, I found out basically when I started to research it, it was a scam. It was like a scam company who was gonna fuck me basically somehow. But they wanted to communicate via Line app. Now, I actually don't know if like it was a detractor or something. I have no clue. All right. But yeah, it was fucked. It was like really fucked. You know, and basically, the Line app thing's bullshit, okay? The Line app thing's complete bullshit. On top of that, a lot of the shit that was said about WWE Champions was outright lies, okay? So, for example, my detractors would go out and be like, Bill spent $2,000, $3,000 in a weekend or whatever on WWE Champions.
Well, they also say you smoke crack and then you have a smelly chair, but you don't believe them when they say that, do you?
It's completely wrong.
Not to say that they were
have no idea
lying.
what they're talking about. Either they don't know how the game works, or they're purposefully overinflating numbers. You know, there were weekends, this is back then, you know, we're talking years ago, where I spent a couple $100s in a weekend on the game. Admit that. They would say I spent $1,200. Where are you getting that information from, right? Again, they
Maybe you should look into TJ's calculations and figure out how he does it.
There's no way to verify this. If I say something, I'm publicly exposing myself, right? So it's bullshit. Every time they say that, oh, he spent this on the game, he spent that on the game, it's always wrong. In fact, what I can tell you is that.
So you do keep track of how much you spend, but you can't tell us how much you spend. So he knows, he keeps track of how much he spends as far as he can like debunk what TJ reports, but he doesn't know how much he specifically spends, and if he does tell us how much he specifically spends, he's just exposing himself. Okay.
Points in an event, that's not spending. And a lot of the times what it is, it's based on previous spending. So let's say last month you spent some money and you got one of the good characters, the new character, you could use them in the next month, right? To score in that event. But they're saying, oh, the only way that we know how much he spent is because it's based on like coin pulls. So he must have pulled this many coins or this many loopholes to get this many points in the event. That's not how the game works. But they claim it is. But that's not how the game works.
But TJ's been playing it almost as long as you have.
Always over-exaggerated the spending that I've done in the game. Okay? Now, here's the part. Up to now, all right, all this kind of makes sense, right? Because it's kind of what my detractors have always said.
Oh, there's a gem.
All right? Now I'm going to tell you the part of the story absolutely nobody fucking knows whatsoever. All right? As of today, I don't have any control or ownership of that account anymore.
Oh, okay. So this is the part where he tells us he sold it. Let's see how he does.
Right? I sold it. At the times when I was like desperate for money and shit was going down, I sold the account. All right? And you might say, well, how is that possible? Right? Well,
yeah, it breaks the rules.
You may not think it's possible because technically you shouldn't be able to sell an account, but I actually just alluded to this on a stream the other day, and I was wondering if anyone was going to pick up on it, but no one seems to have picked up on it. Okay.
I guess people weren't suspecting you were actually going to break toss or something.
Was because when I was really, on the original account.
And what do you mean they didn't pick up on it? Where were you looking? Twitter?
All right. There was another group in the game, and they were called like the Haven. All right. And they were one of the top factions in the game. And one of the leaders of the Haven was retiring from the game after like 2-3 years of playing it. And they announced this publicly, we're retiring or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Pick up GPM.
So, basically, he retires. He publicly announces he's retiring. Yet his
Well,
account
you didn't know
is still
7 went
active.
offline.
It's still being used in events. People
Yeah,
are
the party's
fighting
over here,
against
buddy.
this account in events. Like, wait a minute, the guy retired. He made a big public thing about it. So how the hell is his account still working? So people...
Yeah, I mentioned the site you had brought up. So Saru was looking up sites where you can purchase WWE Champions accounts, and we had found one of them. And it's a forum that like doxes your location by default. So if Phil made his purchase there, you would have like an additional layer of confirmation. If it is something that's like on by default, you would be able to tell if it was Phil selling, you know, so-and-so account. But no guarantee that that marketplace that we saw is the one that sale was done at. I just think it's curious that the dude can't sell anything from his closet, right? You know, we cleaned out the closet, but we can't sell anything from the closet because this and that and trolls and eBay is a bust. But we were able to sell a WWE Champions account. We were able to, like, Google places to sell WWE Champions accounts because I have a feeling that wasn't done through eBay.
That basically, you could basically sell your account. Of course, you're not, there's no outright way to do it. So basically, what I did, I reached out and I found that there was a market for this.
I don't believe it either,
There's third-party
GPM.
resellers. And what you do is you can give
This is a story. If Craig gave him the time, once upon a time, way back when, last year, if Craig allowed him that extra little bit of time to think up, to bring the evidence, him bringing the evidence was coming up with this story, which he's now had a year to like refine and hone.
them certain criteria and information about the game, login accounts and things that would
Some
give them ownership of the account.
G2A shit he's telling us
and you
about
can give
here.
that to them for money. And I sold it.
Yeah, it breaks Champions toss water juice. You're not allowed to sell accounts. It's like plainly stated in no uncertain terms. You cannot sell an account. However, I think in the event of a whale like Phil, like rarely is this stuff enforced because the accounts that often get sold are ones that spend, and the people that buy are also other whales that spend once they buy the account.
All right, that was a few years ago. So I have not had any control over this account for years. That was the single worst thing I could have done. Because what I should have done, I should have just closed.
Especially considering you continued to play the game after selling the account, which is, I don't even know why. Like, why even sell it at all then, if you were just going to continue playing
the account? Because if I just closed the account, even though people would have accused me of this for years and years, endlessly moving forward, all right, it would have kind of went away, right? But instead, I was like,
you
man,
made it everyone
I
else's
put so much time
by
and money
continuing to
into
react
this,
weirdly whenever
right?
people brought it up.
I don't want to, I want to get something out of it, and I sold it like an idiot. And I hate that I did it now, because now I literally have no control over it at all. I can't show you, and like, for example, people will show the account. I literally can't, and I haven't been able.
So, again, the whole, this was like literally yesterday, day before he was going to talk to Craig Man.
You can't stop me.
Yeah, thank you, Matt, for the follow. This was the day before he was going to talk to Craig Man. And you remember, we saw it if you were here when I was watching it. But if you weren't, then you were here earlier when you were watching it. You saw it already, all right? You saw it. You saw what he told Craig. He had to bring the evidence. But Craig did not allow him to bring the evidence. Well, what was the evidence? Well, it was his word, because he didn't have anything back. If you accept what he's telling you here, that he sold the account, he doesn't have access to it anymore to prove that he's not down from the rafters and that he sold it to someone. Even if you accept that line of logic, and I don't, but if we're gonna play by his game and say that he was telling the truth, what the fuck was he gonna show Craig? I had to bring the evidence, but he just told us here he doesn't have any evidence. What changed between the interview and today, where he had the evidence at the time of the interview, but he needed to prepare it to show Craig, versus now, where he doesn't have the evidence anymore to prove that he's not down from the rafters and it belongs to this guy who he allegedly sold the account to? It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't pass the sniff test at all. His new account, presumably, which he's still refusing this show. But in that case, it still doesn't work, Carl, because to prove he wouldn't have receipts for the sale. He doesn't have receipts from the sale. That's what he's saying here. So he wouldn't show Craig any receipts for the sale to prove that it actually took place. So he would still have to take Phil's word that the account was sold. He can show the new account, but that doesn't prove that a transaction took place. They just assume he's always lying. That's for the best, isn't it?
To for years, because it's not my account anymore. I don't have ownership of it. I have nothing to show you to prove that, you know, they'd call me DSP, and then the names that change, you know, that last name was down for the Raptors. I can't show you anything. Okay? I mean, you got morons in the chat, really morons in the chat. Show proof of sale. You really think right now I'm gonna open up a PayPal account and show you anything? I'm gonna open up a bank account and
Considering this is the biggest fucking lie you've ever told, yeah, I think you would. I think you is this the evidence that he had to prepare himself to show Craig? The PayPal account? Considering this is like the biggest fucking part of the documentary that you initially were gonna skip and you didn't want to react to, and then you got gassed up by the Kino Casino and all the Kino bros and getting you in this false sense of unearned confidence where you had like the unearned bravado necessary to actually address this. Considering you weren't gonna address this otherwise, yeah, you probably should give us the PayPal info. You know, you don't have to show us everything, but he's gonna be disingenuous and act like if he pulls up his PayPal at all, he's gonna show us something he wasn't supposed to show. It'll like expose other shit. It's just nonsense. It's fucking bullshit. And you know it, and I know it. His wife knows it. Fucking wife was supposed to believe. He told his wife he stopped playing this game, period. I guess that was just another one of his lies. Sorry guys, I guess we should have given him like a week to prepare to get the PayPal receipts ready before he did whatever this is.
show you anything. You're an idiot. No one would believe it anyway. They just say I photoshopped it or I...
Yeah, they don't, because you had an opportunity to do it on the interview and you didn't do it. Now you're giving them the ability to say that you photoshopped it. But in the end, it doesn't matter anyway, because as you said earlier when you were talking to Craig, it doesn't matter, because they're always just going to say you're lying. So who cares? Maybe you shouldn't care about it that much in the first place. Right? All right?
You know what I mean? I lied about this. I lied about that, right? So
hey, we got
it's
the
this
3-star.
All right? You can believe my story or you cannot.
I don't.
All right? Here's what I will tell you. I still have the game. All right? But I don't have it on that phone. I have it on my current phone.
Oh,
it's
interesting.
My personal account.
Interesting. The current phone? Remember when he just did not have the iPhone 6 anymore? He just magically had a newer phone and didn't tell us about it? He's not even mentioning here that it's a new phone. He just magically started having this the other week, and he didn't bring attention to it. He just... all of a sudden, the iPhone 6 went away.
That's a brand
Certainly
new...
has nothing to do with WWE Champions updating and no longer supporting the iPhone 6.
Now, not brand new, because I've been using it for a while. I've had this phone for a while. But you guys didn't know that because I never told you.
Why not?
This is not an iPhone. All right? I've had this phone for a while.
Yeah, it's an Android, we know.
And this is what I do everything on now for the business, and I have some mobile games on here. It's my personal shit. And it's my right to own my own personal shit, and if I want to play games and stuff on it, I fucking can. All right? That's my right. So,
no one said you can't play the game.
Well, I haven't had that account on an iPhone for a while. You know what I'm saying?
They say don't beg for money and then spend it on this game.
Because every time people call me out and I'm like, well, maybe I can prove it. I can't prove it. I don't own it. I have no ownership over it. I have no way to do anything. And just to let you guys know, all right, I have an iPad from ages and ages and ages ago.
All right.
All right.
Isn't it Leanna's iPad?
Last night, I plugged it in and I charged it to 100%. I spent an hour trying to get back on the iPad. I got the iPad working. I said, holy shit, maybe if I use the...
Isn't this Leanna's iPad? I might be wrong.
Old ass information, I'll have a back door into the account. So I can bring it up tonight and show you guys on stream, here's the account, and it's not mine anymore, but here it is. Guess what?
Wow, did no one bite onto this? Because I didn't hear anyone bring this up.
But the iPad is so outdated, it doesn't run WWE Champions.
Okay. Okay, I understand why no one brought that up to me.
Download the latest compatible version, and when you go to play it, the game just crashes endlessly. And it's not just that, it's every game. Like, I tried to open WWE Supercard, that crashes
that's what happens
too.
with mobile games,
every
bro.
game fucking crashes.
I wonder why.
So, I couldn't get anything. You know what I'm saying?
Same reason you have a new phone.
I have no way to corroborate what I'm saying, but here's the thing. If everything I just admitted, right? If the account was not mine all along, why would I have just admitted what I just admitted to you? I have
You're
no
an idiot.
incentive. I would just keep
You should just kept lying
the
about
story
it, man.
going that it's not my account.
Yeah, you
okay?
probably should have done
There
that.
was no reason for me to admit that.
This doesn't
Admitting
convince
it's
me of
true.
anything.
It was my account. I did spend on it. The trolls harassed me out of the game.
trolls.
And after years of that, I was like, fuck this. I'm just gonna sell it, and I got rid of it. And now I regret it because if I had just closed it, this whole saga would have
Why
been
didn't he
over
change the
years
name
and
before
years
selling
and
it?
years
Why
and
didn't he
years
tell
ago.
the person who bought it
But
to
I
change
fucked
their
up.
name?
With that act of, oh, I want to get something out of this or what?
Okay, I feel like if I bought an account, a gacha game account or whatever, like the first thing I would do is change my name to like the name that I use, the name that I would want to use. He kept the person who bought Down from the Rafters stayed as Down from the Rafters.
Whatever,
It's like the first thing that sticks out to me. They kept the name?
So I'm fessing up to all of you now, all right, that this is the truth of the matter. You don't have to believe me, and I know many of you won't, but that's the truth of the story. That
Yeah,
really
I would change to
happened.
Mark Dingle.
Now, in regards to all the other shit that's said right there about the
It's all a
bankruptcy and
lie.
everything, I've had enough of that. I'm just gonna put it this way, okay? Because this is what no one wants to actually like rationally consider in their fucking heads. All right. So, I file for bankruptcy. I literally do everything I'm told by the bankruptcy attorney. Line by line, word for word. All my expenses, all
Finally
my
reacting to
business,
this.
personal. It's all done. It's all correct, okay? We submit it, and what happens is once I submit it and people now know I've now filed for bankruptcy, okay?
Yeah, they
My
had their laughs about it.
trolls
It's pretty funny.
mass messaged the judge that you heard in that call. They mass messaged that judge to tell her that I was committing bankruptcy fraud because I played WWE Champions. Okay?
Was that
Mass
exactly what they
messaged
told her?
It wasn't just a one or two.
I'm pressing X to doubt, man.
Ridiculous amounts of people contacting her saying, this guy plays WWE Champions, he's committing bankruptcy fraud.
I don't think that's exactly
Alright?
what they told her.
So, what you have no clue of, I've talked about this on streams before.
Yeah, how does
but
he know
I'll
that?
now add it because this is the time to do it.
Did he listen
right
to the
now,
calls? Were they
right, in the
recorded?
react.
Who sent him the calls?
After that call happened, the 341 call, all right? Basically, the judge contacted myself and my attorney and said, listen, we got a big problem, all right? Never before have I been getting this many notices and messages from people saying, hey, this guy is basically a cheat and a scammer, and he's doing this and that, all right? We need to go over everything because we don't know what to believe or what not, and it's our due diligence to go over everything. I had so much difficulty to get that
You
back.
have to pause. You have to pause and think about what he had to say. All this just for the judge to ultimately grant it anyway, with no issue.
Go through, all right? For
Such a
example, what
such a
June just
difficult-
mentioned right there. He
Such a
said in the
difficult
bankruptcy documents,
though.
there was a thing for pets. And it said that I didn't own any pets, but I did. Everyone knew I owned Jasper. My trolls wrote the judge and said, he owns a cat. Here's all the video evidence of it. So
Why
the judge
did
went
you
back
wrote that
to my
you didn't have a
bankruptcy attorney
cat?
and said, why don't you have Jasper listed in these documents?
Why doesn't he?
Now, I want you to think about this, all right? Letter of
I'm
the law
thinking.
versus spirit of the law.
Oh my god. Okay. He's gonna argue that it was okay for him to not put Jasper down on there because we don't spend a lot of money on him or something.
The letter of the law is every single thing should be done exactly right at every moment. But spirit of the law is, in a bankruptcy, really what's going to happen? Is someone going to go after someone's personal cat as an asset in a bankruptcy? No, not unless it's like an insanely rare cat that's worth $5 million. Jasper Kitty is a normal domestic tabby cat. The court's not going to go after my cat in a bankruptcy proceeding. So it was an oversight that my tax attorney made that she didn't list it originally in the documents. There was an addendum to what you saw there where we had to go back and redo
It's kind of weird that at first he makes the excuse like it was okay not to bring up Jasper because Jasper is not relevant. And then he says it was an oversight to kind of imply that the attorney simply forgot to put Jasper there. So it's kind of like you gave two excuses there where the first one's like it didn't matter. And the second one was like, well, it did matter, but we just forgot Jasper existed even though Jasper uplifted our lives and changed everything, got us out of our big depression of 2017.
Documents and resubmit them to the judge to actually break out that I own the domestic cat. We weren't able to go through the bankruptcy until we did that, okay? There were several times we had to do that, where because the detractors looked at that document, because it was public, they kept messaging the judge, this is an error, this is an error, this is an error, this is an error. So we had to redo a whole bunch of shit, okay? Now, we had a meeting that was so fucking long and arduous and tedious, all right? We had to go through every line item. Because did you hear what the judge said in that call? She said, I want all the statements, 6 months of statements of all of your PayPals and all of your bank accounts, right? I want to see it all. And we had to go through all of it, all right? Line by line. We went through every expense. I explained them all away.
Part's a lie. That meant their lawyer said all the meetings need to be public, and this one isn't.
I'd explain the nature of what WWE Champions was. I'd explain everything.
He does have a legal background.
This is not
from what I know.
anything that people usually do in a bankruptcy. This was like the nightmare bankruptcy for me, because it was so bad because the trolls interjected themselves so bad into it. All right. At the end of the day, right, when it was all said and done, and it took hours of going
wins
through this
again.
shit, right?
Bankruptcy was granted.
The bankruptcy was granted. The judge says everything you said looks good, makes sense, it's all correct.
Or was it COVID and they just wanted to get it out of the way?
Okay. So, if it was good enough for my bankruptcy attorney, if it was good enough for the judge in the case of my bankruptcy, if all the data was right according to them, because we went through all of it.
It was right.
Then what is wrong with the data? And it's funny because you get asked people specifically, Phil, what is this line item and what was this expense? I don't know. All right? Literally all year I track my expenses of all kinds. Some of them are personal, some of them are business. I don't know. I track them all in like a big spreadsheet.
Can you show us?
It goes to a tax attorney.
They gotta prepare that too. Gotta prepare to lie about that as well.
Answer them all truthfully, and we do them. Okay? They're all done. So it's, you know what I'm saying? They're fine. There's no issue
I don't know
with
what
my
you're
taxes.
saying.
They're done properly.
Specific.
It was scrutinized by both a tax attorney, by both a bankruptcy attorney and a bankruptcy judge. We went line by line through all of it, and they were okay with it. So there's no issue. You understand? There never was an issue. This is something that's completely blown out of proportion by people
I mean, you
who just
still
don't
lied,
know
brother.
what the hell they're talking about.
Brother, you still
Right?
lied. You're still
I'm sorry.
bankrupt.
And that's, no.
I get what he's trying to say, but for him to literally be going through a bankruptcy and saying, there's no issue.
I'm not
You're
going
having
to
a bankruptcy,
open up
though.
fucking financial
Semantics.
documentation. I'm not going to open up my bank account. I'm not going to open up apps and fucking ledgers. You're not getting that. All right? I want to know why. I'm going to tell you why. There's two reasons why.
The trolls.
Because number one,
and my detractors.
if I were to open up all of that documentation, okay,
Just move to the next
show
goalpost.
you
Yeah, we've heard it
line by
before.
line all of that shit.
Hey, we'll just move to the next
My
thing. We know.
detractors, who we have seen throughout the course of this documentary, are insanely obsessed with me, would use it to destroy me. They would find shit in there ultimately that they could hone in on a company and stuff like that. For example, we didn't get to it yet. We're gonna get to bank leaks and all of that shit. Okay, we're gonna get to that shit. Where it's already shown that if they're given even a little piece of information, they could do shit with it.
I don't believe in me either,
So,
Block.
FYI, no, it's too much of a personal risk. You understand? It is. It's too much of a personal risk for me to open up information like that to the internet. Now, there's the second reason why I'm not gonna fucking show anything. Because it's none of anyone's fucking business. None. There's only certain parties who need to be involved who need to know this kind of stuff, right? Bankruptcy attorney, bankruptcy judge, tax attorney, IRS, who I file with every year. That's who needs the information. That's also who gets the information. And all the information is legal, true, and correct every single fucking time that I've done it. So it's none of anyone's business what it is, how it is broken down. Even I don't know because I don't do it. I pay professionals
But it's
to do
your
my stuff.
taxes.
That's the point.
Oh, what a
You
king.
pay professionals to do it right.
Pigs don't do their
Put the
own
right stamp of
taxes.
approval on it,
Understandable.
to make sure it's being
Why
done
didn't I
right.
consider
And
that?
I pay a lot of money to do it. I pay over $2,000 a year to get that shit done because I don't want to fuck it up at all. You know what I'm saying? I literally don't want to fuck it all up, right? So it's that simple.
huh?
It's none of anyone's fucking business at all. People say, oh, well, you're a public figure. That's correct. It's still none of your business. What your business is your interaction with me on a stream every day. Whether it be we're talking, we're hanging out, I'm playing a video game and you're watching my stream, whether or not you're having a good time, if you like that, you support it or not. And that's it. That's where that relationship ends. You don't get to know every possible thing about every piece of my life. You understand what I'm saying? That's
no, because I don't think people really argue that besides from the...
Now you literally have to open up every
ones.
document ever from your entire life. Every expense must be fucking accounted for. No, every expense does not have to be accounted for. All right? The people who need that information get it. And it's all correct. Every single fucking time. Without fail. All right? So, I'm putting it to bed right now. All right?
Did he really do that, though? Did he really put it to bed?
I've been completely
I wasn't felted by
with
this.
the internet about this up to now, because I was hoping that eventually people would forget about it, it would go away. This is the one thing that the detractors have
You
always...
shut down your favorite illegal anime site. They did that for some movie sites, too. They're cracking down on all of them. A shame, too, they cracked down on one of the ones I was using, too. That's why you should start torrenting, like, all the cool kids.
Had me on.
Like, get your
Because they
07s
know
out
I
there.
can't show you evidence without putting myself at personal risk. I will not show you evidence because it will put myself at personal risk. You can believe what I just said or not. The truth is, if what I just said was untrue, why would I have admitted to it? Right? What do I have to gain? Nothing. I should have just kept my fucking mouth shut, right? But this is the truth of the matter. You understand? See what I'm saying? So that's that. I mean, that's really it. There's nothing else to say. Now I'm done. Like, I'm literally...
Is that him or me?
So that's that. I mean, that...
It's a Discord notification on its desktop. That's why you should always have desktop audio turned off. Oh, well, it's probably the mod Discord blowing them up.
Really it? There's nothing else to say. Now I'm done. Like, I'm literally done with it. I'm not going to talk about this again. I'm not going to waste time on it in the future.
Hey, Brett.
Because I told you the full story. Now, do I still play WWE Champions? Yes, I do. On my actual personal account, on my current phone, I play WWE Champions. You will never see that account because it is mine. And if I showed it, the detractors would non-stop try to get information about me and my new account on, and I'm not going to fuck
More like
around
they would
that
win,
at all. You're
and you
never
don't want
gonna
to
see
give them
that
another
account
win,
ever.
do you?
Right? You will see me, once in a while, possibly playing WWE Champions on stream with a new account that I made, just to play through my new PC and hang out with everyone on streams to do that, okay? And that's it. Alright, so that's the story. You don't have to believe it. Many people won't. The detractors who are here tonight will never, ever understand or believe the story. You see? So, that's that. And
I say he
I'm
was
done with
being
it. I'm not
completely
answering any more
trustworthy.
If you actually come to me and ask me a question about WWE Champions, I'm going to say, watch part 3 of the DSP Reacts, the Junior King documentary on DSP Reacts. That's the answer. That's the truth. I'm done with you. I'm moving on. If you don't accept it, goodbye. Sorry for all the trouble that I caused you. I really am. I really made a big mistake when I decided to keep
Why
this
isn't this
going.
a separate
keep the
video,
lie
Phil?
going.
Because he's going to clip it
was a
out
bad
and upload
move.
it as
I
a
should have
clip.
just either
And I think
completely
that's
fessed up or
exactly
just
what he
deleted
did.
the account and got it over with. But instead, because I made this stupid choice to sell it to try to make some money to help myself, it screwed me over. It really did. It completely screwed me over. And I'm sorry.
Are you allowed to post
that I
Twitter
lied
links?
to
Yeah,
you
you can.
for so long about this. I really am, because it really should have been dumb. You know what I'm saying? It just it doesn't make sense at all. But what's funny is, to this day, daily the detractors are tracking this account that apparently has been fine. You know, I couldn't find a place where I could go where my detractors wouldn't dox me.
The tractor
And
account
apparently
that...
the account's still active.
The
because
tractor
you see
account.
Duty
This,
making fucking...
this account that he sold has the same behaviors in regards to logging in and like what he does in the game and like when he's live and when he's not like on the game. Acts exactly like how he acted when he was in control of the account. But it's not his account anymore. But it acts exactly like him. It has the same characteristics. Hey, Gatsper. I do see your Twitter link as well, Dublanc. Let me pop that open. What do we got?
The phone in Philip's hand was released in 2024 The interview took place in 2023. How did Philip have a phone that wasn't released yet? Interesting. Yeah, people noticed when he got the phone right away because it's pretty easy to identify an iPhone, correct? And then one day, it was very recently, he whips out the new phone, and the new phone is so much bigger, and I feel like, yeah, he brought it out on accident and didn't intend to show it, like it was in his hand as he was raising his hands up for like a typical Phil body gesture. So he holds it up accidentally, then quickly lowers his hand, and that was captured too. So he didn't intend to reveal. It was very accidental style reveal. S23. I don't think the model's been confirmed.
The videos about it. ESP spent $2,448 today. No, I did not. You idiot. You incredible moron. Maybe that person did, right? Maybe that person actually did who bought the account or from this third party. Because remember, like I said,
So maybe the account did spend that much money and TJ's not wrong, but it's still wrong because it isn't DSP spending that money. Hey, Miso. Welcome in. Miso Corny.
To this place that they
I'm listening to drama.
Assign accounts to buyers or whatever. I didn't sell it directly to a person, okay? So maybe that person found an account, and I don't know. I literally have nothing to do with it, nor do I care. All right? I'm done talking about it. You want to talk about us playing the game on stream? We can do that. That's fine. You want to talk about general knowledge of the game? Sure, I'll do that. I'm not talking about the past anymore. I'm done with it. So all these idiots, look, because you see how many detractors there are in the chat right now, and they're all just, you know, they're all fucking gray names. Oh, you're lying. I don't care about you. No, I don't care about you. You mean nothing.
I like the gray name sneak diss.
Anyway.
You guys aren't real fans because you're gray.
Sitting around waiting for a very long time for some resolution, and I hope that this is some resolution for some people now, so we can move on. And again, if this means that sadly some people can't accept the answer, and they're not happy with it,
it's spooky game night. It's not even October yet.
Angry with me or whatever, they have the right to do that. I'm sorry that I lied for so long about this account. I didn't think it was anyone's business or it should have been a big deal. I don't think it ever should have been made a big deal of. But you can't change the past. What you can do is move forward positively, and that's what I've been trying to do. If anything, this last month of resurgence
Craig just wants to move forward, and you told him to fuck
so
off.
Positive, and you know what I mean? Yourself. It felt like a big people telling me it doesn't matter. Just fucking tell the real story. So I will, right? And again, if there's no reason for me to not verify what I'm saying, I can't show you because I don't own the account. If I had it, I would show it to you right now. It's me. There'd be no point to not showing you it.
God, I feel like the chat just wasn't buying this at all.
Those first 3-4 years, I don't even remember.
It's the least that he deserves.
But
fucking
basically,
liar.
I quit because I gave up. I was like, I can't play it anymore. These people are fucking stalking me endlessly, right? So I'm already telling you, I already have, right? Okay, are we good? We still don't care. Spend money on mobile games however you want. You're not scamming charities, faking cancer, or messaging 13-year-olds, so we don't give a fuck. Here's your crown. Tony Pamford did a $50 super chat.
I'm assuming that's a lot of cherry-picked comments
I can
there.
understand people being upset about lies.
You know, most people don't lie about having cancer, scam, or message 13-year-olds.
Lying was your only way to be able to play the game.
Quite a low bar,
this is the
Mr.
most
Burnell.
nothing burger scandal that I've ever heard of. SFM9 did a super chat. Why tell us now and not on side scrollers? Because if I told side scrollers, number one, I didn't trust them. Number two, I didn't have the account.
Oh, you did trust him. You did trust him. Wow, this was quite literally the day before you talked to Craig. You did trust him. Your point of contention was that Craig did not check his email. But you were prepared to give the evidence. You just had to negotiate the preparation of the evidence, and then you would show him the evidence. But you had the evidence ready, but also you didn't have the evidence ready, and the evidence that you were going to prepare was absolutely nothing because you don't have any receipts. It was just going to be your word. So in reality, why didn't you just tell Craig in the first place? We'll never know. Never will.
Oh, then you understand? I didn't just sell it yesterday. I didn't even have it last year. So I didn't have anything to prove anything I said, so they wouldn't have believed me anyway. Just like right now, people.
But, dude, whoa. But you said you had the evidence, but Craig didn't give you the time to present it. But here he is, in black and white, telling you even back then he didn't have anything to show Craig that would make anyone believe him. So again, all he had even back then was just his word. But he told Craig he needed to prepare the evidence. But he tells you here There was no evidence even back then. So what does he have? What would he have had? Just his word. So why didn't he bring it up back then? Because it's all a lie. And in reality, he didn't think of the selling your account story back then, which is why he requested some time to prepare the evidence, which in reality means give me some time to think of the real story. But you already knew that.
People aren't going to believe it. But if you don't have the corroborating evidence, why even say it, right? Say it ain't so. I was happier thinking you were the #1 WWE Champions player in the world instead of knowing that you sold it. You'll always be down from the rafters to me. And yes, I came up with those names. I came up with, there was another one in the middle there too. And then there was Down from the Rafters. I came up with both of those names.
On the gun show.
All right, Bio got to 97 sips.
It was mentioned in the documentary.
Says, to be honest, even if you're not being honest, I don't care. Well, I appreciate that, but I am being honest about all of this. At this, finally. I see the $1.69 tip. And he said, SOF 916, he says, I've looked at your filing, it's rough. Flush the duty. I did flush the duty yesterday.
I ain't that, and he's still making videos.
If people email you and ask to be unbanned because of drama with WWE Champions, will you do it? Likely yes. I received a $42 tip. This guy says, Down from the Rafters, yo, I want to say thanks for selling me the account, bro, and take care, King. All right.
Wow, that's the real Down from the Rafters, guys. Holy
sure it's really
shit.
them. All right, I guess I should say the current Down from the Rafters, right? To the super chat, he says, you never answered the burning question, how many Hogans did you own? How many Hogans did you own on your new account? On the original account, I pulled the original Hogan, which was Powerhouse Hogan. I had him, and he was one of the rarest cards when I got it. That was when I was still with the very first faction, and I was a faction leader and all of that. I don't think I pulled any more Hogans on that account, because I think the other ones was after all the crap went down. I think it was just that. And
the original Hogan,
like I said, I tried
except no
doing
substitutes.
You know, now the Hogans are actually quite easy to pull. Many of them are actually very easy to pull. They're not rare anymore. In fact, they give away
almost like he's
some
one
of
of
them
the
pretty
their
easy.
more popular
So the whole
wrestlers.
Hogan thing actually is a dumb meme. It's not representative of their being difficult to pull or anything.
Oh yeah,
and Adam to the super chat. Feels good as
most of the people who mock you for playing the game don't actually play the game, so of course they would not understand the fucking WWE Champions meta, which I can't believe is a sentence I just said.
Tracker to be right about mobile game addiction, sweep low, loser. You sent me a super chat. You paid me to say that. Like, maybe I should just leave him unbanned, but I'm just gonna ban him on principle. I was thinking maybe he would actually send me another super chat, but he's really dumb.
Yeah, you'd like that,
right?
wouldn't you?
So I'm
You'd
just gonna
like
ban
another
him.
super chat. What an ordeal! What an ordeal! Yeah, I was felted. I was massively felted by that segment. Yeah, the king wins again. He convinced everyone. Memes are only funny if actually true. Sound good? Yes. So when I say his wife is fat, that's funny because it's the truth. What a fucking week, man. Again, massive Craig W, Kino W, Bill L, Derek L, massive Derek L, Jade L. Jade's L is probably the most unfortunate of the bunch. Who else lost? 672 lost. I don't know why, but I just don't like him, so he lost. Kagome always loses. Ket lost because he lied to Ket for years. I'm sure there are some other losers I'm forgetting. Animated World L? Maybe? We'll pretend like they took an L there. Yeah, Kagome's Fox Molder now. I'll always know them as Kagome. Because they never have anything to say other than when they start existing and when they stop existing. Yeah, dude, if Willow just survived for just a little bit longer, we would have been able to get the Willow reaction to all of this. Okay, well, there's that segment. I'm kind of caught up. Sans the documentary itself. Let's see here. Is there anything from tonight? Craig admits he only talked to detractors to prep for the ESP interview. That's a very, very dishonest clip title, Phil. When is Kino supposed to come back? Sometime before October, which is when Kino Ween is supposed to start. But I feel like they'll be more focused on Halloween stuff and just doing their own thing. I don't think it's gonna come back. Like, I don't think they're just gonna come back and then just go right back to, you know, being buddy with Phil. Okay, I feel like I gotta decompress from that. I'm gonna need a decompression segment. Thank you, Water Juice, for the follow. What else do I have to watch? A 1 hour synthetic man on... Holy shit. A 1 hour synthetic man on Star Wars Outlaws. You can miss me with that. At least for tonight. A lot of true crime, too. You love Synthetic Man? Do you really? Alright, you asked for it. You literally asked for it.
Every time I don't think Ubisoft...
Star Wars Outlaws is an unmitigated disaster. I mean, it's a Ubisoft game. It might be.
Possibly sink lower, they somehow managed to surprise me. Despite being a company known for essentially producing fun but ultimately average games, they can't even seem to meet everyone's pretty low expectations of them. I've heard some people claim that Star Wars Outlaws is just a mediocre game, but I'm here to tell you it's actually even worse than that. This is a straight up bad game. 2024 is really turning out to be a year of flops.
Because it has a female protagonist?
As woke game after woke game drastically bombs, and it looks like...
I don't even think the protagonist lady of this game even looks that bad. She just looks like a woman from the 80s. Maybe I'm too numb. I'm too numb to it now. I'm coping.
Even...
Whoa, it's Sweet
Star
Bean
Wars video
96. My net's been really bad tonight, so I'm living minutes behind, but I'm here. Thank you, Bean. And hello, Bean.
Now isn't safe from underperforming. I really couldn't be happier about it. I've been wanting Ubisoft to die for like 5 years at this point.
That shit is bad.
And it looks like if Assassin's Creed Shadow bombs, that's looking increasingly likely. So I'm not going to waste too much time on an intro here because truth be told, this is not a normal review. If you watched any of the streams, you know why. This game is an absolute disaster. It doesn't really deserve a deep analysis. It's pretty blatantly obvious how bad the game is if you just watch some gameplay. And no, you should never touch this game no matter how deep a discount it gets. So this is another stream highlights video, just like my Suicide Squad review. I said a hell of a lot of edgy shit across those 4 streams and did probably more complaining about this game than almost anything I've ever played in my life. So if you're into some complain Kino, I'm sure you'll love this. So I did my best to condense 15 hours of streams into these highlights, and I'll be honest, there are some parts of this that are maybe
That's the next Kino arc for me. Them getting this guy on Kino, and then they just talk video games for like 2 hours.
Little incomprehensible, but truth be told, there's barely any story in this game, so trust me, you're not missing anything. The basic gist of it is you go on a heist in the beginning of the game and then get captured, then escape and steal the guy's ship. You crash land on another planet and spend the next few main story missions getting it fixed.
Thank you for
and then most of the rest of the game is finding your crew members to attempt the heist again. And then you do the heist in the climax, and that's pretty much the entire story. So if it feels like I'm skipping around a lot, don't even worry about it, man. I was tuning out of half of these cutscenes anyway. And so without further ado, here is the Star Wars Outlaws experience. Don't torture myself with this. This is what people want to see. Why are there people who say this every time I stream a bad game? I have a unique level of tolerance for bad games. Truly, I do. I didn't used to, Well, over the course of streaming for
He used to be rage quit this game. I think he played it once and then never again.
I've definitely built up a tolerance to
like a
bad
week
games.
ago.
I can handle it.
Again, it's because it stars a woman.
Already we saw a woman. It's been like 5 seconds. There needs to be a version of the Bechdel test that's like, does a woman show up in every scene? You know, the super Bechdel test.
It's a golden age for the underworld. The Empire's little Death Star gets blown to pieces and the law is distracted by a rebellion that won't quit. It's an opportunity to make millions.
And I already just don't give a fuck
Should the
about
Craig interview
anything
be
that's
added,
happening.
considering he disconnected Craig from the call? Well, he ended the call for himself. It's not like he didn't kick Craig from the call. He disconnected from it. So it is fair to say he rage quit it.
I'm starving. It's time to eat.
I'm sure that'll go well.
Ratchet and Clank 2 has good music. I agree.
Wage war with all the other criminal families. Yeah, that's a smart move.
Yeah, every Ratchet and Clank has good music.
No, I ain't reading. I'm past reading. I have officially graduated beyond reading lore in video games, unless the game is like really cool. There hasn't been a really cool game in quite a few years
still
at
live.
this point, so I'm not reading your lore. It sucks. Fire every lore writer in video games. There's just nepotism hires or diversity hires or whatever. The lore writing is a money laundering scheme.
My data spike.
Yeah, and it's broken. Some scrap.
God, look at this ghoul. I already don't want to see the ghoul anymore.
We're not getting anywhere with a busted data spike. Come on, Mix. Let's see breathing. Then we break into Club Tarsus and steal the Porsche identity cards from their safe. With any luck, we'll get us on a shuttle to the core worlds.
Something tells me this won't be a
Talk
3-star.
like this is reminding me of like 90s, 2000s techno babble, where it's like, you know, when the flux capacitor reaches maximum, it'll, you know, hypercharge the warp drive, and then we blah blah blah. It's like, shut up! Shut up, you fucking nerd! Someone should have. That's like, if I wrote this shit today,
Yeah,
it's
still a
like
1-star.
the
God
Giga
damn it.
Chad main character would just fucking like bitch slap the nerd when he starts talking like that. Like fucking shut the fuck up.
Hey, his hair's looking
You can
better
pet
from
the
the
rats?
last time we saw a video from him.
What the don't pet rats.
Yeah, I hear the people that show for this game went to Disney World or something, according to the DSP.
Wow,
They all got
I
paid
love
off.
yellow paint. Who's doing this?
That's what the industry's all about these days.
I'm fucking gonna single-handedly catch these graffiti artists who, for some reason, only like painting like interactive objects. For some reason, I'm gonna kill them.
Hey, so I'm Kay, and you're gonna let me through.
You're not on the list.
Self-exposed lies DSP has told.
my
Chance
friend
would certainly be
Preben
one of them.
Put me on the list.
Preben should have paid more.
Listen, do you know who I am?
Wow, that's
Boss
convincing.
wants to see me.
Boss is at the cop.
Look at him, he loves this game.
Go away.
Come on, let's fight him, girl boss. Come on, let's go. We can knock him out. Kill him.
You should have sent me to Disneyland.
What, really?
I agree.
Really
I
didn't
wanna go
notice
to
a rat
Disneyland.
jumping on your shoulder? Are you kidding me? Okay, my rhythm. My lack of rhythm, guys. Hold on. Okay. All right.
Look at that.
I'm sorry, I'm tweaking out a little. My patience is decreasing very
Your
quickly.
place didn't have a pressure switch. It's Eric.
What? Huh? That's it? They just kind of showed up. Like, there wasn't even like a alert, blah, 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 blah. You know, it's like, hi, what's up? How's it going? Oh, I see. Sick. Dude, like the bones in her hand are dust.
But
she
it
like
doesn't look that
backhanded a
remarkable
dude to
either.
knock him out. Like
Ain't
the
that
amount
par
of
for the
force
course for
that
most of the soft games, though?
Really not.
Oh no, they sort of see me, kind of.
Just like kind of like the epitome of.
What
Oh
does
yeah,
you
it's
backhanding a
there.
skull feels like.
We know you're here. Let's make this easy.
$70.
You say nothing. You do nothing.
Yeah, we'll hide under the floorboards. This is giving her flashbacks.
I don't know. This looks like $50.
I get
$50 double A game
she
with the
might be
bridge out
like
releases.
10% Space Jew. You don't know.
Not here. Slow us down. Let's go.
Oh no, he got shot with a laser in the leg, and there's no wound. There's no fucking wound. He looks fine.
The woman lead character. Don't we already know that?
He
like
is fine.
She's in the trailer. She's on the
Oh
cover.
my god, dude, make it stop. Disney Star Wars is a fucking joke.
Your leg.
It's nothing.
He got shot from a laser in the leg, and he's like, I'll be okay. I'm fine. Are you fucking kidding me? Why not just use guns then? Why do they use lasers? They're worse than bullets. I'm just sprinting, dude. We gotta do just like Spider-Man 2. How many stealth encounters can I sprint
8 to 10
through?
hours in.
Just like Mary Jane.
And enjoying myself. Not bad, not great. It's just
okay,
good, which I'm
it's-
fine with.
Yeah, get old of Ubisoft.
The fact that that's
for
like
stealth.
what we gotta hope for. That it's at least good.
What the fuck
I'll be
even
glad
is
to hear you're
that
enjoying your
thing?
time with it.
It's supposed to be a woman, I think. It kind of looks like a trans man. I'm wondering if that supposed to be a trans man character? Eminem, Prune Shady. I got this full stealth. Let's see if it's still forced.
Well, it's Star
stealth
Wars. I
segment.
can accept
How
the
did they
characters
learn
a little
nothing?
weird.
10 fucking years ago, and can you believe it's been like 10 years? 10 years ago, Assassin's Creed 4 came out and let you rate story missions, right? Every forced stealth mission got 1 star. Every one. And what 10 years later, like,
fuck the player. They don't know what they want.
oh my god, X-ray vision. Someone play the clip. No stealth, we're done. No more stealth. Let's go.
Lego Star Wars.
Let's fucking go.
Those games are
I'm
pretty fun.
done. No more
I drew
stealth.
most of
Let's
them with
go.
my cousin.
No, sprint.
The first two, rather.
Sprint, bitch. Sprint. Let's
The
go.
good ones.
Yeah. Fucking, you think I need stealth? I'll beat all of your asses.
Cameras. You gotta avoid them, Nick. There's the turbo.
Is Synthetic Man actually an incel, or does he only carry himself like one? I want to believe it's the latter, but it's probably both.
We gotta avoid him, Nick. We gotta avoid him, Nick. We gotta avoid him.
Like the same city as Star Wars Rogue One.
Why? Why do I need to avoid cameras? For what purpose? Why do I need to avoid cameras?
Keep going!
Is there a reason I'm avoiding cameras? Am I avoiding cameras for a reason right
celebrity
now?
that wants
I
to
don't
avoid the
know.
paparazzi?
I seem to be doing just fine. What is stealth? I'm not sure. What, you didn't get enough of my fist the first time? Superman punch! This is just the default difficulty, which I know some people are gonna say crank it up to hard, but I'm trying to prove a point right now. Whatever, I'm fishing for thumbnails.
You still
Hold on.
believe
Just
he has a
imagine
black
my reaction
girlfriend?
is
Huh?
as bad as you think.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but what are you basing that off of?
Use a hand here.
I did everything right. The code
What's
was
the lore
Is that
there?
like a black Twi'lek?
Find it?
Let me see his face.
Stories about Stuttering Craig Besh. They're all true.
Gotta go.
That's true. He never said he was
This was
racist.
mistake.
He just
Never
hates
was.
ugly women.
Wait, nobody move.
Like
Either
all
pay me now,
gamers.
or just pay me.
Wow, she's so intimidating, dude.
So?
Oh, get it? See?
I really don't think she looks that bad. Like, you have the argument for the chin, like I get it, but like ladies actually looked like that in the 80s. They actually had hairstyles like that.
She's not a good guy. She's chaotic neutral.
Join us.
Just look at any, if you got like your family album, look through your family album.
We don't have time for this. Wait.
Damn, that's it. I fucking punched out everybody here, and then I just get stunned. This barely even looks like Star Wars, dude. Honestly.
Honestly, man.
You know? Like, does this place really scream Star Wars?
I get answers. We solve this together.
You're gonna have to do better than that.
Compare the model to the real life one she's based off of. I have seen the real life model. She looks like a supermodel, man. She has I got like a supermodel wife,
I'm
right?
so glad our rat is invincible.
I guess when you compare it to the model, it's pretty
Our rat
rough.
has as much plot armor as we do. Listen, I'm sorry. The rat is not a dog.
I'm just saying, like, maybe I am just numb to it. Like, I'm getting numb to it over time with all these AAA, woke, DI, woke slob, whatever, style games, whatever you want to call it. So I'm, like, desensitized to it. But, like, I feel like we've had uglier protagonists. But in the end, I'm not even I'm not the audience anyway. I don't fucking play AAA games. I don't really like Star Wars that much either.
I love
Not for
dogs.
me.
That's not a dog.
That's fine.
That's a hybrid between a rat and an axolotl. And the axolotl is it's definitely up there with the IKEA
Be
shark.
nice 'cause she's a lady
like
character. Yeah, lady character with a
transcoded
blaster.
Animal character. Yeah, please tell me I can run into that and die. Come on,
I
come
want
on.
to get shot.
Shred me! No, god damn it, shred me! Fuck, I want to be in paste, like Dead Space. Hey, rat, blow that up.
Get rid of that thing.
Why couldn't the
Month from
rat
now,
die
Dingus will
too?
die at AAA
Let's
game.
go,
That's
the
true.
Silverman test. I'm girl
I wish you
bossing.
didn't remind
Let's
me.
go. Come on. Yeah, you can't fucking stop.
But yeah, I will play Silent Hill 2 remake. I usually don't fall for the AAA slop, but I owe it to myself, having grown up with the OG. I'm gonna completely ruin my childhood, and it's all gonna be my fault exclusively.
Me, I'm a woman. Hear me roar. Okay, hold on. Okay, they got me. All right, I actually have to play the game now. Damn it. Well, I feel the ghoul coming on. Come on, give me some alien uncanny shit, please.
Just like flying
I need a thumbnail. I'm thirsting so hard for a thumbnail. You don't even know, dude.
Nope.
God, it's not. I almost don't want them to zoom in on her though, because then I have to see it.
That's fine.
Like I don't want. Like look at that. That almost. There might have been a frame in there that was thumbnail worthy. Maybe.
No. We're okay. We're okay.
We're the one.
That'll
We're the
stop
guy.
you from dying. Just hold your rat and like hunch over. You know, a part of me
One of the
was
reasons
like,
I see
is that
banning about is because
thumbnail-worthy?
attractive
But no,
characters
'cause it
make
wasn't-
non-attractive people
Like
angry.
he purposely tried to make her. I need the
That's why I wanna make
ugliest
everything
view
ugly.
possible. Now,
I'm sorry.
hold on.
I'm sorry. I thought you were one of them.
Huh?
Wait, what does X do? Oh.
My Silent Hill 2 and never
No
played the OG
fucking
one.
way,
Kind of
put
curious how
Deadeye
my
in it.
experience is
God
gonna be.
damn you, fuck.
I would highly recommend playing the original. Maybe not. Like not before the remake. It's not required playing. It's required playing in general, but you don't have to do it before this new one comes out. But I would highly recommend that you do it at all, just to get a sense of what they were trying to go for back in, what was it, 2001? An ancient game, dude.
King Cox. Wow, she's so good. She's so good.
So now, I'll help you.
I don't need help. I'm getting out of here.
How? You're an off-worlder, and this ship of yours isn't gonna fly anytime soon. But lucky for you, I'm a mechanic.
How many credits are we talking?
I mean, a few, mostly for parts. But good news, Dashara is a great place for someone with your
Yeah, early
skills.
PS2 game, very impressive.
There's a Pike underboss named Gorak. Talk to him.
And he'll give me work.
Even the voice work, which was
That
kind of
speeder in your
stilted
ship
because
will get you
that's
to
just
Miragana
how
City.
English voice acting was at the time. But it plays into
Thanks
themes
for
in the
reminding
game
me
and
I have
how,
a speeder in
how
my
off the
ship.
characters all are.
Oh boy. That's quite
Hey,
the
I need to talk
bartender
to Laura.
there.
Drag him out. And tell the governor the payments will not increase. I don't know you.
Really? She's at the front of the line, then she turns around? Is that supposed to be funny?
You never make new friends?
I have enough friends.
Yeah, but you don't have to pay me to hang out with you.
Okay, well, what type of hanging out we're talking about? Are you putting out, bitch? Honestly, and he's laughing because he's like, I
I'm
don't
sorry.
even want that. Goddamn, she's ugly.
It's very
That's what he's
juvenile.
really thinking.
What a disappointment.
It's late enough in the evening that you can catch me with little jokes like that.
Smart enough to get into my suite, careless enough to use Walker's name. You're new to this world. Come back when you're not.
There's so much ghoul shit going on, man.
Stealing from a Pike underboss. First date? Easy. Name's Donka. I'm a broker for every job on this move.
Not many syndicates where I'm from.
Hey, this is legitimate business. Miragana is special, kid. Empire keeps this cantina neutral. But beyond these walls, it's war. You want to survive?
No, Silent Hill 1 had multiple endings. Hey, Cat doesn't sound like this much of a chain smoker. Come on.
Sorry, kid. In or out. That's all you get.
Clock Tower, I played the SNES one last year.
Tell your client
Oh, and the
that.
PS1 one.
Not a bad shot.
Sequel on PS1 I gotta play too, but apparently it's pretty rough.
Cute. Desperate, but cute.
God, I want to shoot all these people here. Go on a rampage. Come on, blah, 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 blah. At least Starfield let you shoot people. Real human being and a real hero. You know, at the end of the day, even though you couldn't kill anyone with a name, basically, there's maybe a handful of named NPCs you could actually kill. At least I could kill the ugly people. I can't kill anybody
yeah,
in
it
this.
sounds more like Naked and Laughing. Joshy.
Just passing through.
Just passing through.
All right, I'm out here.
No. Get back in there, you pussy.
Get a replay of that beautiful singing voice and no.
Nope, I don't get it. Come on, just shoot me. Cowards.
A nice try.
Absolute cowards. My main character syndrome's kicking in again. I hate this fucking game. All right, hold on. We gotta turn off yellow paint. It's time to see is this game playable without yellow paint? Okay. Explorer mode. Why wouldn't they just call... Hey, you can see it turn off. You'll be thrown out? What? Another forced stealth sequence, you pussies? Are you kidding? Ubisoft is so incompetent, it's unreal. Like, they've literally been told for years, stop doing forced stealth. Your stealth is ass, and that's not even a good game mechanic in good stealth games. You know, even with yellow paint off, that still looks slightly yellow, doesn't it? I guess it's just the lighting. This is what I'm saying. It's proving you don't even need yellow paint because they're already colored differently than the rest of the environment. I fucking actually hate the yellow paint shit so much. It's proving how stupid we are. That's Idiocracy. Like, if Idiocracy ever gets remade or there's a second one or something, they need video games with yellow paint in them. All right, we got this. Girl boss time. You're fucking done! It's that
The
easy!
yellow paint stuff is such a sacrifice of graphics getting so good that you literally can't tell the difference between like interactable and non-interactable objects. And it used to be like that in days of Spyro the Dragon.
Yeah! Look at how stupid the AI is! The AI doesn't even stop climbing ladders, it's that dumb!
Hey,
You
got the
fucking suck!
another 3-star.
Whoa! That
We should
bitch
get a
just
refill
split into
right
two
quick.
bitches!
I got no idea how much longer I'm gonna be live.
There's two bitches there!
Like, depending on the
They're
amount
on
of missions
top of
left,
each
I could
other,
just
they're
do all of them
multiplying!
tonight. We'll see.
Okay,
A quick BRB.
We can climb.
But I want to use this gun, I don't want to climb! Dude, they couldn't even do a splatter? There's no... Yeah, that is like in Gollum. Dude, that was exactly like Gollum. Dude, what the fuck, man? Oh no, who did that? Who did the alarm? I don't know. Who the fuck did that? That's crazy.
Waka, I got those fuel injectors. Time to...
Waka. Okay, so what does good reputation do for me? I can look like an Imperial. Yeah, okay, maybe I picked correctly. We'll stick with Pike. I don't know. We can LARP as a fascie. Why not?
I need someone to hit a stash for me, but you'll need one to get inside.
I can mod my blaster. Been doing it for years. Just need the parts.
You know what? I gotta...
She's so plucky and resourceful.
There's a pawn shop nearby.
Can we kill her? We can't kill anybody except gangsters.
Whoa, big ups, I'm back.
I
Hello.
guess. The Syndicate people and Imperials.
I got something I
that's
usually don't
it.
drink.
Can't kill
Cranberry
any
juice.
civilians. I'm clicking as hard as I can. Trust me, I want
cherry
to.
juice.
Ubisoft games at least used to let you kill a few civilians. You just gotta.
Did I see Dave's tweet? I did not. Let's take a look. Dave on Twitter again. It is 2 in the morning for him. Oh my god. Why is he like this? 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 Why? Okay, I gotta invoke the powers of Brave. He has too many to go over. But yes, you guys, he's on Twitter at the moment. Go ahead and get these lined up. Let me post them here too. On the super secret evil detractor Discord. I'll also post them over here. He's got 3 tweets for us. No, don't worry. They're all positive. Dingus sounds too excited. Do I? The cranberry juice will wake me up, don't worry. Okay, so first up, we got an apology.
I also would like to publicly apologize for all the drama lately. Next week, we get back to what it is you like most from me. Gaming and chill streams. Now that my documentary is done with, I'm leaving all that negativity behind me. And it's time for a positive future. Apology accepted, King. I'm getting on my hands and knees right now. Then we have the big announcement. Oh no! Me and June the King on a Level 1 podcast. Friday the 13th. Ooh. Shower this post with fan art to be used for this epic, unprecedented event. The King commands it. Capital LOL. No, nobody responded. Someone get Darksea Devil on this. He wants... This is new. He's demanding fan art. Dude, it's been like years since he asked for fan art. Big news, all. You can't make this up. My next guest on a Level 1 podcast is June the King himself. And this will take place on Friday the 13th. Let the bloodletting begin. Is that the right word for that? Is bloodletting not when you choose to, like... when you choose to release blood from yourself? That's why it's called bloodletting. Shouldn't it be bloodshed? I don't know. It's fucking too late for me to be debating this. Yeah, that's not the right word. Like blood, like I've heard that word. That's like it's a medical thing. And I like one quote. And that's your tweet update. He didn't say anything else. Like 2 in the morning his time, he's what he has to talk about. Well, to be fair, it says it was tweeted an hour ago. Terrible medical procedure. Ancient doctors thought would help, but did not help at all. Yeah, if I recall correctly, this was during one of my 2 a.m. Wikipedia exploration sessions. They thought demons were in your blood, so they thought by letting out the blood, the demons would be exhumed and felted. That's not how this works. It's not how any of this works. Alright, back to Star Wars.
Game over. But we can't even have that anymore.
Yeah, leeches. They still use those the leech treatment in some countries.
Stealing his buyers in the core worlds. Find out who they're selling to, then take out their factory farm.
Have up front or no dice?
You'll get paid when you deliver.
That works too.
Those coordinates will take you to my contact.
She crumbled immediately. Alright, I realized we never pet the rat. Maybe I should pet the rat. Hold on. We pet the other rats, but not our rat.
We're gonna figure this out.
There we go. No, come on, please. Oh, yes. No, you fucking cock. Let me over there. Come on. I was so close. I was so close.
He's all too happy to talk to June the King because he has an actual...
Stop taking fun away, you pieces of shit. Like There's no reason for invisible wall. Thank you. I'm glad I clicked through.
He doesn't want to talk to
that
Craig
wasn't
or do
worth
anything
it
else
on
further
any
with him
level,
because he
but
thinks he
that
doesn't
makes
have
me happy that I managed that. Okay, oh wait, I can summon my speeder, can't I? Yeah, here we go.
We need to pick up the pace.
Jesus, why did you just run into a wall? Oh, thanks for telling me now, game. I already figured it out. Thanks. Are you really just gonna keep showing that on the screen? I already called it.
June said on Twitter there's no redemption arc. Just gonna be June's gonna take the shit talk. Damn. I would hope June kind of has a spine and stands up for himself. Like, impresses us the same way Craig did. And then maybe that'd be like the culmination of the arc here, and then we never have to talk about drama ever again. Ah, yes, and then we could just talk about boring gameplay and game news for the rest of life. Time eternal.
Get it off the screen now. I'm gonna kill her on purpose. Ubisoft! That only does 1 health bar. It sucks.
It's a gem over here.
Oh, dude. Whatever.
How did I miss it? And how the fuck do I get to it now?
There's no way they expect me to walk, right? That would be pretty stupid.
No, wait a minute, man.
I don't know. They let me... In the first area, I could steal whatever I wanted. Nothing happened. And now I steal and they care.
Can't suck it up.
Why are they pretending? They're pretending. Do you see the accuracy here? This is unbelievably bad. Holy shit. This is normal difficulty.
Hey,
pick up some Lord Goki.
Varric sent me.
Can I push that thing off the cliff?
You're new.
That's a woman.
Here's the narrative voice sounds very
cliff.
AI to me.
So I drove up here, just have to go... I have to go back down? Am I understanding that correctly?
It's because of how he talks.
I came all the way up here.
What's weird is that he doesn't talk like that in reality, like casually, in casual conversation. So it's very much a voice he puts on. Which is good to know, because I thought he was like a robot or something.
Kill her. Kill! Wait, I can probably throw a grenade. All right, let's see what happens. I fucking hate modern video games so much, it's unreal. Are they facing my way? I can't even fucking tell. Which button is it? B? Yeah. Yeah, I think that bitch is looking my way.
He tells him to go fuck himself.
No? I guess not.
But they got like a deeper relationship going on, because they were communicating for months on this fucking documentary.
Okay, I'm in. No.
There would be more to lose from that bridge burden, if you know what I mean.
Are you fucking kidding? That I got shot out of it. You're the worst. I'm just gonna punch you. Girl boss! Die! Infinite punching! I'm the punching god!
What is this? It's an offer. Crimson Dawn wants to know who's doing business with the Pikes. Give me that list and we both profit. What about Varric? It's easy to lie to hot bugs. Just don't back down.
It'd be funny if everyone from now on ended DSP's interviews by saying that just so we get a compilation.
I can't let you walk out of here.
I think DSP would probably ban that shit after the second or third time.
You can't take me! Got something to say? I'm clicking so hard.
Yeah, they're trying to be negative. They're doing like a negative.
Has Empire fallen on hard times?
Trying to do like a fucking
what the
inside
fuck?
joke.
Anybody
If you do
can
it
be
again, you're
fascist,
banned.
guys. No matter your skin tone or gender.
I guess this is life for us now, huh, Misc? We're on our own. Like, really on our own. It's a death mark. But we can lose it. Just need to make enough to survive. Until we land a score so big, nobody can hold us back.
Again, this sounds like a setup for a cyberpunk-style story where she accepts a job that's too big and then she gets killed in the end, and the lesson is don't be like a greedy piece of shit. But somehow I don't think that's gonna happen.
Huh.
Quite the Nick
Bad
Jr.
place
moral
to build
there.
a base. Anyone could climb one of those Ambrane rock things and see the whole operation.
Yeah,
Fucking
anyone.
Star Wars. Don't be
not
greedy.
anyone. Mrs. Free Solo. No, if you're Mary Sue
Show me a picture of
powers
Jabba the Hutt. That'll
are
inspire
what's
me
letting
not to
you
be
do
greedy.
this.
Or
The
fat.
vast majority of people could not climb these fucking walls. We gotta find out how Mary Sue are we? How far does it go, dude? The armor does nothing. The armor does nothing! I should be able to distract one and then stealth kill the other one.
Ratchet and Clank, especially the first one, such good
Alright,
music.
you know, I'd appreciate... Look at it, dude. Why are stormtroopers allowed to be women now? They're trying to take everything away from it. This is why I don't like Star Wars, man. But if neither the good guys or the bad guys are cool, then what the fuck? Like, why would I care about anything that's happening? I want the minigun. Give me the minigun.
What was that?
My minigun. My minigun. I love how even like heavy. No, what? I can't pick it up. Why can't I pick it up? This is fucking. I'm getting scammed. Stop scamming me. Of course you can't drive this because that'd be cool. Oh yeah, give me your speeder, you stupid little cuck. No way. No fucking way you can't ride a speed. Are you out of your goddamn mind?
I love the way you just calls
Also,
me
what the hell just happened?
You got another job for me?
God, look, that's a. I knew it. I fucking knew it. That's the thumbnail right there.
You just have to sneak into an Imperial station and delete some data.
She just needs some good lighting to expose how ugly she is. Stop. Just stop. She's already dead. Is that my only missile and I fucked it up? I'm hitting Q right now. Maybe that was my only missile. Okay, now I have a missile. Is it going? Bro, it said hit Q to lock on and then hit Q to fire missile.
The missile's bugged out during the tutorial. LMFA. Classic Ubisoft.
I don't know what that's. It's like a radar scan of some kind, but I'm not really sure what that's doing. Also, I love how the fucking who even just disabled my guns? They can't trust me? Yeah, because I'm a player and I want to have fun. That's why you couldn't trust me. You're right. You were right to disable my guns, because I would shoot you, whoever you are, on the fucking comms.
Negative.
Yeah, Waka, I'm gonna come shoot you in the face, you alien scum.
No, dude, he was just making his own fun with this playthrough. He didn't care about it at all.
Negative. Our Darius G-Class freighter ran
I'm
into
sure
some
it's a
trouble.
fine game.
Had to switch to this ship for your
Or it's 6 out of
cargo
10.
delivery of precious minerals. Precious, very legal minerals.
Follow the TIE escort into docking bay 3. Submit for inspection.
What? The joke
like
is that
Borderlands
everyone's
dialogue.
retarded. Like, I
Is there,
don't
is
get
it?
it.
We're looking at a Star
Are you
Wars
seeing
Outlaws
this?
review.
Are you seeing this right now?
That's more like
Are you seeing
a
this
sequence
right
of
now?
funny gameplay non sequiturs.
Unseen? What do you? How? Literally how? Aren't they just right outside my ship? Do not raise the alarm. Okay, so technically I can be seen. The alarm just can't be raised. That still sucks though. Hey, that sounds good, actually. What are you talking about? Average. God damn you, you fucking. You saw nothing! You saw nothing! You saw nothing! Where are you? You saw nothing either! You saw nothing! You saw nothing! God damn it. Screaming you saw nothing didn't work. That was the only thing I could think of. Rat, you better fucking. You seen what I'm talking about with the rat? Like, the elevator won't go until he gets over here. Oh, shit. No, you didn't see anything. No, why would it restart the elevator? I didn't leave. Oh my god, rat, please. Please, rat. Okay, there we go. Dude, I hate Ubisoft. You don't even know. You think you do, you don't. You think you hate Ubisoft enough? You don't, trust me.
Just when you think you hate them, you start hating them even more.
It's that easy. It's that easy. It's that easy. You thought you're badass? This bitch can just throw a stormtrooper on their face.
Come on. Oh, these files are impossible to understand.
What are you? One of Thornton's guys?
Whoa. Yes?
No, you are an intruder. And if you don't want to sound the alarm, you'll get me out of here. All the governor's bribes, kickbacks, shady deals, they all go through me.
Okay, we gotta hurry this up. Just pick who you want to pin this on.
Let's help
It's
each
really
other
a
then.
lame version of Ratchet and Clank. And I would argue that's actually new Ratchet and Clank, but you're right.
And put in it. I'll wipe the files and meet you in
This
my
shit was supposed to be Star
extraction
Wars.
extraction cruiser.
Do you even need me then? It doesn't even sound... It sounds like you could have escaped at any time, and you just decided not to. They clearly are trying to just paint the Empire as just absolute idiots, which if they're incompetent idiots, then how did they take over everything to begin with?
The galaxy is full. It's just full of even bigger idiots.
The good guys, if they're idiots.
Okay, this is bad.
You know, even the grenades have auto-aim. Like, why? Why do grenades need auto-aim? They have a throw arc.
To make sure you don't miss, silly.
Hey, do you guys remember in the original Star Wars movies when there were like a shit ton of explosive barrels everywhere?
Yeah,
that was kind of cool.
They all had yellow paint on them too. I remember that.
That's cool.
It's my favorite part of Episode 4.
See that Imperial comms relay?
Before fucking Lucas censored them.
The imps forget all about us.
Right, okay.
Really? They're gonna forget what their eyes saw? Okay, sure. No, you wouldn't say forget. You would maybe like create a fake signal and be like, oh, we got them. We wiped them out. That would make way more sense. Not like, oh, they'll forget we ever existed. That's fucking retarded.
Whoa, this is about.
Bosnock. Good.
Ridicule entity.
Great. Get close.
Wow. I don't like him. Okay. I don't know about this one.
Eat your heart out, Starfield. Am I right, guys? Look, see, you can fly on the planet. That's something. I mean, it still has a loading screen right here, but at least it's not.
Look, no, it's like the movies. Like when they enter the planet, they go through like a big old clouds and stuff. It's not a disguised loading screen. Stop being negative.
Wow. What's my reputation?
Look how seamless that was.
With the Pikes? Still only halfway up good. I'm never gonna get my Imperial drip at this rate. The fuck? This is more fun than playing the game.
I want my ring back.
Oh, I do have this right here.
You keep it.
Oh, it's your ring. Nix found it on the ground accidentally. Sorry.
If that thing steals from me again, I'll skin it myself.
Now put that bag on and bend over. I can't stand to look at you. You want that rep boost, don't you?
Careful.
It's a hidden loading.
Or
For
what?
that
You
the screen go black and you see a loading bar. No, I prefer it too.
Oh
but
shit!
I can never
he
not
did do
see it as
something.
loading
Try
screen.
that
Like
again. Try it
I
again.
can't suspend my disbelief
I'm
for stuff
hitting melee.
like that.
I'm hitting melee so
Oh, the
hard.
game's it's
My
obviously
God.
loading
Do
here,
it.
right?
Do it! Yes! I'm hitting melee. It's not working. Why is it not working? Oh, come on! This game
pressing
sucks.
buttons.
Oh my god, this game sucks. As soon as it stops being fun. That's what I ran up here for? A 10-second conversation? Can I just call him on the phone? We're like best friends now, dude. Alright, yeah, the Crimson Cucks ate me, no shock.
A friend of mine in Miragana said there's a Crimson Dawn hit squad looking for you.
Everything seems so on rails. Hey, like this is the cinematic experience that people want, right? Triple A? Quadruple A, because it's Ubisoft.
What the fuck? That looks like a Kingdom Come Deliverance NPC, but like PS2 quality. What happened to Ubisoft, man? They fired every competent person. This is a money laundering scheme, dude. Whatever the budget was, no, I don't believe it. They're inflating it by, like, it's probably double. They're probably...
How many government grants did they take to make this game, I wonder?
Yeah!
Hey, look, the screen turns gray when you die, like in Grand Theft Auto.
Secure them to the circuit panel near the turbine.
Oh, Grand Theft Auto didn't invent that.
No fun allowed. Wait, what? Did you just see that? One of them just killed themselves on it, but I couldn't.
Your partner died. Your partner died.
No. The squads are making it more interesting. Why would I make it stop? At least like things are Holy shit. All right. Yeah, just keep climbing, idiot. Dude, the fall damage in this game is Witcher 3 levels. You fall 5 feet and you're like, oh, I'm dead. I'm bleeding out. Dude, Ubisoft stealth. I have to imagine it's either hubris or they know that normies don't actually give a fuck, because they have never at any point tried to make it engaging. And it's the exact same mechanics in all of their games. The closest one to being fun was Far Cry, and even then, it's still fucked up on a fundamental level due to how the alert system works. Like, once enemies have been alerted, they're hyper aware and can see you, you know, from 300 yards instantly. And it's like, what the and the thing is, it wouldn't be as bad if...
Never played it. Classic. Modern classic. Never played it.
Literally, who saw me? Like, what? There was just a person up there the whole time? You gotta be fucking kidding me. They should have called this Star Wars Fugitive, am I right? Fuck. I just wanted to punch that guy and I paid for it. Fuck. Uppercut. Grab one of their guns, please! Pew, pew, pew. Like, sprinting in this game is like, you might as well be banging on metal pipes. That's how loud it is. But actually, like, punching someone, stealth killing, where you're loudly punching a helmet, no noise. No noise at all. Again, shit mechanics.
Giving criticism on stealth games is difficult. Sly 2 is one of the best games of all time. I don't have any critiques for that game.
Just ignore that.
Oh, whoa.
Chapter 3 is overwhelming for you. Tried it because a friend recommended it, but it's not for you. It is one of those.
I have no comment for like the little glitch. Whoa, whoa, whoa!
There's a lot to do.
There's no way that's out of bounds. Actually, I think that's the that's not even the Death Squad. That's the gangster guys who don't like me. What are the Crimson Cucks? Did she just kick it?
Oh, wait. Then there was a long, boring climbing mission where I got stuck and yelled at chat while they made fun of me. DSP Jr.
Find different ways to make Nyx happy? It makes him happy to blow stuff up? Oh, come on. I can't punch them. I thought I could girl boss my way through anything, and I can't punch these guys? I always knew Ubisoft were fucking bigots.
This looks like a nav computer.
Don't be mad, Kay. I mean, I knew what she needed. I know what she's been through. I'm the one who fixed her.
You're gonna kill me for a ship?
For the Trailblazer. Zarek Besh wanted you alive, but I can't afford any loose ends.
What? Why? Okay. Oh, and I get saved by her. You can't make this up.
Okay, let's just take a second here. Enough. Just come quietly.
Dude, it's just like the movies.
Run.
Yeah, snap her neck. Oh no, don't leave her alive.
Run.
So I have to finish Xenoblade 2, but I did chill that totally. I did like the third one. Xenoblade 2
hopefully being tossed directly into her face.
I like Xenoblade 3 as well.
Saving you was hard. I'd rather not kill you.
Why are aliens always ugly? Because it's Star Wars, and not like a. Now this was like a Japanese series. Then we'd have some pretty aliens.
We got a droid smith to shut up that gatekeeper. Enough explosives to blow through that chromium time lock.
I have Xenoblade 1 definitive, but it's still shrink wrapped. I've never even booted it up. Well, no, I opened it and redeemed the platinum points, but I've never like started it.
You'd need a whole crew.
That's right. With half the prize to split however you like.
This job, it's a death wish.
Well, you're already dead, okay? Slero runs the most lethal syndicate I've ever seen, and he wants you gone. You want to live? Push back. Rob his fortune, buy you and I can break him together.
You really don't like this guy.
There's legitimately no reason why these characters saved us and are now recruiting us for this job. I mean, we definitely have not proven ourselves.
Just because we're a strong
the game's
woman.
trying to imply that we've proven ourselves as some kind of
That's
badass.
what he wants to say.
No, we haven't. We definitely did not earn that on any level.
So, what are the rules here? How do we make this work?
You don't betray Jalen, and I don't blast you.
So you're my babysitter.
If that is what you want to call it, fine. With Slero after you, you clearly need protection. Stole his
The problem with having robots this intelligent and capable is why would they even have stormtroopers? Especially since they don't even use colognes anymore. They could just mass produce a shit ton of super strong robots or whoever the hell is
Big ups,
manufacturing
Minion.
these
The gifted
ones. And I
tier
feel like that'd
1
be better
to
than
Zara
having
Zabuza.
shitty,
Big ups, thank you.
Empire
Thank you for the
troopers who
positivity.
can't hit the broadside of a barn from 10 feet
means a
away.
lot, man.
You have more business on Tashara.
Yeah, now let's just leave. Let's finally see a new planet. New planet, guys. Exciting. New planet.
Haas was recently arrested by a small-time sheriff for looting vaporators. Not very legendary.
With his rep, he probably planned it.
Possible.
What, you don't trust Jalen's people?
I don't trust
That's one
anyone.
thing to appreciate, like
Not
these
even me.
Why does
Star
a
Wars
robot
spin-offs,
trust?
right? If
It's
they're
a
like
robot.
expanding the universe with
I'm
new
looking for a guy
planets and
named
shit.
Haas.
I'm sure you never see him in the movies,
I'm
but
with myself.
you gotta take the small victories.
time. Heard you were coming.
Oh my god, another disgusting blue guy. One of those stabbed me in the back. So I hate them all now. I mean, all the Greedo guys are evil, right? Does that count as racism? I mean, if they're all evil. If the
Do they all
Greedos
shoot
are
first?
only 13% of the population, but they commit 60% of the crime, am I bad for pointing that out? I don't know. This game, I don't know, there's a certain ugliness about this game. It just doesn't feel Star Wars. There's no sense of adventure. Wow, she's so good. Oh, I actually can
Yeah,
shoot her.
you are right.
Oh.
You are. They did decanonize the extended universe. or something.
Interactivity, what's
Like,
that?
it's all a
Player
part of that.
choice, what's that?
it's non-canon.
Fun, what's that? Can't have that.
So it's
No
like if you
fun.
expand the lore and canon by
What?
making new
What?
locations, and then they don't even matter.
What are you,
anyway, 'cause they're not
straight?
considered
Fun?
canon to the movies.
What are you, one of those cis heteronormative fucks? God, look at the jank. Dude, they had to have outsourced the mouth movements.
Is that
right?
Freddy Krueger?
I mean, this would look bad 10 years ago.
I'll tell you what I told.
Actually, more than 10, really. I keep saying 10 years ago. PS3 facial animations were better than this.
What do they always have a desert planet in space? In space games.
What the fuck was that? Did you see that? Oh my god! The
They're all just inspired by.
Yeah, I can.
Is it Tatooine?
I can't shoot freely, but I can deadeye? What sense does that make? Why can't I just shoot then? Why am I only allowed to do deadeye while driving?
And inspiration from
Sorry,
westerns.
Our rat thinks you're here for me. Only reason they let you pass.
This is the muscle?
Then I am. Jalen Brack said you'd be good for a job, but it seems like you're busy.
No. If it's Jalen,
He doesn't look that tough.
and I'm the best there is.
That what I do. That what I do is very nice. That's terrible. Honestly, that's kind of a cringe. Cringe. I look, this guy clearly spots me sneaking up on his buddy. It does nothing. You see that? Like, he was like, huh? I think I see something. Something is slowly sneaking up to my buddy's back. My rat just knocked him out. My fucking rat went for the kill shot. Are you kidding? Yeah, get him, rat.
I wish I had a rat sidekick.
What? Did I just drive right through him? No way. You can't hit enemies with bikes. No way. No. Are you telling me you can't hit enemies on the speeder?
Barren Ice
Wait,
Planet.
actually, yeah,
That's
I
in
think
Star
you can,
Wars
but
or Water
it
Planet.
doesn't hurt them. This doesn't
If we had
hurt
like a
'em.
water planet, it'd be like Water World.
Oh my god, you gotta
that
be
movie
fucking kidding
where
me.
everything's
This game
water?
sucks.
Or it would be like
I
Pokemon
wanna
Sapphire
be coming,
if
but I'm
Team
not
Aqua
coming,
got their
so
way.
this is a problem. What's a double grenade? What? The AI just bugged out. They released this. This is a complete game.
The game
that costs full price.
glitched.
They literally got off the bike and stood there. They just stood there. Dude, Ubisoft is like, how can they even make a game anymore? Are they even capable of it? Fuck. Get it. Grab it. Don't get arrested. That's it. They just let me have it.
Sabak, Haas, we have work to do.
Who's a loser now?
The legendary Haas, as always. Now pay up.
Oh, okay, that's how you get it. Did someone just ask for a rat sidekick? Unfortunately, Danny, or someone impersonating Danny.
No,
What the hell are you doing?
it's yours.
This makes no sense.
Alright, we got one gem to go. The mission's over, but I don't think I got a 3-star.
She wasn't. They would have no way of knowing that she was even with him, other than she just walked up to the table and then they grabbed her like this was planned. Also, how's the rat even worth any money?
The rich pay a fortune for exotic pets they can show off or eat.
Oh, it's an exotic rat. But she looks young there and not nearly as busted. Yeah, that just proves to you that they busted up her face late in development. Because the young her doesn't even look like the same person.
No, it was only a 2-star. I gotta do that even quicker.
With you?
Or not lose as much HP.
You let your feelings get in the way of the score. Have you learned nothing?
So what, did the rats live to like 20 years old or something? I mean, usually animals that small don't live that long. So, I don't know. I guess it's a space rat. Maybe space rats live to like 20 or something. I don't. We're just gonna storm into Jabba's palace and probably beat his ass before Luke or Han or any of that shit. Any of that happens.
It's a cute little rat. That's how they reel you in.
And we're gonna whoop his ass. This is some fucking like fan
Next
fiction
thing you know,
shit.
you're buying like all the Baby Yoda merchandise. Falling for the marketing, lady.
Whoa, wait a minute. Oh shit, someone who can counter melee.
Yeah, you did so poorly,
you
though.
know, I was talking about it. I'm glad they did it. What? That doesn't even hit
You'll
me.
let them
Did you see
reel
the
you in for
counterattack
cuteness.
didn't
That's
hit me?
fair.
Let's do that again. Okay, hit me that time. Okay, all right. Enough fucking around. The uppercut didn't hit me. Okay, this guy does not care about blaster. Oh shit, I missed.
Pickups Lady Minion's dog.
Oh my god, I missed again. Hold still. Wait, don't do this.
Chicken on the
I'm
puppy one of these
DSPing.
days.
Oh my god.
I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct.
I forgot. You can't.
It's the guy. It's the guy. It's the guy. It's the guy. He made it in. He made it in. There he is, right there.
I'm DSPing. Oh my god.
I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct.
I forgot. You can't punch these guys. They don't give a shit.
Thank you for the Buffy Aqua. Look, the running meme with this guy in his chats, they call him DSP Jr. because there are many moments in these games in which he makes a mistake or fucks up, and he doesn't get, like, it's all jokes, right? He doesn't actually get upset or mad about it, but he just plays along with his chat, so they call him DSP Jr. He actually had, like, a DSP tournament once. I covered it very briefly, but he had a DSP tournament, and the idea was he was so fed up with people calling him DSP Jr. that he got his own viewers to like do this little tournament with him where they played a game of his choice and they had to record it, and basically the tournament was him heckling the gameplay they submitted. Now it was all in good fun, everyone had fun from what I'm to understand, but it's kind of a silly concept of me just explaining it, but he called it the DSP tournament. I think one of the games he made him play Yu-Gi-Oh for some reason, and this like one hard indie platformer, I forget the name. Yeah, he actually plays into the joke.
You bitch! Yeah, don't touch that alarm, cuck. Oh my god! This is the one enemies I can't girl boss. This is the one. Every other enemy in the game, you can just like girl boss their way through. No, these guys are Giga Chads.
No, I don't think it was I want to be the guy. I always said I
don't think
want
I
to be the gay.
killed the 2 dogs. Is that gonna
It was
fuck
like,
this up?
you had like angel wings or something.
Oh my god, what
I
a
can't
reference!
Remember the name.
Oh, he died solo and you.
I wanna be the guy, cause
make her a
I'm
slave,
the one.
Look, don't try
I'm
anything.
him.
She'd look ugly as shit with the slave shit on.
Wing of 6? That might have been it.
We had a deal. She's mine.
Better you than me.
Oh shit, get out of there, homeboy. Get out of there. Get out of there. Oh no. What?
That's
She
it?
just-
You deserve that, right?
She just stood there and let that happen. Hey, look at the Rancor. I think that's the Rancor. We're gonna pretend like that's the Rancor.
There we go. We knew it was gonna happen. We knew it was gonna happen. Here we go.
Epic boss
I'm
fight?
so excited.
Or does he die in a cutscene? I'm guessing he
Where's
dies in
my
a
funky
cutscene.
pops? Here, let's just get killed. All right, kill us.
Oh, okay, look, it is a boss fight.
Okay, well, I'm not disappointed. All right, sure. That door looks like there's no way. Like a tank wouldn't break that. Rule of 3s, right?
Again with the ugly aliens.
We
But
gotta
at
do
least
it
this is like
again.
one from
I think
the
I preferred
movies.
getting killed 20 times in a row. Wasn't it he like grabs you and then chomps on you as he kills you in Jedi, whatever the fuck it was? Wow, that was lame as fuck.
Oh, dude, is that
he was
Jabba? Oh my
entertained,
god!
and so now he's
Clapped
gonna
when I
let us
saw
go.
Jabba. Oh my
Fuck
god,
off.
is him!
Who wrote this?
Whoa! And it looks like he does in the movies. Oh my god! The graphics. It's like I got my Blu-ray in right now. You did like the blue people, the
So I
Smurfs.
wonder if like the future of all Ubisoft games is outsourcing their animation to like India or China or whatever. Because like it was the same thing with Assassin's Creed Mirage. You could tell how much cheaper it looked. Like people were doing comparison videos
okay,
between
Mass
it and
Effect.
Assassin's Creed Unity. It's like
I
Assassin's
haven't played
Creed
Mass
Unity
Effect, but I do know
came out like 8 years ago.
I'm just
and looks
watching
better.
PSP play it.
Yeah, what a girl boss I am.
Find cover, Nick. We're good. We lost them.
What? No fucking way I lost them. I didn't even hide. Yeah, take that, Chud.
Ah, massive girl boss W.
Brave POC. What? They're fucking blind. Oh my god. Wait, what? What just happened? Did the game just crash? Can
Aw,
enemies even
shit. The
explode
game
explosives?
glitched.
Should I test that out? Here, can enemies blow this up? Actually, enemies can't blow up explode.
3 has a mid-ending. I always hear people shit talk 3's ending.
Dude, I keep
And,
discovering
the less
things
said
that
about
show how
Andromeda, the
bad
better.
this game is. Oh, wait, no! I spoke too soon! I'm not even gonna wait for her, because if she catches up anyway, then... Wait, what? No fucking way, she didn't go! This game is so buggy. Oh my god, this game is buggy. She didn't move! You dumb bitch! You're stupid! Whoa, holy shit. Was that FOV supposed to pull out that far? That looked trippy as shit.
I like to play Mass Effect, but when you run that game, it has crazy camera wobble, and I get motion sickness easily. Camera wobble should be illegal. Like, whenever you move, the camera kind of jiggles a bit.
This is why I hate
I
modern
get
video
what you
games. Yeah, on! Get
Never had that
on!
happen in a game that I've ever played.
You stupid bitch! Oh my god.
There's no way to
I hate
disable
this
that?
game. I hate this game. This is stupid. What the fuck? Who? I'm coming for India, dude. I'm coming for it. I will single-handedly. If you've seen
not into
Alien
motion.
Covenant, dog shit movie. I'm gonna
Thankfully,
be
all the
like
games I play are
fucking
Nintendo
the
games. I can't
android.
handle that
I'm
shit.
gonna drop a fucking plague on them from up high, and everyone's dead.
This it? Looks abandoned. I'm sure that's the point. Handoff is at the top of the hill. Keep your eyes open.
Wait, she just hit me back. Yeah, that's all lesbian relationships right there.
Stay behind cover! What? You worried I'll die? Kind of!
Revisionist history. I killed all those guys. Where did they come from? Where'd they come from? All right, now the ATST blows her head off. Just clean off. Right? Right? That's what happens, right? She dies. Yeah, get her hit again. Hold her up. Hold her up her head. Put a helmet
this
on
game
top of a
even
stick, right?
canon,
To
or is
bait
it
out
just some more
sniper fire.
bullshit
You
that
should
doesn't
hold
matter?
her up. It's just like, hey, look.
I guess it doesn't matter if it is
She's
canon
working with the
anyway.
bad guy, though.
Yeah, it just
So
made
she's
me
obviously
think.
going to betray us. Wowie zowie. That was just like all the movies.
Don't get motion sickness most of the time. But the racist segments on Ratchet and Clank always made me kind of ill. The from the first game or second game?
Hold on. Can I pause this?
Oh, both? I don't know. Those ones have never made me feel sickly.
Let's start running. I'll be back for you, Kay.
Why shouldn't she just say like, hey, I could be the muscle for your crew, and then she stabs us in the back? That'd be way more interesting. I mean, yeah, it would make the characters look like idiots, but they already look like idiots to me.
What does a petty criminal from Canterbite know about droids?
No, he knows all kinds of things. Like how to remove a restraining bolt without detection. He's got the spike that can erase protocols.
If you keep talking, I'll be forced to blast you. And Kay, I don't need help. I'm not broken.
Why would a robot ever talk like that? Like, they gave this droid more personality than, like, any other droid in Star Wars.
I'm looking for a Rhodian named Gadik. Just need a location. I've got 2 shipments of Sansana spice. It's yours if you can tell me where Gadik is.
She's not even looking at him in the eyes. Well, maybe because he's blind in one eye. I don't know. So it's awkward. She doesn't know where to look. It's hard to tell if it's that or just the jankness.
What? Why? What did he do?
Dude, this looks like a fucking middleware PS2 game sometimes. Nobody
Come on.
double-checked these
This
uncanny
dude hasn't seen a
face
PS2
and
game in
body
ages.
movements at all.
I'll show you what a PS2 game looks like. At least say PS3.
Yeah, they're being indoctrinated with misinformation. We need to fix that, because we're the Dustborn. We're the newborn. Our kind is newborn. And I don't know. We're the refugees, and we're gonna replace you.
Hey, it's Dustborn. He's gonna do a video on that game. This dude needs to put out his Dustborn and Concord videos so I know what to think about AAA games.
Okay, so now I can talk my way out of situations, I guess. When do I ever use this? Kay can talk circles around her enemies, buying her precious time to get out of trouble. That's fucking stupid, man. She doesn't have Jedi mind tricks. And she has no charisma. How the fuck? This is bullshit, dude. Yeah, use Klaus is fun, but do you guys really want to see me waste money on a fucking gacha game on stream? Oh my god. Okay, let's... I almost want to just not even address that. Nothing to see here.
I got a problem with a gatekeeper droid. Let's make a deal.
You have a ship? Okay. Okay, I'm in.
Great. Just like the old days, right?
Can we leave now?
Yeah, let's do that. We're pinned down.
We're pinned. I'm so pinned that I'm just gonna... I'm almost there.
Does Synthetic Man ever play games he likes? Yes. Unfortunately, when he does videos on those games that he likes, they never get views. So he's kind of resigned to doing videos on games he doesn't like.
Look at how many fucking Imperial troopers are. Holy shit. Alright, I'm in city limits, so they're gonna leave me
Legend
alone.
Crawler JRPG game I would love to play, but the color in the game somehow gives me headaches. I can't remember its name. Guys, I think we're getting old. We're turning into DSP when his eyes hurts whenever he stares at the screen for too long.
Auto-arrested.
Ow, my eyes.
Auto-arrested. I'm dead. Dude, it cuts to black so fast. You don't even have time to
for me,
take
it might
in
have
that you
something
just
to do with
died.
playing games at 5 in the morning.
I'm furiously clicking. And it's not letting me.
I'm an old friend of Gadik's. My name's Kay.
Okay.
Shadow Hearts? For some reason, I was thinking Kingsfield.
But he
I
told
don't
me
know.
you
Oh,
could-
God.
I think it was because we were talking about From Soft earlier.
God! Stop! Oh my God, the rebels, and this is the representative? You're almost as gross as I am. Get away from me.
Okay, Confucius say, fuck you, ugly bitch.
Don't raise any alarms in that base. We need the element of surprise.
Oh my God, forced stealth, my favorite! Oh wait, I'm not supposed to raise the alarm. I'm not supposed to raise the alarm, hold on. I may have made a mistake. Well, if I kill everybody, they can't raise the alarm, you see? I know what I'm doing.
This is a high clearance area.
No, it isn't. Eat shit! Who's doing it? Who's gonna do it? You? You'll try. There's no alarms. No, you won't. No, you won't. There's no alarms,
Okay, not
bitch.
Shadow Hearts.
You will fight this woman.
Shadow Hearts.
This
Shadow
brave
Hearts.
fucking god of a woman. And you'll lose. You'll lose, Chuddy.
I wonder what's the most valuable game I own.
Yeah, just stare at me for 5
Probably like,
seconds before you say something.
maybe Fire Emblem Fates
'Cause I wasn't
Special
standing
Edition
in
with
the
all
right
3
spot.
routes on card. I hear that that was going for like $500.
You know, I'm kind of in the jungle right now. I don't know how do I describe this. Shut up.
The moment you leave, the Empire's gonna throw everything they can at you.
We'll shake them.
If you don't, we never met. The fate of the galaxy could depend on it.
Man, you guys never stop talking, huh?
Confucius said.
Hey there, I'm Kay Bess. You, must be the Ashiga cartel, right?
We are a clan. Your ship is an EML 850, designation Trailblazer, a smuggling vessel in our records.
Oh, you've heard of it. Well, I'm just looking for someone. Her name's Ank.
What is your business with Ank?
Well, she owes me money. Like, a lot. I'm here to collect.
It's Star Wars dialogue,
You are a
guys.
liar. You are working with Crimson Dawn.
What? No.
They hate me. What?
Ship scan complete. Nothing of interest.
Most valuable
Guess
game is
that
Atelier,
means, there you go,
Irish Trilogy
right?
altogether, or sort of
I mean,
Etheria.
sounds like you've
Atelier
got
I'm familiar
Crimson
with,
Dawn
but not
spies to
not that other one.
You are clear to
Sort of
go,
Etheria.
but do not lie to us again.
I'm losing it.
Whoa, speaking of hurting my eyes, Glitches needs to perform in there.
I don't know how the rat's gonna get through that door. Actually, let's see. How does he get through the door? Can we actually eat food here? I guess so. Might as well.
Air Ride?
Fuck it.
I've never played Kirby Air Ride.
Get
Got a
that
couple of
fucking
GameCube
rat
games,
off
but none
my
of them are that
table,
one.
you piece of shit. Why is the fat giant animal allowed to just like come over here? Imagine if you're about to eat a meal and a cow comes up next to you. Like what the fuck? I mean, I have nothing against cows, but it would be kind of gross. F and H.
Yeah, Kirby's just another one of those series I gotta play more games. She's even eating with her fucking
rat. I mean, I love my dogs. There's no way in hell I would fucking eat out of the same plate, basically.
I've seen gameplay of it.
All you would have to do is pour a little liquid.
You play with only one button, I hear, the A button.
There's liquid in the bowl. Don't they have utensils? You could just scoop a little bit of soup and pour it where his tongue was. Like, they put more effort into animating this optional food eating scene than like the gameplay of the game. Which really, that's just modern game development for you in a nutshell. Like, instead of making a good game, let's just animate this fucking eating scene.
So good. I'll find that on Cantor.
God, don't look at her face, okay? Like, the rat is way superior to this one.
Did he end up beating the game? Is that a curiosity? Oh, he did actually make it to the ending. Hey, big ups. Okay. See, it is 5 in the morning, and I do gotta be up in the morning. And it is the morning right now. Sorry, I teased you thinking that I would be able to finish it tonight. I'm getting there, but might take another stream to do. We did beat the second mansion. I do have the extra mission unlocked, which is right there. So I'm in the middle of the third one. I gotta redo this one more time for a 3-star, and then we'll do the extra mission as well. This mansion is pretty short, so just 3-star and get the booze, then do the bonus mission. And then this one, I'm actually pretty good. I just need to find one more boo, and then 3-star the first 2 missions. So we're coming close, And the final boss I already 3-starred. As we get further into replaying the missions themselves get longer, and therefore lengthier. So I gotta put my speedrun boots on. Oh man, I wish I could play more, but I'm feeling it's about that time. And of course, we'll come back to the video, see if I can remember where I was at. What's the timestamp? 105:23. I'll totally remember that. Thank you very much, guys. I'll be back again tomorrow for some more positivity and other stuff, surely. I think I'm caught up as far as DSP goes, so that's good. Got my thoughts on the documentary, got my thoughts on its champion shit, certainly got my thoughts on the Craig stuff. Don't think we have anyone in particular to raid, but I'll see if there's anyone live. And of course, we'll read the stuff. And thanks for the stream. You're welcome, man. Okay, yeah, I gotta pull up the stuff too. Did I do night 3 for... What do you mean night 3? Yeah, let's roost. Or DSP and Craig's interview ended funny. I gotta watch that now. I would highly recommend it. It's already clipped. The clips are out there. I watched the Hate Army version. It was very funny. If you got like an hour to spare, it is a good, entertaining listen. Very humorous. And DSP at his worst. It's basically endgame DSP for the current arc, and the arc's still not even over yet. Oh, you mean night of his documentary rant in React? Yeah, I didn't see what he had to say tonight. I think Goki said there was a weird tip toward the end. Look, yeah, you're right. If anything good came out of it, it'll be clipped, surely. How does the arc end? Self-immolation. No, a slow, steady return to normalcy. He plays video games, and we just return to that. But he's not able to really keep up the stride as he once did. because of the heel turn and this degradation that we're currently experiencing. I think once the casino comes back from vacation, they won't be so gung-ho and ready to do any collabs, at least in the immediate future. Not necessarily because they dislike him, but kind of like their fun is over, like their little arc, their little participation has come to a close. Like their part to play is done, so they're just gonna move on to the next thing. And their Halloween, they're usually busy around Halloween doing their own thing. Like they redecorate the whole studio, they wear different costumes every show. Like it very much becomes a kind of Halloween-y kind of place over there once October rolls around. So I think DSP is going to be considered like old news. They won't be too, their attention won't be too focused on them. And it's for the best, because I think they've played their part and they could just not do anything else, and it'll be all for the best. That's how I think things are generally going to go. I don't think they're going to completely ignore him. I think it would be funniest if they did just flat out ignore him and never talk to him never talk to him again once they come back. But realistically, they're probably going to have to speak on him eventually. But it'd be probably for the best if they just gradually distance at this point. Now that their job is done, they came, they promised to deliver the content, and the content was steadily, slowly, but surely delivered our way. And as the title of the stream implies, we are now living in the payoff. All you have to do was wait for the chocolate milk. I told you chocolate milk was coming. And now you get to reap the rewards of the chocolate milk. Okay, now I gotta go. The ending music is starting. I got nothing else to say. That's it. I'm not gonna repeat myself again. I'm not gonna talk about, for the 10th time already, how you should have just waited for the payoff. We all win in the end. Massive the Tractor W. Derek loses. Jade loses. Phil loses. All the people you dislike lose. We all win. I don't got much more to say but that. Big ups to the dingas, the dongas, and the swollen __ ones who made it to the end of the stream. What happened to Jade? He was not a fan of him, Phil wasting his day stream talking to Craig. Was adding Big Papa Phil. Please tell when this done, he was not a happy camper. But Jade generally is never a happy camper. Big ups to Uberville, that's how you know I'm tired. Uber Jill, TRBG, 66 Minion, Zara Zabuza, DeBlanc Weevil, Mr. _ Pun, Rent Check, Water Juice. Yeah, not Jade. Anyone but Jade. No. Cerulean 86, Perez, Aqua Saber. We got the music stopping because my phone cut off out of nowhere. We got the music resuming. Got the lurkers. We got Ivan Cypher, and then we got the lurkers like Almighty Tevin, Chalupa, Alpha Elite TV, Juzzy51, Ghost MC, NATO Cog, Peaches and Game, Algernaut, Carl, by Carl, Iggle Wiggle, Marked One, Pim Pam, Shroom Dukem, Soft P, Amate Reyes, Brian MK, Buster, Chalky, B-Scythe, Fedora Glow, Heavy Metal Gamer, Killdeer, Knock, Gungoon, Law Power, OMG Zelda, Riku Zephyr, Run a Gun, Sir Catsburn, Spaghetti Teeth, Cyphilitis, Shanios, Zitrazella Z, everybody else that fell asleep. Because again, it's 5 in the morning. Daluz, the re-up tier 1 for 10 months in a row, 11 months total. Can't wait for Dingus to get invited to the podcast to get felted on. I don't think that's happening, ever. What would he talk to me about? So, Expandong, tell me about, like, why did you decide to name your name Expandong? Like, what prompted that? What would I tell him? I really like Donkey Kong Country. That would be my answer. And I really like the meme with Donkey Kong and Expandong. It's very, very humorous. You know, that comes from the expansion pack. Because the expansion pack came with Donkey Kong 64. You needed it to play it. Of course, that meme originates from an advertisement for that game.
It's like talking about how if you get the expansion pack, you can expand the game. So someone cut that out. Like they cut out DK's face from that advertisement, and then cut out expand, and then I guess they cut out Dawn from Donkey Kong, and then put that with the G from Kong. That's how Expand Dong was born. Now you know the truth. Ask him about Fire Emblem. Yeah. So, what did you think of Fire Emblem? Three Houses. What did you think of that? Would you go back to that game if you had the chance? If you could turn back time, Phil, would you have married the lolly? Like, just be honest, Phil. Would you have done that again? Thank you to BR Joe, the tier 1 for 4 months. Strum Dukem, Ray with a party of 15. Parma, Ray with a party of 6. Almighty Tevin, the Tevin Rain, the party of 103. Tweaker with the follow. Matt with the follow. Water Juice with the follow. 66 Minion, the tier 1 gifted Zarazabusa for the 1 month. And that's it. Thank you guys. We're gonna send you back to Tevin's place. It's only fair. He's ERB mode. That's fine. Actually, no. You got Tevin on BRB. Who else do we have live? You can easily go back to Tevin stream yourself. But we're actually instead gonna go to... Yeah, fuck it, we'll go to Eagles. I owe Iggle Wiggle. Did I say Minion gifted it, or did I say another name? Minion gifting Zarazabusa with the tier 1. But bye-bye, adios, and Mimi time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see it, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day. Hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Brew, too, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. Okay, so I've almost been awake for 8 hours. Well, no, I've almost been streaming for 8 hours. I've been talking for 8 hours, and I need to go lie down. The raid message is... Commence the Iglin. I don't know what he's doing. I think he's playing Space Marine. Ain't that the game everyone's waiting for? And wake up in 2 hours? Well, don't you know me? Fucking stalker. But yeah, I gotta wake up in 2 hours. And then, like, force myself to stay awake for at least another 8. Maybe I could sleep during lunch. Sneak a little lunch nap in there. Why do I do this to myself? It's because I love you guys. Stupid. Don't worry. I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe wrapping this up, or if I don't feel like it, maybe something else. Because I want to finish up the games I got still on the conveyor belt before moving on to other stuff. Bye-bye! Take it easy. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Alright, bye-bye.